Look at that. An updated graphic, and both our names are right.
That's a kick-ass opening.
Jack has got to get himself
We're
a raise.
off to a good start.
There we go. This is 10 times better than any other back burner episode already. And
Should we just quit here?
let's just leave it there. No, we can't leave it there. This is the day that we've been working towards for the last 2 months.
Yeah.
It's finally here. It's June 27th, 2025, and it is 2025 NHL Draft Day. We're here live in Marteloup. Mike Gould and Kent Wilson here to break down all 32 picks in round number 1. Any trades as they happen. We got lots to talk about that's already happened today, but we got to lead off with a couple of messages. This show is a presentation of Bet365. Whatever your bet is, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app and get in on the game. Use the code NATION. Bet365 must be 19 or older. Please play responsibly. I wonder what the odds look like on Matthew Schaefer being the first overall pick tonight. I'd imagine they're pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good bet.
Yeah, I would say so. The odds that I might be more interested by are whether the New York Islanders are actually able to complete the trade that they've been maybe working on to get the pick for James Hagans. People are talking about this being the Shagans draft for the New York Islanders. And we'll see if they're able to actually pull that one off, because it's might be in the works. They got picks 1, 16, and 17 now. So things are moving.
Yeah, the question is, can they get in the top 10? But also, how far does Hagans fall, right? So we're going to see.
Can't wait. And also, of course, this show is a partnership with Platinum Mitsubishi. 2720 Barlow Trail Northeast, home of the Outlander PHEV, Canada's best-selling plug-in hybrid. Not just PHEV SUV, plug-in hybrid, period. 7-seater, 10-year, 160,000 kilometer powertrain warranty, by far the best in the business. Kent, I know your side gig you deal with RVs, not with plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, but boy, there really is something. I can imagine, the PHEVs are actually more versatile. You could probably pull an RV with one of them. That'd be
maybe. Did you sell any of those today?
No, okay. No, I didn't, but they do. A lot of folks up there, they know what they're talking about. They're good cars. Up 2720 Barlow Trail Northeast, and we talk about cars moving around. The picks are going to move around. The players are going to move around here at the NHL Entry Draft in Los Angeles. Our buddy Stephen Ellis is down there in LA. We've got Ryan Pike at the Saddledome. We're going to bring him in at some point early on in the first round to just sort of discuss some early rumblings. The Calgary Flames have not done anything yet. They have stood pat. They still have picks 18 and 32 in round number 1. We have heard a lot about Rasmus Andersson. We have to think he is the top name on the board now entering tonight's festivities, because we're going to get into it. Noah Dobson moves earlier today for pick 16, pick 17, and our old buddy Emil Heineman going to the New York Islanders.
Keeps getting passed around.
He keeps getting passed around. He's already on his 4th NHL organization in 5 years.
Poor guy.
Like, he was drafted in the second round in 2020.
That's right.
By Florida. He comes to Calgary, of course, in the Sam Bennett trade. There's talks that Calgary might not be able to sign him, so they flip him to Montreal for Tyler Toffoli. And then Montreal sort of plays him a little bit this year. He had a really good start with Montreal, ends up getting hurt. But I think he still scored about 30 points for the Canadiens this year as a rookie. Looked pretty good. And now he's going to Long Island, a team that is going to look to have a drastically different makeup. They are the stars so far of the 2025 NHL draft, having won the lottery, trading Noah Dobson, now trying to get the hometown boy James Hagans, who is from Long Island himself. Everything's coming up island. It hasn't been like this since the draft was in Calgary in 2001, I think, where they picked Rick DiPietro at 1.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah. So that's, obviously they picked Tavares first overall in 09, but that was, everybody kind of knew what was going to happen that year. DiPietro was a little bit out of left field, and there was a lot of talk about how the Islanders were taking a huge risk. And now tonight it's all about, and it was a huge risk. It ended up
Turns out, it was.
Tonight, though, Matthew Schaefer, we expect will go at 1, but the Islanders don't look like they're done.
No, you kind of wonder if they're going to kick off a major rebuild here, because they've kind of been wandering the desert for years as not a contender, not a bottom team. What are they doing? They win the draft lottery. So are they going to start, do they trade Barzal? Do
yes.
they start liquidating and turning it around, right?
It makes sense, doesn't it? Because the Islanders were in a very different direction as a franchise under Lou Lamoriello, who just parted ways with the organization earlier this summer. Nobody expected them to win the lottery. It fell into their lap. And now Matthew Darche, their new GM, is really at a interesting spot early on in his tenure, where you mentioned Matt Barzal. That's a chip who you would imagine is of substantial value, being only 28 years old. But of course, he only played 30 games this past year. So some concerns maybe about his health. They already cashed in on Brock Nelson this past year, getting Callum Ritchie, a very good prospect from Colorado, as well as, I believe, another first-round pick there. They have Anders Lee. They have Kyle Palmieri, who they just re-signed. There's been lots of talk about J.G. Pajot. Noah Dobson getting you those 2 first-round picks that you can maybe parlay into Higgins. It's interesting, though, all the different Flames connections with that Dobson trade. Dobson himself was picked with the first-round pick that Calgary sent to the Islanders for Travis Hamonic.
That's right.
A horrendous trade in every way now. Of course, Heineman being a piece who Calgary had. And then one of the picks that Montreal gives up for Dobson was the pick that they got for Sean Monahan, along with Sean Monahan.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Just a triumvirate of horrendous or at least ill-advised moves leading into this Dobson deal involving Montreal and the Islanders. So certainly a lot to deliberate on there. Elliot Friedman's on our screen now. We're watching the draft sort of live. We're going to watch the draft live along with you tonight and hopefully provide you with some Flames-centric commentary, a little bit more so than you might see on the networks.
Yep.
But we haven't made any picks yet, or we haven't at least seen any picks yet. We're going to keep going talking about some of the other moves that have happened in the last day or so leading into this. Maybe we can touch briefly upon the J.J. Peterka move, a move that had a lot of sticker shock associated with it when it was first pulled off, and a move that I think still looks objectively quite strong for Utah, acquiring a player of Peterka's caliber, notwithstanding the fact that he just capped off a season in which he had the highest single-season shooting percentage in recorded NHL history. I believe the Sabres shot, 17% with him on the ice at 5-on-5 this year. But of course, a gifted player in his own right.
That's insane.
It is objectively crazy. The return to Buffalo, people are very surprised. I thought it was going to involve the pick, number 4 pick. It did not.
That's right.
It involved Michael Kesselring and Josh Doan, 2 players who I've been a huge fan of for a long time, going back to their time in Arizona.
Yep.
But by the same token, I was expecting more, even for a player in Peterka who, if I'm being charitable, looks like he might be, maybe a very good 30-goal, 70-point forward for maybe the rest of the decade. But if I'm being less charitable, kind of feels a bit to me like a souped-up version of Yegor Sharangovich or Victor Olofsson, guys who are, have had these big years but have fallen off after the shooting percentage has gone away. Yep. What do you think, Kent?
I think that's pretty accurate. When you see on ice shooting percentage, it's not something that's sustainable. Like the number you put out, 17%, that's better than most players get on a power play.
And that's not individual. That's on ice. That's not just Peterka.
That's not his shooting. That's how often the puck went in the net when he was on the ice, which is absolutely insane. He is a player with skill. He did well in the AHL. He is a point getter.
Relatively high pick.
Yep. He's not a great defensive player, so that can limit you over time. He's definitely going to take a step back. But you're right. Like on the other end, guy coming off of that kind of year, people kind of expected something premium going back, right? A high pick, a blue chip prospect, maybe a better known roster player or a mix of those things. But obviously Buffalo had different ideas.
Yeah, I certainly expected a pick. I mean, pick 4 felt like when it was first coming out, I was like, okay, if Utah's giving up pick 4, they've made a mistake.
Yes.
And all of a sudden it shifted completely.
Yeah.
Where now Utah keeps pick 4. Now there's been lots of talk that maybe Utah might end up giving up pick 4 after all if the Islanders do make that play to move up.
Right.
Which I still think would be a mistake because I think what Utah really needs right now is another center. Because Logan Cooley, who is an unbelievably talented player, but has struggled as a two-way player in his young NHL career to date, I think they need need some more insulation behind him. I like the idea of Caleb Desnoyers to Utah at pick 4, who is a very strong two-way center. If they move out of that spot, I think they're going to be hard-pressed to find somebody who addresses that particular need as much, especially after they gave up Connor Geekie last year in the trade with Tampa Bay for Mikhail Sergachev. I loved the idea of a Cooley-Geekie 1-2 punch. I'm less certain about what they already have. So that's going to be one to watch as things play out. Sticking with the center talk, Sam Bennett re-signs with the Florida Panthers today. Yeah. 8 years, $8 million AAV. If you asked me 5 years ago if Bennett was ever going to make $8 million a year, I would have said absolutely not.
No.
But you can't deny his just relentless forecheck with the Panthers in the playoffs was an absolutely critical part of why they won a second consecutive Stanley Cup. Even, not watching Bennett as much before, this playoff, I sort of briefly tuned into the playoffs last year when Florida was playing, and of course, regularly in the Cup final, but I thought he was just, okay in the Cup final last year. He was good, but this year he reached another level. Whenever he was on the ice, I was just absolutely gobsmacked at how effective he was. And this is a guy who has never scored more than 51 points in a single NHL season.
No, he's a pretty mediocre regular season player. He's good.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the last couple playoffs, almost every playoffs he's in, he seems to, kick ass. So that's what they're paying him for.
It was just remarkable. So Gary Bettman is on stage. We are watching along. We are telling you everything that is happening. Looks like Gary's trying out his material. He's regaling us with a set, it appears. He's doing his Tom Jones hands that he likes to throw out. And he's making strange motions with his eyes back and forth and all over the place. So
at least he's not going to get booed this year, because every draft I've watched or attended or covered, as soon as he gets on the stage, he gets booed, unless he tells everyone there's a trade.
Yeah. I will never forget watching that. I think it was the 2011 draft, being a kid and watching, and when Pittsburgh traded Jordan Staal to Carolina, a deal they probably still regret because they did get Brian Dumoulin in that deal, and he ended up being a top 4 defenseman on both their Cup teams in the 2010s. But by the same token, they were trying to fill that Staal void for years. Brandon Sutter never came close to being that caliber of player. They ended up having to get Nick Bonino, who 5 years later, who did do a pretty good job. But that was the most notable. I think it was Staal for a first-round pick and Sutter and Dumoulin. That was the most notable draft day trade that I can remember.
I was at that one, actually.
Oh, were you?
I was in Pittsburgh for that one.
Yeah, that was because he was like, tell all the fans in attendance, you're going to want to hear this.
Right.
That's his line that he always uses. Last year, all the big trades I remember were on day 2. I remember day 1, there were trades leading up to the draft. Markstrom, that was a trade leading up to the draft.
Yep.
But I remember day 1 being kind of quiet. And then day 2 kicked off immediately with the Mikhail Sergachev trade. And from there was action. And this year, I'm very curious to see, especially with the decentralized format, which my suspicion is going to be a one and done. I think it's going to be a 1 year only exercise. But we'll see if it ends up limiting the activity in trades, maybe increasing the activity. We'll see. But it looks like the Islanders are on the clock. And
finally,
and they're bringing in, I don't know what's going on here. It's hard to tell without the audio, but it looks like they're maybe inviting the prospects to stand up in the audience and give them it looks like sort of like a pep rally. Can everybody who's left-handed please stand up, and we'll give you a round of applause. So looks like things are finally about to kick off. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule here. Bettman.
Why is the NHL like 10 or 15 minutes behind?
The
scheduled time.
I love baseball because they advertise the first pitches at like random times, 4:07. And then but no matter what, the first pitch is at 4:07. They have it down to the second.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing going to Blue Jays games, and it is laser focused. Somebody in the chat asking, did Gary dye his eyebrows?
It's not impossible.
No, it's not. Interesting news today from Frank Saravalli at Daily Faceoff, talking about how Austin, Texas may be a new locale for NHL expansion.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Potentially, with the expansion fee rumored to be upwards of $2 billion.
Holy cow.
Which is crazy. Gary Bettman's now speaking to a screen that features Matthew Darsh, the Islanders general manager. So I would expect and maybe Darsh is about to introduce a celebrity guest. We know that Calgary's guest is going to be Lanny McDonald,
Cool.
who makes the Flames picks. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens here.
How about they just pick someone?
Yeah. The most recent crazy Islanders draft day that I remember was when they traded Griffin Reinhart to the Edmonton Oilers in exchange for picks 16 and 33, and subsequently picked Matt Barzal and Anthony Beauvillier with those two picks. A horrendous trade.
I laughed out loud when it happened, and then years afterwards, it's really delivered.
Yeah, it has, especially considering, Edmonton, I think, played Beauvillier, played Reinhart in about 30 total games, lost him in expansion to Vegas 2
Did he
years
ever
later.
Play after that?
Never played for Vegas, played for the Chicago Wolves, who were at the time Vegas's AHL affiliate.
Yeah.
Okay, the Islanders are officially on the clock. So they have 3 minutes. I don't think they'll be using all 3 minutes. Matthew Darsh, Trent Klatt, the director of amateur scouting for the Islanders, and their newly minted assistant general manager, Ryan Bonus, who came over from the Ottawa Senators, are deliberating at the Islanders draft table in Elmont, New York, the home of the Islanders at UBS Arena. This is the 5th time the Islanders have ever picked first overall, and Denny Potvin was one of those guys. Rick DiPietro, of course, as we mentioned. John Tavares, 2009, turned out to be a very good pick. The first was Billy Martin in 1972. I believe that was the same year that the Flames ended up picking second, and they drafted Tom Lysiak, who is the highest pick in franchise history.
Not
of course,
the Flames.
No, since
Calgary.
Since they relocated to Calgary, Calgary's never picked above 4th.
Yeah, I know.
So we shall have to see what happens here. All eyes are on Matthew Schaefer. We should talk a little bit about Matthew Schaefer because, it is a unique circumstance in which the presumptive first overall pick has only played in 17 regular season games in his draft year. Almost never see something like that.
I was going to say, I can't remember last time a probable first overall pick only didn't even play 30 games in a season.
I'm just amazed that Michael Misa isn't the guy. He'd be my guy. Of course, Byron Bader, who we had on the show a couple weeks ago, has Anton Frondell as his guy at number 1.
That's right.
And the consensus seems to be that Frondell is going to be the guy at 2. At least the recent consensus seems to be based on chatter leading up to the draft, with San Jose picking there, that they want maybe a more defensively minded 2 center behind Celebrini. The pick is in, apparently, in Los Angeles. And Gary Bettman is coming up to, I would assume, introduce the Islanders guest.
Are you turning it up?
I'm turning it up a little bit. Bettman's making the pick himself. He's announcing it. It is indeed Matthew Schaefer, who is going to the Islanders at 1. So I guess not every team has celebrity guests. It would have been funny if they just sent Lou Lamoriello out there as their franchise representative. Can you imagine? So Matthew Schaefer, we have it up there on the screen. You can see Kent. Erie Otters, 20, 24, 25, 17 goals, 17 games, 7 goals, 22 points.
That's tremendous.
And I believe he is the first Erie Otters player to go first overall since Connor McDavid.
That's right. Yeah, and you can see the talent. Like if you watch the World Junior before he got injured.
Yeah.
I mean, his age, but given how dominant he looked on the ice against the best, it makes sense, right? Yeah,
it is certainly it is certainly a interesting pick for the Islanders, and you can see the obvious fit there, the obvious need now that Noah Dobson is out of the picture. You can see that, although I think there is more to come on Long Island. I think they're going to add another defenseman, even with Schaefer now in the fold. It is fascinating to me that the Islanders trade away Noah Dobson after they trade away Devon Taves. They have been actually, I think, underrated as a factory for defensemen recently. They have developed a lot of them, if you include Ryan Pollock and Adam Pelech and Noah Dobson, of course, and Devon Taves. And there are more in there. Scott Mayfield has turned into a pretty good long-term defenseman there for the last sort of 10 years.
That's true.
They have developed some serious stars, or at least talent on the blue line. And they're hoping that Matthew Schaefer is the new face in town.
How did you like the Dobson trade for Montreal? What do you think of that?
I think it is a really smart bet.
Yeah, they're trying to pull out of, the rebuild that they've been in for quite some time now, and they're starting to, stack legitimate high-end prospects. You've got Hudson, and then you've got Suzuki sort of coming into his own. Caulfield is, what is he, 23 now? He's not even that
he's
old.
pretty young.
Yeah, so I think they want to start contending, or at least being a going concern rather than bottom of the league.
Yeah. Well, and Montreal had a huge problem last year with at times with their defensive depth.
Yes.
Mike Matheson is starting to tail off a little bit. He was pretty good when he first got there from Florida, but recently his game has dipped a little bit. I think they're trying to take some of the pressure off of him.
Yeah.
His point production last year literally dipped in half. It went from 62 points to 31 points. Mike Matheson did. So they clearly needed a little bit more. Lane Hudson, of course, was tremendous as a rookie. Are they having Matthew Schaefer speak to Matthew Darche now? It looks like they have him in
he's in front of the screen just standing there.
This is awkward.
This is the worst.
This is strange. Don't really know. This is why the decentralized format doesn't work.
It's very silly.
You got to be having these guys meet in person.
What was the thinking behind this new format?
The thinking was that it would be easy for executives to be able to have a war room that they could, debate over picks and, who do we like? But isn't that what the run up to the draft is for? Like
they're all sitting at their own tables
at
the live draft.
This is very strange. This reminds me almost of like that. Oh God, he's crying. He's like in tears. Oh my good. Oh, this is Schaefer is like emotional. Like this shouldn't be on camera. This is terrible.
Well, maybe he really likes the Islanders, or maybe he really doesn't like the Islanders.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's like that kid who the Utah Jazz just picked and who won't even acknowledge that Utah picked him. Oh man. This is let's maybe stay away from this next year, folks. So Matthew Schaefer at number one. But yeah, we're talking about the trade. Yeah, like Montreal has a lot of young guys and old guys on defense. And it's sort of the same thing that I see with the Detroit Red Wings, where they have Simon Edvinsson and Moritz Seider, who are just sort of on the upswing, and like Albert Johansson and William Wallinder. But then they have a group of just terrible veterans, where Jeff Petrie and Justin Hall and Ben Sherratt. And it's just guys who Steve Yzerman, for whatever reason, have brought in. Oh, sorry. Okay, we need to address. There's a little bit of we're watching this on mute. There is a little bit of emotion that is very much understandable, where his Matthew Schaefer's mother recently passed away at some point. But it is still, I would say, a bit of an awkward presentation regardless. So understandable emotion, I would say, for certain. But at the same time, just a format that is a little bit, I don't know if it's well suited to this sort of thing.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Yeah. So I think I would be very surprised if the NHL doesn't go to something. Yeah, somebody in the chat saying it really puts him on the spot. No kidding.
That's right.
Yeah. So in any event, good for Matthew Schaefer. We're really happy for you, buddy. And he's chatting now with Sportsnet. So we'll talk a little bit more. I mean, yeah, like we're talking about Montreal. We're looking at a team with Caden Gooley and Arbor Xhekaj and Lane Hudson, who are all very young. Noah Dobson, a very good intermediary piece. And it's kind of the opposite for the Islanders. We look at Stephen Ellis talking about Matthew Schaefer. It's impossible to find an element that isn't among the best in this class. And the nice thing is, even with Dobson in the fold, you still have Ryan Pollock and Adam Pelech there to mentor this guy as he makes it into the NHL.
That's right. Yeah, it's like I said, it's going to be really interesting to see what the Islanders do here. Like, is this going to be a full on rebuild? Pull it all down, try to get into the McKenna sort of sweepstakes next year.
Well, and the other thing I think that isn't mentioned, and I think people have maybe lost it in their memory with the Islanders, is that Lou Lamoriello comes on board. And they were quite successful for a period there. They made back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals after he comes on. But they have not made many first-round picks recently. They traded so many of them away. Bo Horvat was one of those guys who they got, and I'm curious to see how they recoup things, because this is only their second first-round pick they have made. Matthew Schaefer is since 2019.
Holy cow! Yeah, that's That's a deep hole then.
So we're looking last year, Cole Iserman, they get at 20, a very good scoring winger prospect.
Yeah.
And then we're looking at Schaefer this year. Before that, last year, 23, rather, they picked Danny Nelson, who is a good center prospect in his own right in the second round. They don't pick anybody in the third round. 2022, no first round pick. They pick Callie Odelius, who looks like he's kind of plateaued as a defensive prospect. 2021, they pick Atu Ratu, who is the guy who they trade to Vancouver for Bo Horvat.
That's right.
So he's not there anymore. And then in 2020, they pick nobody in the first and second round. They pick Alexander Ljungkrantz, who I don't really know about, in the third round, and he doesn't look like an NHL prospect anymore. So the Islanders desperately need that help, and James Higgins and Matthew Schaefer in the same year would be huge to be able to pull them afloat.
Yeah, their mediocrity has come at a steep price, unfortunately, for that fan base.
I really liked the Atu Ratu pick when they got him.
At the time,
but then
when they got him.
Played 13 games for him.
Yeah.
So the San Jose Sharks, they are on the clock, and this is a team that
this will be interesting.
Yeah, this is where things might start to diverge. Matthew Schaefer is gone. Everybody had sort of them penciled in for Michael Misa or Anton Frondel. We will see which one of those guys ends up going here.
Yeah.
As a side note, Kent and I are both hungry.
That's right.
We are both hungry for trades. We are both hungry to see players get picked. But we're also hungry for some pizza. So just everybody in the chat, give us some suggestions. I think we're going to go to Pizza 73. There's one nearby.
Old Faithful.
People, there's one thing, if I know about podcasting, people love it when folks order food on mic, and they love it when folks eat food on mic. And we are going to be doing both of those things here tonight. So, somebody's suggesting that we go to Domino's. I don't know if there's one. I guess there's one on 17th. We could probably get them. The only thing is that it's a pain in the butt to maneuver in Marteloup. I don't know if I want to do that to the delivery guy. So
hey, that's his problem.
It is his problem. Marteloup, gosh, talk about infrastructure. Jack, what do you think? What are we thinking? Domino's, Pizza Hut, Pizza 73.
Ooh, what's closest?
Well, I think there's a Pizza 73 pretty close.
Yeah,
it's on 17th. I don't know. Do we think garlic knots, chicken wings? What are we thinking?
The whole deal.
Whole deal? Okay. All right. We'll wait and see. Sam Cosentino, looking as dapper as ever, is on our Sportsnet screen here, checking out his three-piece. Whew, Sammy, that must have been a fortunate Zizenya. And the Sharks pick does not appear to be in. They have exhausted their 3 minutes.
What?
So I don't know if they're going to take a
trade.
Wouldn't this be something?
Yeah.
I mean, the Flames already have one Misa. Go get Misa number 2.
Nice. Yep.
Michael Misa is a guy who I thought was the number 1 prospect in this year's draft all along. He is the guy who I would
player, right?
He's the guy who I would be picking here. Michael Misa scoring about, what is it, like 2 points per game with the Saginaw Spirit this year, alongside Zane Parekh. I don't know. I think if you go down to 0, you should forfeit the pick.
I agree. Yeah. But he's a guy who made the CHL as a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
And then scored, I think, 75 points or something at 16. That's a tremendous player. So.
Yeah. I'm legit surprised that Bader doesn't have him at number 1 as model. I mean, I get it. I get it with Frondel being, so NHL ready, at least it seems.
Big numbers in a pro league, it's extremely rare, so that also makes sense to me.
Yeah. So we'll see. This is strange. 0's on the clock for the San Jose Sharks. I mean, talk about a team that has put together an ungodly assortment of talent.
Yeah.
Max Celebrini, they got, they've had some fortune getting the first overall pick for Max Celebrini, but just, oh my goodness. I mean, Mike Greer has made some moves that I have disagreed with in San Jose, but you cannot argue with the collection of talent that is there, with Celebrini, Will Smith, William Eklund as a trifecta of forwards already. It is remarkable.
And they have an embarrassment of, draft picks still coming in.
The pick is in.
There we go.
The Sharks do also have Sam Dickinson, we should mention,
right.
as their prospective number 1 D of the future. And here comes Gary Bettman. People are booing him. We're listening. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're bringing in a celebrity guest.
Snoop?
Born and raised in San Jose. Oh, it looks like some sort of WWE superstar, maybe.
Oh, okay.
think it's like a female wrestler. So, all right. So
I don't know anything about wrestling.
neither do I.
Okay.
I think we're probably the only two people with Flames Nation who don't, because
That's true.
I think Pike's pretty big into it.
Yeah.
I think Pinder has some wrestling ties in his day. I mentioned this on the last. Oh my God, she has purple hair and she just gave Gary a big hug. Here we go. All right, she's talking about how it's a huge honor for her to be here. Just get it on with. You know what I liked last year is nobody congratulated the Florida Panthers on winning the Stanley Cup. Here we go. She's reading the card. Here we go.
All right.
Yeah, it's Michael Misa.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah, I all the talk about Frondell seemed like posturing. It seemed like overthinking it.
Mhm.
Michael Misa, to me, I had him at number 1. I totally understand going with Schaefer, but this is a player who is just an extraordinary talent.
Yeah.
And I think immediately now the Sharks, to me, have the best young forward group in the entire league. And I don't even think it was. I don't even think it was close before.
Actually. Yeah.
But I think now it is just unquestionable.
So the question is, what do they do in the next couple summers? Are they going to continue to be, up and coming, or do they try to start to actually compete here?
I love that team as a destination for Mitch Marner. And it's
Interesting.
not really one that I've heard a lot.
No.
I mean, that just
Always
makes so much
Vegas and
sense,
stuff.
though.
Yeah.
Michael Misa, Sam Dickinson, Max Celebrini, Will Smith. We haven't even mentioned Quentin Musty, who scored 102 points in 53 games with the Sudbury Wolves 2 years ago. This is just a team that is an absolute embarrassment of riches up front. And I look at Tyler Toffoli being a good supplementary piece there already. And I just look at a top 6 that has some of those pieces. Imagine Celebrini, Misa, Eklund, Musty, Toffoli, and Marner. Can you imagine going up against that group?
I know who they could use is Rasmus Anderson.
They could. A lot of teams could. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The obvious downside in San Jose is on defense.
That's right. Terrible blue line.
Right now, yeah. I mean, look, they have Dickinson, who I like, who was the CHL Defenseman of the Year this year.
Yep.
But aside from him, they haven't drafted a whole lot of defensemen.
No.
They did trade for Shakir Mohammedullin. Mukamadulin.
Don't ask me.
Yeah.
I
From
can't
the
say
New
that.
Jersey Devils 2 years ago as part of the Timo Meier trade. But they don't have that piece yet.
No.
It will be very interesting to see if they continue to add defensemen, if they continue to add more sort of future pieces or more now pieces, if they feel like they've got enough. Because holy moly, they've got a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely coming. You could see it even last year when the Flames played them. Like there was, they still weren't a good team, but there are flashes, right, where Celebrini would take over a shift and you go, okay, I see what the future is coming here. It's not here yet, but
I think William Eklund is better than any forward in the Flames organization, and I think he's the 4th best forward in San Jose.
There you go.
I think you have.
It's time to get a San Jose Sharks jersey.
Well, I got to call Brandon Weiss, the old Stockton Heat PR guy, who's now doing good work in San Jose. He's got to hook me up.
Yeah.
It's just I think I look at Misa, I look at Celebrini, I like Smith, and I have them all ahead of Eklund. And I go Eklund versus Coronado. It's close.
Yeah, that's
close.
Totally fair.
William Eklund scored 58 points this year.
Yeah, and nobody noticed.
Coronado had William Eklund had 45 points a year ago.
Right. Yeah.
And Matt Coronado had 45 points this year? He had 47. So I don't know.
I'm a big Coronado fan too.
Yeah.
You're right. He's the best young prospect
the Flames have.
Currently.
Yeah. They're doing the same thing where Michael Meese is talking to Mike Greer over Skype. And this is kind of strange.
That's the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah. Steven's take on Michael Misa, top 4 in the draft. I don't disagree. Could potentially go first overall. In my world, he would have. Go to Play Drivers, you'll find. And he has a ton of talent. And I think San Jose is going to run the Pacific in 5 years.
Yeah, that's Not a bad guess.
Like I have them ahead of Anaheim. I don't see Anaheim as having those pieces that San Jose does. I like some of
No,
the
they
pieces
don't.
that Anaheim has, but Mason McTavish doesn't move the needle for me. Beckett Seneca doesn't move the needle for me to the extent that these guys do.
Right.
And yeah, Troy Terry already is quite a bit older than
28, I think.
yeah,
at this
27
point.
maybe. So
Yeah.
I just don't know. We got to order some pizza. I'm going to lose
Let's
my
do
mind.
it.
Barbecue chicken pizza. That sounds pretty good. What do you think, Kent? Hawaiian? You like pineapple on pizza?
It's all right.
Jack, let's get a poll going. Pineapple on pizza, because I
Okay.
love pineapple on pizza. I'm all for it.
Give
I'm
me a
anti
pizza.
You're anti
pineapple.
Okay, well, so we won't do that. Give me
pizza?
a pizza.
Pizza?
Yeah.
Well, what? I don't know. Barbecue chicken looks pretty good.
Do a half and half. Can you do a half?
Can we do half and half? I think if we order directly, we can do it. Let's go to Pizza 73. But Uber's got no delivery fees. This is the.
Then let's get the barbecue chicken.
You get the no. Kent wants pizza.
Yeah.
Pizza?
Let's go meet.
I love
Nothing wrong with pizza. Jesus.
That's right.
All right, fine.
Can't go wrong.
Okay, screw it. We're doing 2 pizzas. I'm a hungry boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're doing 2 pizzas. Here
Yeah.
we go. We're gonna but okay. It's buy one get one free.
There you go.
Small Hawaiian. Oh, okay. Now I got to go full screen here. This is crabbing out. Kent, what's going on in your life? Let's hear from Kent for a while.
Oh boy, it's pretty boring. I'm like in my mid 40s now, so
Yeah.
my everyday is like when do I get to go to bed?
Yeah. You're getting arthritis. You're
That's
getting getting lumbago. Your
I don't
back.
even know what that is.
Lumbago. It's it's derived from the word lumbar. It's pain in your back.
Got it.
Yeah, so lower back. But yeah,
So who goes next? Is it Frondell?
that's the thing, right?
Because it starts to get weird. Pretty
If
soon.
I'm Chicago, I'm all over Frondell because, and I've had this take for a while. I think Chicago's got way too much flash. I don't think they have any panache. I don't think they have any
Substance,
substance.
Yeah.
I think Bedard is a guy who needs a guy behind him who has a conscience. I think Bedard has been advertised since he came into the league as a Kucherov type prospect, like a guy who is going to be this unbelievably electrifying forward. I see him more as a Braden Point.
Okay.
And I think Chicago will eventually still need to find that Kucherov. And last year their Kucherov was Philip Kurashev, so it wasn't good enough.
That didn't work out.
But I also think that a guy like Frondell gives you that conscience. Is
Sort
maybe
of like a Barkov player for them.
well, yeah, and like maybe a souped up version of like Anthony Cirelli, who has that offensive ability. And I just think Chicago, they made their high defensive pick last year with Artie Levshunov, which is a pick I know that you didn't like and I was kind of on the fence about.
Not at where they're picking, right?
Yeah,
Given
so
who was on the board.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So I think this makes a lot of sense for Frondell. So yeah, we're gonna go traditional sauce. We're gonna go some mozzarella top. Oh, you got to build the pizza. Oh, that's stupid. Let me just order a friggin' pizza. Okay. Chicago's on the clock. Chicago today came out with special commemorative jerseys for the 2025-26 season, which is their 100th in the NHL. And the jerseys look identical to the ones they already wear. They just added a tan outline around the logo and a patch on the shoulder, and that's it.
You know, someone got paid a whole bunch of money.
A whole bunch of money to do that.
All right.
Yeah. So small 2-topper pizza. Here we go. +1 pop. Buy one, get one free. Okay, we're doing this.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, signature pan pizza. Kent, what are your thoughts on Connor Bedard as a player moving forward for Chicago? Because the early returns have been, I think, just okay.
You know, I got to saw him play live when he was in the WHL still here in Calgary. He was just a sneaky assassin of a player. He wasn't the Connor McDavid type of player who gets on the ice, blows past everyone. He would just show up in places, have the puck, and I think he ended up with 4 points or something at the end of the night. I think it's part of the problem is the rest of that team is so incredibly bad.
Yeah.
And he's, even McDavid would have struggled to pull an early McDavid would have struggled to pull that team forward. So he's not quite the level of talent to turn a terrible roster into something else.
Yeah.
But I still have, I'm still sure he's going to be a star in this league.
So Chicago's making the pick. Jeremy Roenick is up at the podium. He's their celebrity guest.
Yeah.
And Jeremy Roenick is going to make their announcement. Here we go.
There it is.
Anton
You
Friendel.
called it.
I think that's the right pick.
It is a right pick.
Yeah,
Yep,
I think it
I
is. Bader is going to love this for Chicago,
Mhm.
having him at number 1. This is a player who I think very highly of. I think he is exactly what the doctor ordered for Chicago, a team that I'm not too fond of, but I think they are with this pick maybe moving in the right direction.
Yeah, they still need to do a lot of surgery to their roster, and they still need to mature quite a bit. I think it's going to be a longer rebuild than people thought when they got Bedard. There's some sort of idea that they're going to catapult out of it. I don't think that's going to happen. And as you note, like San Jose is in that sort of group that's might be ahead of them in terms of their young talent. So yeah, they still need to stockpile and they still need to develop.
Yeah. Chicago does have Sam Rinzel, who is a young defenseman who looked every bit like a future number 1 when he first made the jump late last year.
Yep.
We do have a question in the chat, and we encourage you to ask questions because God knows we need stuff to talk about.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike and Kent, what do you guys think of trying to get 2 future firsts with Raz? We might have to throw in extras, but curious what you think. I mean, the precedent has been set with Noah Dobson.
Mhm.
The only downside, I think, is that Montreal can easily look at Dobson and say, this guy can be a guy who we use for a decade.
Right.
Anderson,
He's
not so
younger.
much. He's 28.
Yeah, and he's got a year left, so anyone who's acquiring him has to want to sign him, I think, long term in order to get that sort of return for Calgary. If it's a 1 year, I mean, he's on a really good contract, and I think that's going to pump his value and his price tag. But if you want that sort of package, the acquiring team has to be like, he's going to resign with us, I think. But you're right. How good is he going to be? I think he turns 29 at the end of this contract,
Yep.
right? So,
yeah, it's certainly a big question. Okay, Uber Eats is really fighting me here. We're gonna go. Okay, a medium Hawaiian with 12 wings. Okay, what kind of? Oh, okay. This opens up a new can of worms. So the Hawaiian, yeah, that's fine. Do we want? Okay, here we go. We got some options. Steven's analysis on the Frondell pick is on your screen. You can check it out. What do you think? Salt and pepper?
yeah, let's
Yeah,
do
that works. That works. No, it doesn't get your hands messy.
That's right.
There we go. Add to order. Okay. Looks like we're in business. Okay. No dip. We are good. There we go. Okay. Hopefully that should be here in a few minutes. Uncle Iro in the chat is asking, Kent, what's the drink tonight? Kent, can you regale us?
It's one of the things in the fridge behind me. It was the hazy IPA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
From our buddies over at Orange and Brewing. That's right.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good. I've tried a couple of them. They're solid. We've got our own Afterburner beer in there.
That's right.
And hopefully maybe one day we'll get a back burner beer in there, because that's technically what this show is. This is the back burner that you are watching right now.
Okay, so who goes next? Like, this is when it starts getting weird.
And this is where we're going to bring in Pike after this pick. We're going to talk to Ryan Pike. Kyle Davidson and Anton Frondel are doing their video conference right now. So we're going to let that simmer.
Yep.
This is where things get interesting. Let's see the DFO Slack. Nothing going on in here so far. So it doesn't look like anything is on the docket right now. This is a cool note. Somebody points out the Islanders not only put a cancer ribbon on Matt Schaefer's jersey, but they also embroidered the inside of his collar with his mother's initials. That's super cool.
Nice. Yeah, that's
from
great.
them. That's super awesome. Okay, let's see. I mean, they got a donair pizza that looks pretty good. Where's our pizza? You don't like
Nah.
Okay.
My wife loves those, but I can't do it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You don't like donairs?
I don't like donair pizzas. It's
Okay.
too much.
Yeah, meat supreme pizza. I think that's what we're looking for.
All right,
Okay.
let's do that.
Traditional sauce. We're gonna go. I'm gonna grab a couple cans of Coke just to go along with that. You got your fun bevies, Jack. You want some refreshment?
I'm good. I got a beer as well. Thank you.
Well, okay. I'm the teetotaler here. All right, we'll get a Coke and a Fuse. Let's do that. Add to order. Okay. I'm gonna totally invoice Pinder for this. All right.
Okay.
All right. So this is where things get interesting. The Utah Hockey Club. I am of the mind that Caleb Desnoyers is the guy.
I think so.
I've got some friends in the Utah organization, although I do have
drop.
I do have a couple dating back to when they were in Arizona.
So you don't like that team anymore. You're an Arizona fan. But
I liked
not
Arizona.
a Utah fan.
I have no connection to the Utah area. I have connections to Arizona. That's why I like that team.
Well, fair enough.
But yeah, everything I have been told and discussed and all that stuff leads me to believe that Caleb Desnoyers is the pick here.
Do you like that pick for them? I guess is the question.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think there's also a part of it that it might be Brady Martin, and I wouldn't like that one as much.
Yeah,
I think Brady Martin is. I think that's trying a bit too hard. I think that's
for it. It definitely.
Yeah,
is.
I think it's a little too much of. Is this guy going to be the new Sam Bennett?
Right.
And of course, this is exactly the spot where Calgary picked Sam Bennett 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do that here.
No,
feels like a Bill Armstrong pick to me.
Mm-hmm.
I like Bill Armstrong as a GM. He's done some things that I really like. I think he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
But he can do some reaches on draft day. Sometimes to his benefit. I think Logan Cooley in 2022 was not seen as the consensus there. Shane Wright was the consensus there. They picked Cooley, and it worked.
That's a better pick.
It worked extremely well.
Yep.
2021, Dylan Gunther fell into their lap. That was a great pick. 2023 is where they kind of went off the board. They picked Dmitry Simashev at 6, which was a pick that neither Kent nor I liked all that much. They picked Daniil Boot at 12, which is a much more defensible pick in my view. A winger who has scored at a decent clip in the KHL the last 2 seasons. To me, seems like a guy who will be a Lawson Krause on steroids for Utah.
That's a good comparison.
I think will be a really interesting player for them behind their smaller talent.
Yeah.
And I could see, wreaking havoc on a line with Cooley in the future and maybe Peterka, who knows? But this to me feels center all the way for Utah.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if you're right. Any other player, like if you're going to hedge your bets?
Roger McQueen would be funny here.
Okay.
This would be a funny one.
Yeah.
And again, Utah is always an expect the unexpected team. I remember my old friend Craig Morgan in Phoenix, who now also works for Utah. Back when Utah made the Dmitry Simashev pick, that was the mantra going into that draft, was expect the unexpected. And here we go. Let's see. Gary Bettman's at the podium.
All right.
Here we go. Okay. Utah's making the pick.
Yeah.
There's a golfer. Tony Finau.
Oh, really?
Can you turn that up?
Do you know who that is?
Like?
Yeah, I'm turning it up.
Thank you.
Do you know who Tony Finau is?
Yeah.
Are we getting it?
Coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. Super stoked to be here to make this pick.
Is this allowed?
Is this coming on?
I think so.
Being a Utah native myself.
Okay, he's talking about his some golfer.
I thought was incredible. It was great. And,
Oh my God.
The chat does not enjoy this format, by the way.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you guys.
Oh, shut up.
I'm like,
Just make the pick.
What kind of noise does a mammoth make? Well, I don't know what type of noise a mammoth makes, but I know what type of noise we make right here in Utah. Can I get a?
This is awful.
One more time for those in the back.
I mean, at least he's trying.
Put him back in Phoenix.
He's
Jeez Louise.
trying to do something.
The 4th overall selection in the 2020
Here we go.
NHL Draft, the Utah Mammoth are proud to select from the Montoon Wildcats.
You called it.
Caleb Desnoyers.
So I had a feeling. I really had a feeling. And I was
Nice.
texting a buddy of mine a couple days ago, won't say who, but
Come on.
when I said Desnoyers was the guy who I'd pick it for,
Yeah.
it was a suspicious silence.
Dead silence.
It was a
Yeah.
suspicious silence.
Yeah.
And I just had a feeling.
Well, you nailed it.
And that is the pick that I would have made. That's the pick I think
player,
that's a really strong pick for Utah. And I think Utah got a really good one. I think what we're looking at here is a player who fills the void that they created when they traded Connor Geekie.
Right.
And I think has similar upside. I like Geekie as a future number 2 center in Tampa Bay. I think he'll get that opportunity. The only thing I don't like is that announcement. Holy moly, that was bad.
I think we have to get used to this format being awful. So
Yeah, let's never do this again.
never.
Let's never do this again.
Yeah.
Jack, yeah, okay. The pizza's on its way. It'll be here in 20 minutes. 30% off. Yes, please. Hello.
If you're billing Pinder, just get the most expensive thing. you
True.
can.
25% tip. Perfect. All right. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, you're a good man. Yeah. All right. I think the chat's liking the pizza talk. We'll keep it going throughout the night.
Wait till we get to whiskey talk.
Yeah, no kidding. Utah Mammoths like Caleb Desnoyers, says Stephen Ellis. Safe bet to become a two-way top six forward. I think this is a really smart pick. And now, next up in the draft order, remind me, Jack, do we have the draft order?
It is Nashville.
Nashville. Okay, so
This is going to be interesting.
this is going to be interesting because Barry Trotz, since he took over as GM of the Preds, has been a wild man.
Doesn't want to rebuild. Signed a bunch of guys. Totally blew up in his face. What does he do now?
Yeah, I have no idea. This is another one where I could see a trade.
Yeah.
Nashville, I have no idea what the plan is.
No.
Barry Trotz trades for Eric Holla, who at one point last year had a 28-game pointless streak for the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah, he's totally washed.
He's totally washed. And I could see Nashville making a trade here to try and do something. What is
that something?
I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Oh God. Now Bill Armstrong is having a chat with Caleb Desnoyers. I hate every aspect of this so much. I don't like this format at all. But you know what? That's just fine. Okay, place in the order. Come on, delivery. Yeah, we're good. And I should add some instructions. Come to the place that says Nation Network. Here
That'll help. Yep.
There we go. It says Nation Network. Update. Flames are up in 14 picks. Jack, is Pike in the waiting room?
No, he's not.
Pike.
Well,
we gave
skip
you
over him.
one job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Forget that
text
guy.
Pike. Where? Let's see. Pike. Get in here.
Is it too early to start talking about who the Flames might pick, or should we
No,
save that?
it's too
way
early.
too early.
It's too
Come
early.
on.
I mean, we could. Sure. Who do you want them to pick at 18?
Roger McQueen.
Okay. No, you don't. Okay, here's the thing. If he's there at 18, would you take him?
It depends who else is on the board.
Let's say Ben Kindle, Cole Reshny are both gone.
Yeah, I think about it.
Yeah, you'd think about it.
Yeah.
He's not going to be there at 18.
He's not.
No.
No.
And the thing that I said on the show 2 days ago with Pike and Steven, the thing that I'd be interested in is if the Flames do end up moving Rasmus and they get a higher pick here, as well as the two they already have. Do you take the gamble on McQueen with the higher pick?
Right.
And then you have the options to maybe go with the guys who you were honing on all along.
It depends who's on the board.
It depends on who's on the board.
For me, right?
That's correct.
But should we talk about why I'm not a Roger McQueen guy?
Go for it.
Yeah. So big guy. Everyone talks about his skill level from a scouting qualitative standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers are never there.
Yeah.
Like just never. Plus he has a back problem, which should scare the hell out of people. And he's one of the oldest guys in the draft.
Yeah.
Like that's 3 kind of red flags.
Not a small thing.
Yeah, for me. So top 10, I would never do that if I was in the top 10. 18, maybe, given just the hype of every scout who watches him seems to like him, but he really screams like a Nick Ritchie to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or a Lawson Krause, where it's like there's so much size, he can kind of look dominant against teenagers, and then they get to the NHL, and it's like that's gone.
Yeah.
Right. So
well,
we'll see.
We shall see indeed. Nashville on the clock. I think Pike is coming into our virtual studio. Jack, let us know when he's in there.
Yeah, will do.
Hopefully there's no echoes. Couldn't resist. KQ 4949 saying he's getting hungry. I'm hungry too, man.
Yep,
it's coming. I've put in the order. Jack, apparently Uber is making us give the delivery guy a pin to confirm that we're not stealing pizza. So
what's this Uber stuff? Why didn't you just order it from the pizza place?
I think there's delivery fees. I mean,
all right.
Did you get the deal at least?
Yeah, I got it. And I got a deal. I got 30% off.
Okay, well,
So-
fair enough.
So we're I mean, it's huge Uber hours. Not a sponsor.
Free plugs.
Not a sponsor.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor. Pizza 73. Not a sponsor.
Let's just cover our mouths.
Yeah. Yeah. That's Uber. Uber Eats. Uber Eats. Yeah. This show is brought to you by our friends at DoorDash. But no, it's really not. It's really not. It's really not.
The man is here, by the way.
What? Oh, Pike's here.
He's here.
Okay, let's bring
do
him
it.
in.
Bring him in.
Let's bring him in. Let's talk to Pike. Joining us now on the back burner NHL Draft Show guest hotline, brought to you by Uber Eats, is our buddy Ryan Pike. Pike is live at the Saddledome. Pike, what's going on over there, my friend?
9 minutes a pick is what's going on over here.
Brutal.
What do you think of the format where the player stands in front of the mirror from Sleeping Beauty or whatever it is, or from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and consults with the men inside to discuss their fate after their pick?
Awkward. I mean, it's bless their hearts. No disparaging the fine young athletes that are having their dreams come true today, but
No.
I don't think that hockey players are known for being articulate, particularly not at 18. They all have some version of excited to be here. Thanks for your faith in me.
Yeah.
You know, Matthew Schaefer notwithstanding, because he had, you know, that was a beautiful moment, even despite all this weird format. But yeah, it's awkward, man. It's awkward.
Yeah, we had the sound off, so we weren't entirely sure what was happening during that Matthew Schaefer moment. That one was, it has a cool element to it. The subsequent ones, I'm not sure if it's necessary. Are we going to do this for all 32 picks in round one?
Yes.
Oh, God,
Brutal.
Yes.
that's awful. So
if you really want to, we can ask the league if they want to do this for round two.
yeah. Oh,
Now, imagine
great
this
idea.
for 224.
Solemn Volgi says the new Saddledome will be built and ready by the time the Flames pick tonight. Yeah.
Our dear friend Matt Larkin from Daily Faceoff tweeted, "What comes first, 32nd overall or sunrise?"
yeah, that's pretty good. Oh boy. Yeah,
all I know is by the time the draft is over, Kent's hair is going to match his mustache.
Yeah, he's going to be an old man.
That's not going to take long.
No, Pike, we're ordering pizza. We think it'll probably be here by the time that pick 5 is in for Nashville. They actually have Shea Weber announcing this pick. Doesn't look like we're seeing a trade. In fact, it is Brady Martin going to the Nashville Predators with 5th overall. Wow. And Brady Martin is not at the draft, I believe. He's
on his farm.
He's on his farm. Yeah, he's like he's a Sutter boy. He's
right.
working the plow.
Yep.
So have you boys seen anything surprising outside of the cringe of the broadcast so far?
Not really.
That's the most surprising piece so far, I think.
Yeah, Brady Martin at 5. I guess it's not too surprising.
Not terribly surprising.
There's a guy on Twitter who made a bet with me a while ago that Brady Martin would not be a top 10 pick if I recall. So I'm going to go tweet at him later.
What are you going to win?
I don't know. Actually, remember I might have bet him like $10 or something.
There you go.
But yeah, Pike. What's the noise coming from the Saddledome? Any scoops? Any Pike bombs?
It's quiet. You can see they're setting up for the Stampede, so there's not a lot going on here. There's no ice in the building. Dinner was a hit. The brownies they have here for dessert. They got fancy brownies, and they're impeccable. The Saddledome catering staff, as usual, has knocked out of the park. They treat us exceptionally well. For we're a bunch of people who just sort of wait around for other people to do things, and then we talk about it. So they treat us very nicely here. So we're all very appreciative of that.
Is the secret concession on? No. No, that's too bad. Folks don't know about the secret concession, and we're going to keep it secret.
All right.
It's just
I don't know what they're talking about.
The best way to keep a secret is to talk about it on air.
That's right. Yeah, there's how many folks are watching right now? 308. Oh,
nobody watches YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
All I know is if you're folks in the chat, if you're watching, this is the best time. It's again 8 or 9 minutes a pick. So extrapolate properly. Make sure you have enough snacks in you for 18th overall, and then for 32nd overall. At this rate, I think 32nd overall will be around 8:30, 8:45.
Get your bottle of scotch ready.
Yeah. Hey, Pike. What do you think? Is Rasmus going tonight?
I think he goes soon. I don't know necessarily tonight, but I think probably by beginning of Stampede, I think he's wearing another jersey.
Beginning of Stampede. Wow, that's not far away, especially because Stampede starts pretty early this year.
About a week away.
July 4th, I want to say. Yeah. So yeah, we're ticking down. Maybe the last week of Rasmus.
I'll say this, like with especially there's a lot of dominoes falling right now in the defenseman market. But if you're a team that missed out on Dobson or missed out on Ekblad, or I think if you feel like you have to quote unquote settle for Rasmus Andersson, especially if the Flames are willing to retain salary, that's a very good defensemen, maybe not elite, but very good defensemen for just over 2.5. That's preposterous. If you're a contender, you can fit that in easy. And if you're a contender, and if you think you're Rasmus Anderson away from doing something crazy this coming year, I think you'd be willing to pay that price, especially considering how expensive everyone else available looks like they might be in terms of cap space.
We have a super chat, Pike. Pike is a magnet for money. Super chat presented by the Youth Centers of Calgary. This draft format is just weird. Needs more spice and trades. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's and hey, we said off the top, we remember last year there weren't a whole lot of trades on day one. There were a lot of trades on day two, and so far sort of follow in the same format. So. Pike, we might check in with you again at some point. We will see. Anything else you want to add before we turn you loose?
No, I hope everyone's enjoying themselves and availing themselves of the services are many great sponsors. And I hope everyone makes sure that you get some snacks in you before 18th overall, because this thing will feel like it'll drag on for a bit. And then before you know it, we'll be at 18, and then it'll get real busy for everybody. So enjoy the downtime while you can.
You're rubbing it in, Pike. Our pizza isn't supposed to be here for another 25 minutes. So
that's 6th overall?
Yeah, that'll be, by 7 or 8. All right. Thanks, Pike. Have fun over there. And Philly is on the clock. Charles Barkley is making the pick for the Philadelphia Flyers. How about this? This is a pretty good celebrity guest. This is way better than some Utah golfer.
Take that, yeah.
Yeah, I was just on the links here in Salt Lake City, just hitting the balls over the mountains.
So where do you think Higgins goes?
I almost wonder if he goes here.
Yeah, that's possible. I've seen him drop to 9 in some mock drafts too.
I think it would be really funny if after all we've said today about Shagans, Philly's just like, nah. We want that center to play with Matvei Michkov.
Yep.
We want that center to maybe play with Trevor Zegras, who they just traded for this week. Who cares about?
I'm a big fan of the player too. Like if the Flames could get into the top 10, it'd either be O'Brien or Higgins for me.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh my God. Oh, he's having a conversation with Gary Bettman.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Thank you for being a friend. Welcome back to Philadelphia, Rick Tocchet. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Well,
Porter Martone.
I should have guessed that one.
Porter Martone. We should have said it. Yeah. Another winger in Philadelphia.
Big kid.
But a really, really good player.
And a really good player, yeah.
Yeah, this is, look, James Higgins, we were talking about him as a faller coming into the draft. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be as drastic as folks were saying.
It's starting
to be drastic.
Yeah.
Porter Martone, also known as Luke Misa's teammate with the Brampton Steelheads this past season.
That's right.
Although Misa's heading to Penn State University, and Martone's future is a little bit uncertain as well. One of the older players in the draft, like McQueen, an October 06 birthday, but he's got the NHL size, and boy, does he have good production. And
points,
even if he was draft eligible last year, he probably would have been a top 10 pick, or at least a top 15 pick, with 71 points in 60 games with the Mississauga Steelheads. Now they're in Brampton, and he's even better. So a really nice pick for Philly. And the one thing is, Martone, you talk about the Philly being a team with an identity similar to Boston, where they play big, they love the
they
fire.
Want to hurt you.
Martone is 6'3", 208, but he doesn't really play like it sometimes.
Right.
So I almost wonder if they're making this pick saying, you're so good already, just add that piece to your game.
Snarl, yeah.
We got Rick Tocchet. We're going to make you this type of player.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really interesting pick for Philly, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see how he plays, especially in the same organization as Michkov, because Michkov also plays the right, although he shoots left.
Mm-hmm.
So they're both right wingers. Of course, a lot of those Russian wingers, they do play the opposite side.
You can switch them up.
Well, they almost always play the opposite side. Like it's almost if you've got
right.
Yeah. So again, I thought Philly might lean center here. They did pick Jet Lachenko in the first round last year as a center, but this is an interesting pick. James Higgins still on the board And now it is, I believe, the Boston Bruins on the clock with the 7th overall selection. And this is where we start to really get into trade down territory potentially, as Porter Martone meets the Kryptonian elders in his little conversation here. every time they go into that little room, every time they go into that room, I'm gonna have a new one.
Yeah.
Meeting the what is the council in Green Lantern, where remember watching Green Lantern?
No, I don't.
2011.
Nobody does.
I just remember they had those big aliens who sat in those big chairs. This is still really awkward. I just don't have anything to add onto this. This is just stupid, man. It's like they're trying to make this into like, wow, this is like the pinnacle of their career. They're going into this room. They're like the lights shining behind them. They're entering the halo sphere, but it's just terrible television.
That's what the NHL is good at.
Yeah, the Boston Bruins on the clock, and this is an interesting spot. A team that has a couple of meeting the Jedi Council, says Donnie Brook 311. That's pretty good. This is interesting because Boston is a team that is not rebuilding, even though they probably should be.
Yeah. They still got Pasternak,
but they still got David Pasternak and Charlie McAvoy.
Right.
And so you're looking at this team and saying, okay, what are you?
Well, and they put big money up for Elias Lindholm.
And Nikita Zadorov.
That's right.
Who are not stars, no matter how much Boston wants them to be.
They're not.
So, and they don't really have the prospects. They have Fabian Lysell, who is not really anything at this point after being drafted 21st overall by Boston.
They have one of the worst prospect pools in the NHL.
I take issue with the words one of. In my opinion, it is easily the worst.
I was being diplomatic.
Last year, the Bruins had 1 pick in the first 3 rounds. They used it on Dean Letourneau, who scored 3 points in 36 NCAA games with Boston College.
So you're saying it's going to be Roger McQueen next?
Wouldn't that be something? And
they like their big dudes.
Somebody in the chat saying, is Boston's prospect pool worse than Toronto's? I would say unquestionably.
Yes.
Toronto's is bad. They've traded a lot of guys, but they still have Easton Cowan, who I think is solid. And they still have
he's a good prospect.
Ben Danford, who I think is okay. Yeah. And this is like Boston's got nothing.
Nothing.
Like even last year, it was like, oh, well, at least they've got like Mason Lohrei, who looked like an okay prospect. He does play the whole season. He finishes a -43 with the Boston Bruins, the worst in the league.
That's a good golf score.
Yeah. So like we're talking, even the guys who have graduated aren't really doing much.
No, they're just
Matt Poitras, who is, had a 1 goal in 33 games with the Bruins this year as a center.
Yeah.
Like it is really, really slim pickings in Boston. So, and then there's been talk that maybe Boston's going to trade this pick.
We'll see. I guess
I wouldn't.
The clock, right?
I wouldn't, but
they should actually be rebuilt. Like they should be trading Pasternak.
They should be trading Pasternak
and McAvoy.
Can you imagine?
I think they're not doing that.
No.
So they're going to be stuck in limbo a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that's what we got to wonder about. So, the Boston Bruins. I mean, Roger McQueen, doesn't he just have that Boston Bruins feel to him? And maybe it works. Maybe it works.
Never know,
it could work. It's not like this. This isn't Dean Letourneau. It's not a guy who was, a high school player who was like at prep school. There are gonna be Dean Letourneau type players at the end of the first round or at the start of the second round this year, just because of the nature of this year's first and second round.
That's right.
Last year, Letourneau was like, that's a guy you're picking in the first round, and there's so many guys available. Yeah, he's 6'7".
Right.
But like this year, I mean, I just don't know.
The funny thing with huge forwards, like if you look at the history of the NHL, most of them aren't good.
No, they're not. And that's the thing.
Ever.
The thing with forwards in NHL history, they kind of have to top out at 6'6" before they like completely fall off the map.
Yeah, who's the good 6'6" forward?
Eric Daze.
Okay.
Martin Hansel. There's a couple more that I'm missing. I think Tage Thompson is 6'6". Okay.
Tage Thompson,
pretty good.
The best
version
towering
of that.
Giant.
And
forward.
even Tage was like not.
No, he came out of nowhere.
Profile. He came out of nowhere.
Quite, mediocre for
There
years.
is a strong case to be made that the best forward in NHL history over size 6'6" is Adam Klapka. Not even kidding. Like you're looking at guys like John Scott,
Right.
Yeah, so it's
There's some defensemen.
yeah. Oh, there's defensemen by all means. Somebody in
But
the
not
chat
a
saying
lot.
Mario Lemieux was 6'6". I think he was 6'5". I think that's
I
what
thought
he
he
was.
was 6'4".
Yeah, I don't think he was quite that
Yeah,
tall.
no.
Yeah, Mario listed on Hockey DB at 6'4".
Yeah.
So like, yeah,
6'4" is usually where you top out.
yeah. Boston's making the pick. Here we go. Special guest, award-winning comedian,
Bill Burr.
lifelong Bruins fan. Here we go. Oh, is it? It's got to be Adam Sandler, of course. Yeah,
Is it?
yeah. It's Happy Gilmore. I should have clued in as soon as he said golfer.
He's
Here
got
we
a
go.
movie to hawk, doesn't
He's
he?
got a movie to Happy Gilmore 2 out this summer on Netflix.
Right.
Not a sponsor. Here we go. Oh God, he's doing the voice. James Higgins.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Boston College.
Boston College, yeah.
Makes sense.
And way better pick than Roger McQueen.
yes.
That's something.
Yeah. That's a high quality pick. Like he was considered to be a potential first overall going into the season.
A year ago, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool to get Adam Sandler. That's, that for as far as celebrity guests go, that's as big as
Yeah,
the
I don't
NHL
think
pretty
anyone's
much
topping
gets.
that.
Like last year, it was Celine Dion. She
Oh,
announced,
that's right.
yeah, she announced the Montreal pick last year, and that was like, whoa,
Yeah.
because all she's had her health issues as well, and
How
so
much did that cost? You think?
a lot,
Yeah.
a lot. But like Celine, yeah, like because she's had, I forget, like I think she has had certain things that have limited her ability to even perform.
That's right.
So yeah, no, that was cool, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Hey,
And good for them. That's
Flames-
that's a good pick.
The Flames are automatically ahead of Utah. They've got Lanny McDonald. That beats some friggin' golfer.
As far as we're concerned,
gives some sort of
yes.
speech about how much he loves the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Mm.
But we're not going to go there.
No.
But yeah, so Higgins is off the board. The Islanders not making a play for James Higgins, or at least maybe they did, but they got rebuked.
Right. Didn't
So-
work out.
So isn't that something? So
O'Brien.
Jake O'Brien's still on the board, a guy who I like.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Seattle's up next.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much every single mock draft I've ever read in the last 5 or 6 weeks has had Ruddy Mertka going to Seattle.
Okay.
Right shot defenseman,
Big-
plays for the
yeah.
Seattle Thunderbirds, and Seattle has never drafted a defenseman in the first round. Ever.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not a long history. I believe their top defensive pick ever is Riker Evans, who I just met actually a couple of weeks ago. Really nice guy. Lives in Calgary, RFA for
right.
Seattle. He's from Calgary. He played for, I want to say, he told me actually, we were chatting about that. I think he played for Bow Valley.
Right.
But yeah, Seattle has not picked a whole lot of defensemen. So
Makes sense.
Mertka as a guy off the board here does make some sense. They picked Berkeley Catton last year, one spot ahead of the Flames.
Mhm.
And I have an inkling that had that pick not been Berkeley Catton, I feel like the Flames might have taken him at 9,
Instead of
even with
Perec.
Zane Perec there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have a feeling that might have been the case.
And he had a tremendous season.
He did. Berkeley Catton is legit. Like
Yeah.
that's the center prospect the Flames want.
Yeah.
Right D are great, but I think if Catton had been there, they might have leaned that way.
Yeah. No surprise there.
So now, as James Higgins dips his head into the pensieve and chats, who is this lady as well? Is this like Sofia Jurkovic or something? I don't know. We're not watching this part. We're keeping this one on mute.
I'm so glad I'm not watching it.
Yeah, it's just
over there.
it's just this is great television.
Yeah.
How many folks do we have live watching us right now? This is just 321.
It's 1,400 across.
1,400
all
across our
4
platforms. Wow, this is
I feel
we're
so important.
boy, we're gonna hit the Nielsen ratings before
Let's
long.
do it.
And of course, more folks are just gonna watch as the Flames get closer. We're now 10 picks away from the Flames being on the clock. Cam Robinson is saying something I see on your screen. He's saying, let's keep these tech issues going to help pressure teams into reverting back to the centralized draft. Every little bit counts.
I agree.
That's good stuff from Cam. We're going to have Cam on the show, we hope, at some point in the next couple of weeks
Yeah,
to
that'll be good.
recap this draft for the Flames. Sportsnet's now showing some B-roll of the Cowboys Music Festival, so we're just going to let that speak for itself. Seattle's draft history. Matty Beniers in the first round in 2021 has been an okay pick, I would say, although
He's
not
very good.
I would say he's good. I would say very good is maybe
For
a bit of
his
a stretch
age,
at this
I think
point.
he's very good, but I think he tops out at very good.
Yeah, I think there's got to be some concerns with Matty Beniers regressing a a bit.
Yeah.
43 points this last season, which if you're picking a center at number 2 overall, you want a little bit better than that 3 years in.
How's Shane Wright doing?
Shane Wright is doing okay. I actually like Shane Wright more than Matty Beniers at this point. I think he'll
Interesting.
be a better player. Wright had 44 points this year in his first full NHL season,
which
which is
pretty
okay.
good.
Again,
Yeah.
that's the whole mantra with Seattle is they are okay,
That's right. They're
and they
super
keep
mid.
making moves to cement
To make
themselves
mid
as okay. Because who have they traded for this summer already?
Yeah.
Mason Marchment and Freddie Goudreau.
Yeah, some guys.
It's like, okay, great. Let's add them to the stockpile of Jordan Eberle and Chandler Stevenson and Jared McCann and these guys who we like.
Yeah, good.
They
fifth,
probably win a cup with some of those guys if they were
sixth
playing on your
forward,
third line.
seventh
But
forward,
it's just it's like holy moly. I mean,
that's not gonna move the needle.
Yeah, it's not great. So, it's Shane Wright. In 2023, they kind of went a little bit off the board. They picked Edward Shala, who is not really on my radar at this point. Had a Hanzik-ish season with the Coachella Valley Firebirds this past year with 21 points in 51 games.
Yeah,
and then last year they picked Berkeley Catton, who I think is their best bet at
by
emerging
far
from
their
mid
best prospect.
Yeah, it looks like a potential maybe top 6 or maybe even top line center at some point in the future. So Seattle on the clock. And again, I have to think they're going defenseman here. And it's going to be very interesting because Buffalo is up after them at number 9. And so much has been said about Buffalo this week.
Poor team just stuck in purgatory for 14 years.
Yeah, Bo Byram.
I mean, what are they going to do? Bo Byram, is
still on the block. Nobody has traded for him just yet. And apparently Buffalo's getting lowballed. Can't imagine why.
Buffalo seems to be the team in the NHL who is now just developing players for other teams to win with.
Yeah.
Like
so
they don't win in Buffalo and then they leave and they kick ass.
Yeah. Now Jack has sent something into the chat, into our back burner chat. It's a tweet from Georges Larocque. And Jack, do you have this loaded up? Can we pull this up on our screen?
Well, give me a second. Yeah.
This is from an hour ago. And Georges Larocque tweets out, "I'm hearing there's a very good chance that Crosby will play somewhere else."
Why would he know that?
I don't know.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why would George
Who's
Larocque?
feeding Larocque?
I met Georges Larocque's kid once, Marcus Larocque. He's an incredible athlete. I think he's only like 15 or 16. I called one of his games, and he was amazing. He was like super, way ahead of his time. But don't know what Georges Larocque is necessarily on about there. It'd be cool to see him go somewhere else, I guess. But I also kind of want to see him finish his career in Pittsburgh.
No, I want to see him go somewhere
Do you?
else. Pittsburgh's a sinking ship.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing's saving them over the next couple of years. It's they're
okay. Bettman's at the podium again. Seattle on the clock.
okay.
Oh, Jerry Bruckheimer, part owner of the
Okay.
Seattle Kraken, producer of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies and basically everything Michael Bay's ever made. Jerry Bruckheimer, a deceptively old man. He does not look at this guy. Look at this guy. How old do you think this guy is on screen?
Let's go 55.
He is, I think, 80.
What?
Like he is like,
Is he drinking
like
virgin's blood?
like this
what's
is
happening
like
here?
he is again, I say deceptively old. He's 81.
He's bathing in tears.
Yeah, like, okay, who did they pick? We were too busy talking about how old Jerry Bruckheimer is.
Jake O'Brien?
Oh, they picked Jake O'Brien, another forward going to Seattle. All those mock drafts were wrong.
That's a good pick. I mean,
Yeah.
I really like that.
I would rather have him than Ratty Murka. I wonder if
Indeed.
they were banking on O'Brien not being there.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's interesting. But yeah, no, Jerry Bruckheimer. When Jake O'Brien was born, Jerry Bruckheimer was still, I think, about 15 years older than you thought he was. So, I mean, he looks great. Good for him, man.
He's Nosferatu.
But he's been in Hollywood for like 60 years.
Yeah, clearly.
Like he started in like the 70s. I little known thread on this show. I love movies. Jerry Bruckheimer's produced, like he produced The Rock. He produced Armageddon, Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise, Crimson Tide with Denzel Washington, that horrible Pearl Harbor movie with Ben Affleck. Remember that one? Beverly Hills Cop. Those are good movies.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're going
So
back.
he's been around for ages, and like he's looked like that since I think the 90s.
Oh, good for him.
So he looks
Should we-
he looks a lot like Michael Bay.
Should we talk about Jake O'Brien?
Yeah, let's talk about Jake
All
O'Brien.
right, let's do
Jake
that.
Go Bruckheimer. Jake O'Brien, Kingston Frontenacs, one of the highest drafted Frontenacs since Sam Bennett, and is
Big center.
a big center, a really, really good player for the Seattle Kraken to add to their organization. Brantford Bulldogs, not Kingston Frontenacs. But yeah, 98 points in 66 games.
Yeah.
The only other thing with Jake O'Brien, though, is sort of similar to Porter Martone. Big guy, doesn't necessarily play that big.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll see what Seattle's able to do. Jerry Bruckheimer with his purple tinged glasses giving the camera a big thumbs up. Jake O'Brien. I mean, look, if you're Seattle and you've got all these forwards who are just mid, might as well take a swing at another forward, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the right pick for them.
Yeah. Yeah, Riker Evans continues to be the incumbent, the de facto in Seattle, their top ever drafted defenseman. Really nice guy. But I don't know. I think you maybe need to add another guy into that group as Jake O'Brien goes into the Fortress of Solitude.
Maybe they'll sign Joel Hanley.
Maybe they'll sign Joel Hanley.
He's pretty mid.
Yeah, that's the news from today. Joel Hanley is going to free agency. We expect, along with Kevin Rooney, our boy.
Yeah,
the Ruins.
Yeah,
the Ruins.
Dog's gone.
Yeah, I mean,
he had a good run.
They did. Yeah, they Scott Wheeler tweets out, James Higgins in the best moment of his life was just asked to wave at a broken feet on national television. That's so good.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah, I think the pizza's going to be here in 5 minutes, Jack. We gotta sort of return on this thread. It's coming in there's a guy driving a Kia Soul.
Okay.
Not a sponsor.
Let me know when
Definitely
he's
not a
close. I'll just
sponsor.
go down there.
Definitely not a sponsor. Yeah, you go down here, go down there, tell him to buy an Outlander. And I'll give you the pin. You got to read them off a pin. Just give me.
What's this pin stuff?
I don't know. They I think they're
pin?
trying to make sure that we don't steal the pizza.
Stealing pizza.
It's like, have you seen Spider-Man 2?
You got a
Hey,
pizza
that
there, it's
guy
mine.
stole that guy's pizza.
Yeah.
It's when Peter Parker runs into the alley carrying the pizzas, and Spider-Man runs out with the pizzas, and he's like, Spider-Man stole that guy's pizzas.
I'm surprised you're old enough to know that movie.
I love that movie. You kidding me? You kidding me? DVDs exist, Kent Wilson.
Not for long.
Yeah, I know. Well, they did when I was growing up. I'm not that young. I remember watching movies on VHS.
Wow.
I do.
That's surprising.
I even know trivia. Let's ask the chat if they can answer this piece of trivia. This is movie trivia on draft day. Can you name the last wide release studio Hollywood movie to be released wide release on VHS?
I mean,
I know this one.
I want to ask why you know this.
It's movie trivia.
Can we get a hint? Like what year?
2006.
Ooh,
That doesn't help.
Yeah.
yikes, that does not help.
Yeah. I'll say it stars an actor who was in The Lord of the Rings, and we'll say that.
Okay, that's a good.
Yeah,
That's
folks.
a good hint.
Folks will be able to get this. They might have to look it up, but there was the last wide release movie on VHS. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's give him some time.
So we'll give him some time. Jake O'Brien's having a chat
Don't
with.
Google it.
Don't Google it. Don't Google it. So Jake O'Brien's having a chat with Sportsnet, and that brings up the Buffalo Sabres and
Okay, what are they going to do?
a team that has done so little with so much. The best way to describe the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
I mean, you look at the state of that franchise 3 years ago, they had Jack Eichel and Sam Reinhart. And at one point they had Ryan O'Reilly with those guys as well. And obviously Darlene and Thompson were also in the organization at that point.
They should, I mean, they should be a contender.
They should be
right now. They should be.
Somebody in the chat saying that the answer, Jack, bring up this comment by anything is Pospisil, who says that the actor who I'm referring to is named Virgo Mortenstein.
Well, that's close.
Jack, can you bring that up, please? I'm not familiar with this Virgo Mortenstein.
I know what you're talking about, but that's not him.
That's too good, man. Buffalo's War Room. Holy moly, that's a lot of people in Buffalo's War Room. It looks like they got about.
Well, they got a
50
big
people
brain
in there.
trust there, right?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think that's the number of first-round picks they've had since they last made the playoffs. They're all in there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, so who does Buffalo pick?
That's the thing.
It's starting to get weird.
They
right?
just traded for a right shot defenseman in Michael Kesselring, who I really, really like. Buffalo last year picked Consta Hellenius, who is a center who I also like.
Solid. Player,
yeah, maybe not a star, but sort of a Frondelli type guy.
But how are they going to ruin him is the real question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You go back 2 years ago and they picked Zach Benson, who's pretty good. The year before that, they picked Matt Savoy, who's already gone. They traded him for Ryan McLeod, who is pretty good.
Which was a good trade.
Yeah, it was a good trade for them. Savoy, I
Didn't
don't
help them, but
no,
he
I don't
played
think much
well.
of Savoy is a prospect at this point.
No, he's fallen off.
Yeah, Yuri Kulik they had a couple of years ago. But then-
Nothing there.
Yeah, JJ Peterka's already gone.
Gone, yeah.
Jack Quinn they re-signed today for a 2-year deal.
But has totally plateaued. in
totally
the NHL.
totally plateaued, not a star. Dylan Cousins in 2019,
Traded.
he's gone. They traded him for Josh Norris, who's always hurt.
Terrible
And
trade.
somebody in the chat has gotten the correct answer. Congratulations, Mark Carvalho, 86.
Yeah.
The correct answer: A History of Violence, a David Cronenberg
That's
film.
right. And is Viggo Mortensen.
Viggo Mortensen
That's
on the
right.
poster. The last film to be widely distributed on
A
the
Cronenberg movie.
HS. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was sort of Cronenberg's like
Yeah.
big studio moment. It was like his
Yeah,
David
he was
Lynch
less
in
weird. It
Mulholland
was
Drive.
just a movie.
yeah. Okay, let's see what Buffalo's doing. Did they have a celebrity guest? Let's see.
Oh God, it's gonna be a band.
Nominated. Okay, it's going to be a band. Oh, the Goo Goo Dolls. I think they already announced this. Yeah. They put this on their Twitter. The
Goo Goo
the Goo Goo Dolls. Like,
They
you
haven't
know,
been relevant in what? 2 decades?
neither of the Buffalo Sabres.
Oh,
there
bing.
you go. Oh, bing, bada
I set you
boom.
up for that one.
Oh, Shazam. Jack, pizza is going to be here in 1 minute.
Okay.
You want to go help us out?
Yep.
Goo Goo Dolls looking. Oh, no. The second presenter to have purple hair,
What's with purple hair?
Radim Murtka, going to
Okay,
the Buffalo
close
Sabres.
enough, yeah.
One pick after I thought. Okay. I mean, I mentioned Kesselring for a reason
Mhm.
because he's a right-hand defenseman, and so is Radim Murtka.
Yep.
This is Buffalo reshaping its right side and defense for the next, if it pans out as
For
they
some
hope, for
reason.
the next 5-10
Yeah.
years. Because you have Owen Power and Rasmus Dahlin on the left.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so-
it's an embarrassment of riches, but
It is,
they've
yeah.
kind of been throwing that down the toilet for a decade. So
And make no mistake, Radim Murtka is not a bad prospect.
no, yeah.
35 points in 43 games with the Seattle Thunderbirds this past season.
Yep.
You got to be concerned about the fact that he only played in 43 games.
Right.
But by the same token, it's not a bad pick for the Buffalo Sabres. The first defenseman they have picked in the first round in a while, in a hot minute since Owen Power.
Power, yeah.
And before that, it was Ryan Johnson, who was a lefty, who they picked with the 31st overall pick in
I
2019.
do not remember him.
Yeah, it was the same year as when they picked Cousins. He was sort of the afterthought.
Oh, yeah.
Before that, it was Dahlin and Matthias Samuelsson. Samuelsson is actually better than he gets credit for being, but again, like, this is not a player who's going to play for Buffalo this year.
Or
Hopefully,
next year.
or next year.
No.
It's not going to be immediate help. So
Well, it shouldn't be. It's an organization that has a really bad habit of rushing guys.
yeah,
And I think that's part of the reason their development always stalls. Like Zach Benson, they pick him 12th or 13th.
yeah,
And then he's right into the league and he's kind of just
yeah,
plateaued as a player.
yeah. Lindy Ruff and Zach Benson maybe not the best match. So
No.
we'll see. It's an interesting pick for Buffalo. Roger McQueen's still on the board as we get to pick 10.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Makes sense.
It does make sense. I think Anaheim takes him. Anaheim's at 10.
Okay.
And I know Anaheim has centers. They have Leo Carlson. They have Mason McTavish.
Yeah.
They just trade Trevor Zegras, who never really turned into a center for them.
No.
Last year, they picked Beckett Seneca, who people expect to be a winger.
Kind of off the board too.
A little bit, yeah. They have some decent defenders already. Pavel Minchukov, people like as a potential top 4, potential top pair guy. Jackson Lacombe has turned into that guy for them. He is already, in my opinion, a top pairing, or at least close to it, a number 3, I would say.
Yeah.
I think if you're Anaheim here, Pat Verbeek loves his big boys.
Yeah.
Pat Verbeek is a GM who has made some decisions I don't agree with, to say the least.
Hasn't pulled him out of the basement yet.
So I think this might be McQueen.
Okay, that's a good pick.
Yeah. So the other thing,
Hmm.
Kevin Weeks just tweeted something out,
What did he say?
and it's maybe related to what we just said about George Laraque.
Crosby.
Kevin Weeks with an eyes tweet, one of his quintessential telling you nothing while telling you something tweets.
Okay.
Eyes and a picture of the Denver skyline.
Crosby to the Avalanche.
The Avalanche
would
just
be
cleared
interesting.
$7.7 million
That's right.
in cap space today. They traded
That's
Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood to Columbus, and they took no salary back.
So what would they have to move
For Crosby,
for Crosby?
can you imagine if that's the draft day trade?
I like it.
We just got very quiet.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
let's
that be
do it.
something? Wouldn't it be something?
McKinnon and Crosby?
I'd love
I
it.
want to see it.
See, I'm of two minds.
Yeah.
I'm of two minds. Because part of it is if you're trading Crosby, that means a lot of dominoes are going to fall in Pittsburgh. That means we're going to probably see an Evgeny Malkin trade. We're going to see a Chris Letang maybe moving on.
They absolutely should do it, though.
Maybe they should, right?
It's over. I mean, that dynasty is crumbling, right?
Sidney
So move
Crosby.
on.
Producer Jack, Mike, where is the pizza guy? I think he's here, Jack. Murhowie is our pizza guy. Sorry, Murhowie. It looks to me on the map like he's here. Come on, Jack, get it together. He should be right out front.
They're fighting in the alley.
He's here. Okay, yeah, okay. Barber producer Jack says he's here.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be something? Sid Crosby.
Let's do it.
I can't picture him in another jersey at all. It just doesn't feel right.
I couldn't picture a Gillen in another jersey, and it happened.
Neither could I.
Yeah.
But this is sort of different to me. Like it's different for me because I think probably because I'm a little younger than you. Like
yeah, I've seen a lot of heartbreak over.
Well,
the
it's not even
years.
heartbreak for me. Is that just this was the guy when I was growing up, Sid Crosby.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like it was Crosby and Ovechkin, and Ovechkin's never going to play for another team.
No.
And so it's just, can you imagine? Like it wouldn't feel like, obviously when you were growing up, it would have been Jerome, but even like, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was a full-on adult. I watched Theo Fleury leave. I watched Doug Gilmour
Theo would have
leave.
been the big one.
I watched Al McInnes leave.
Well, for you though, like the formative one would have probably been like Gretzky.
Right. That was, yeah. As a kid,
Although
that
you
was
would have been
the
younger.
most shocking trade ever.
Oh, here we go.
There it
Jack's
is.
coming into the shot. Okay, this is excellent. Jack's the boy. Jack's the man. We got Pizza 73 in the studio. And with pick 9 now in the books, I think we're going to make it through one more pick, and we're going to take a little break.
Yeah.
We're going to play some interviews Stephen Ellis has conducted in LA. So one more pick, and then we'll step aside for a bit. The picks, Pittsburgh's got 2 picks in a row.
That's right.
So I think that's a good opportunity for us to step aside and then come back when those picks are done.
Let's do it.
We got some paper plates. Thanks, Jack. So Anaheim, I just think Roger McQueen makes a lot of sense, even if he might not be the guy who I would take. But I just think from an Anaheim standpoint, it seems like the fit.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
It just seems like something they would do.
And McQueen seems like a 10 to 15 sort of pick in this draft.
Well, now we're at 10.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I mean, it's more defensible to an extent.
At 10, it is.
Yeah, it's more defensible.
Than 5, because
Yeah.
you heard a lot of people talking about him in the top 5.
Sure.
It's like, no.
We love our buddy Stephen Ellis. We're going to sort of check in on how things are progressing compared to his rankings. Steven's top-ranked player still on the board is Victor Eklund, the brother of William Eklund, who we talked about.
Excellent player.
As a San Jose Sharks player. The other guy who he has as a top 10 ranked prospect who is still on the board is Kashawn Aitchison, a defenseman for the Barrie Colts, who scored 26 goals this past season. Very, very, very good.
Yeah.
But in large part, the picks have progressed mostly according to script.
Hasn't been too shocking.
No trades, nothing crazy.
No.
And the Anaheim pick is in. Let's turn it up and listen to Gary Bettman.
2 of the original cast members.
Oh, the Mighty Ducks kids. Charlie Conway, I think, and one of the girls. I forget her character's name. It might be a toxic trade. I don't actually know if I've ever seen the Mighty Ducks all the way through.
I think I have.
I think
but
I
it was
might
a
have
long
once.
time ago. Yeah.
I might have once, and I might have seen the Mighty Ducks 2. I think I actually might have seen the Mighty Ducks 2 in full, because that's the one where they play like against Iceland or something.
Is it?
Well, yeah, because they like make the big evil hockey country Iceland. It's like
Nobody likes Iceland.
Got to beat Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the roundup in Reykjavik, I guess. I just it's just so here's the pick. Here we go. Oh my God. They're doing yeah, and Norm McDonald, everybody. Thanks for coming on stage. This is weird. Why couldn't they just brought Emilio Estevez on stage? That would have been way better.
He said no.
Yeah, I probably said no.
Yeah.
He
He's
probably
got
did.
better things to do.
Triple Deke. Yeah, she's the one who did the Triple Deke, I think.
I don't remember.
Man, it's good to be here with you
I
guys.
don't remember anything about this movie.
Ducks fans, let's do this.
Please.
Here we go.
I think you're going to nail it.
NHL Draft. The Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Brandon Wheat
Yep.
King
What a call. Well done.
I think I've been doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I've been doing it pretty good.
Well, start putting some money in a pool.
Roger
somewhere.
McQueen.
Yep. Good call.
I feel really good about my picks so far.
Yeah.
And I feel even better about my picks for the Pittsburgh Penguins, which we'll get to in a minute.
Okay.
I have a couple ideas. I think Kashawn Aitchison's going to be one of them because I think they just need that help on defense. But Roger McQueen makes sense to the team that, and I'm going to rip off a joke by This Is Doogie in the chat and make it even better. It's even better that the team that was founded by Disney takes Lightning McQueen's brother as Roger McQueen, the big boy himself. I think he just gave Malcolm Spence a hug. He's heading down to the stage, and he is heading to Anaheim. Another big boy down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, this is all going to turn on the scouting versus the results, right? Is this a player? Is this a Lawson Krause who has a
Michael Rasmussen,
a low offense, a low ceiling, but a high floor, right? They're definitely going to make the NHL, but does he make an impact when he gets there? Like I said, Nick Ritchie was a similar player in his draft year. People were just raving about him from a scouting perspective, and he turned into
and the Ducks picked him,
and they did, and he was a replacement level player basically. So we'll see with him, but there's no denying from the scouting reports. Yeah, he's got hands. He can skate. Despite his size, everyone raves about his upside. So we'll see which way it goes.
Stephen Ellis is a huge fan. Roger McQueen 6'5", Beckett Seneca 6'4", Leo Carlson 6'3", Pavel Mintyukov 6'1", Mason McTavish 6'1" as well, but he's a big boy. He's like 220.
Yeah.
So like the Ducks are building a team of towers. And the guy who's kind of an exception is Olin Zellweger on defense. And I almost wonder if that's a guy the Flames might end up targeting at some point.
Yeah, it sounds like he's on his way out.
Yeah, might be.
Anaheim.
So, a left shot D who the Flames could maybe use.
Big scorer in junior.
Yeah, big time with the Everett Silvertips, Dustin Wolf's teammate. That's a guy who I'd be looking out for. But yeah, the Ducks have really done some big moves over the last few drafts. We are going to take a step back before we go. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins a little bit. They got picks 11 and 12. They got pick number 12 from the New York Rangers as part of the whole JT Miller, Marcus Pettersson finagling. If I'm the New York Rangers, I am really regretting having to give up that pick. If I'm the Vancouver Canucks, I'm really regretting having to give up that pick for Marcus Pettersson. But nevertheless, my thoughts here are that the Penguins are going to go BPA, at least according to Steven's list. I think they're going to go with Victor Eklund and Kashawn Aitchison. Just makes some sense.
Both of them make total sense.
Yeah, last year, let's just go back into the Penguins draft history. I'm going to do that by typing Bo Bennett into HockeyDB and then clicking on Pittsburgh Penguins. Last year, the Penguins did not have a first-round pick. They picked Harrison Brunica in the second round, as well as Tanner Howe, who now plays for the Calgary Hitmen. In the second round, a couple of decent picks there. The year before, they picked Braden Yeager, who they no longer have. They traded him to Winnipeg for the beautifully named Rutger McGroarty, who is a center in their system. But again, Pittsburgh, a team that I don't really think has a first line player on the cusp of making it, I would say.
No.
Wilkes-Barre was okay last year. They have Ville Koivunen, who they got in the Jake Gensel trade with Carolina as a center prospect there, but he looks sort of like a middle six guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, they could use some skill at forward, and that's why I think Eklund makes some sense. And then Aitchison, I just think Kyle Dubas isn't going to be able to resist a defenseman with that profile. So,
that's right.
Kent, what do you think? Should we go to a break?
Yep, let's have some pizza.
Let's do it.
We got 7 minutes with Michael Misa here.
Let's do it. Thanks, Jack.
I am here with Michael Misa, one of the top prospects for the 2025 NHL Draft. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
The season's over. The combine's over. Pretty much everything you've had to kind of do on the ice in front of scouts is over. Do you get a chance to relax now?
I mean, there is a bit of a relaxing period. I think after like this week, there was the OHL awards and CHL awards, but after this week, for the next couple of weeks, probably just gonna settle down a bit. Obviously, keep training and getting on the ice, but not as much travel and stuff.
What are you planning on doing during the downtime?
Probably golfing. Swimming in my pool. My pool's open now, so that'll be nice. But other than that, just training and getting back on the ice.
What would you say has kind of been the most fun or the exciting thing you've kind of got to do off the ice this year as part of the whole draft experience?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it was the combine. Like, it was such a cool time. You get to meet all the teams. Some take you out for dinner. You do all the testing. It's a pretty cool environment to get to meet all those like GMs and scouts and stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Are the drills as like terrifying or scary as it's made out to be, especially like the bike stuff?
The biking more, yeah, just definitely tougher on your legs and in general you get tired pretty quickly. But other than that, like all the actual testings, it's not too complicated.
So you've had some time to digest since the end of the OHL season. Obviously, you get the 62 goals this year. Like, have you had a chance to think that's a special season?
Yeah, I think overall it was definitely a good season for myself. I know we ultimately ended a little bit short in the playoffs, but I was really happy with my regular season, and I think for me it was just trying to leave this year with no regrets.
And you said at the combine that you really wanted to play center this year. What made you want to be a middleman as opposed to a winger like you played last year?
Yeah, ultimately, like it was in minor hockey, I played center growing up. Coming to the OHL, I did switch to a winger. We did have a lot of good centers at the start of my career in Saginaw, so I ended up shifting to winger. But coming to my draft year, it was like I wanted to get back down the middle, take face-offs, just feel like myself again a little bit. And yeah, it definitely helped me. I think getting the puck on my stick more, just driving the play, into the offensive zone as a center definitely helped me.
How special was that Memorial Cup run last year?
It was pretty cool. Yeah. Those 10 days were, some of the best days I've ever had in hockey. And, that group we had, we had a really tight knit group. So, just being able to, hang out with those guys after the season and stuff, it's friends for life kind of thing. So, I'm really grateful for that.
Do you think the move to center is kind of what helped you unlock that offensive potential this year?
Yeah, I think it definitely was a bit of a help. I think just in general, the experience of playing the OHL, is my third year now, that helped me as well. But yeah, getting back to the middle, feeling like myself, a lot more confident with the puck, and yeah.
What mechanically changed in your shot, if anything, this year to be able to go from the number you had last year to over 60 this year?
I think two things. Like the first is just shooting more. I think I ended this year with over 100 plus more shots than I did the year before. So I think just getting pucks on net, because you never know, sometimes they will go in and you don't expect it to. And the second is just more the accuracy, where I want to shoot it. I think I practiced a lot in the summer, and after practice and stuff, just staying late, really dialing in kind of where my puck placement. And I think those two things ultimately helped me. Yeah.
Do you have a preferred flex for your stick?
Well, I was 70 my first 2 years, and then this year I changed to 75, and yeah, I like it a little bit more. Just
because it's more stiff? Is that?
Yeah, just a bit more stiff. I found I was breaking a lot of 70 flexes a lot more easy. So 75 was a lot more comfortable than break as many sticks.
Are there any shooters in the NHL you like watching to kind of try and emulate them?
Well, I think everyone kind of likes watching Matthews. It's pretty cool to see how he shoots the puck. I think Elias Pettersson's another one. He's a lefty too. Just they're the way they're able to shoot it, their catch and release. It's something I think all players should try and watch and model.
Every year you hear the top prospects say you got to be able to block out the spotlight, block out the noise in a draft year. But how do you actually do that? For you look back dating back to the OHL Cup, the OHL Draft, and everything like that. How do you block out the noise and just focus? Yeah,
I mean, I think just not listening to it. You gotta have a deal with yourself just to not go on social media, not think about bad things. I think just controlling what you can on the ice and thinking positive thoughts is a better way of approaching it than worrying about what other people think about you. It's just something you gotta learn kind of how to do in hockey career, because there is going to obviously be a lot of expectations and pressure. So it's just something you gotta kind of learn.
Speaking of staying focused, school, how do you manage that?
Yeah, well, I was lucky enough to play in Saginaw. We had a really good school kind of program there that helped us out. So we go to school from 7:40 to 11 every day. We had a guidance counselor there named Pam Martuzzo.
We're back. Michael Meese is still talking. And we took a little pizza break because we're hungry. We went an hour and a half on this show without eating any food. And
at dinner time.
A guy who we didn't even think was even on the radar at 11.
No, yeah.
A guy who we had hoped for Calgary at 18. a guy who we were like maybe saying, oh, well, maybe this guy will fall all the way to 32,
32. That's right. Yeah.
has gone at 11.
Ben
Kindle to the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Calgary Hitman kid,
That's right.
who had 99 points. And there are going to be folks out there who are really surprised by this pick.
Yep.
Pike is going to be over the moon about it. Pike loves Ben Kindle.
He does. Yeah.
He's
a great player.
He is a really great player. A lot of models had Kindle in around this range. Bader's model does.
Yep.
But not a player who I was remotely expecting to be the pick here.
Yeah. The feeling was guys his size. He's not big and he's not speedster. He's he can skate and play, but he isn't fast. So a lot of those guys typically fall no matter what when it comes to the draft. But yeah, Pittsburgh going off board a little bit.
Okay, we got a trade.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Elliot Friedman announcing that Pittsburgh is moving down from 12.
Okay.
Who's moving up?
I hope it's the Calgary Flames.
Calgary Flames at pick number 18.
But yeah.
Also, we should say in the chat, I had 2 slices of pizza. Actually, more like 1.5 in our little 5 minutes.
I got through one.
Yeah, Kent was chowing down on some wings there too.
Yeah.
Friedman saying, "Oh my God, Frank, I don't know if he's our former colleague, Frank Serval yet. We'll just leave that there. Frank, Daily Faceoff, longtime hockey insider there, is saying Ducks are bringing newly selected Roger McQueen to Disneyland tonight in a helicopter, like right now. Roger McQueen can meet Lightning McQueen at Cars Land."
Okay, well.
So
cool.
they heard my joke and they said, that's a great idea.
Let's do it.
I mean, the joke that literally everybody else also made. But yeah, like the thing is, Kindle was the guy who I thought the Flames would get if they didn't trade up.
That's right.
And now maybe, well, who's trading up? We don't know.
Soon enough. Okay, so who do you like for can we talk about the Flames pick yet? 18?
I mean, yes, we can.
I've got the trade.
Okay, you got to trade.
Let's do it.
Phillies 22nd and 31 to Pittsburgh for this pick.
They're trading with Philly.
So who does Philly want?
Wow. So the 2 Pennsylvania teams linking up. When was the last time they made a trade?
They don't trade very often.
Holy moly. So repeat that, Jack. You said it was 22
and 31.
22 and 31
to Pittsburgh
for 12.
12 to Philly.
Honestly, I'm going to say it feels like good value for Pittsburgh. Because I think at this point in the draft, I think there's not a whole lot of difference between a lot of these players. I've said it all along. There is a plateau after 10, and once you get to 10, it's a total wild card.
Yeah,
that's why Ben Kindle going at 11 is something that can happen.
That's right.
So now, hang on, Chris Letang's on stage. Here we go. Oh, trade alert! Chris Letang's kid. Trade alert. This is cool.
Are you praising the NHL's format now?
That's not.
Trade pick number 12 in the 2025 NHL.
So it's a Philly.
To the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for picks 22 and 31, also in the 20.
So
So who does Philly want?
I don't know.
Badly.
Philly's already made a pick.
Yeah.
They may pick Porter Martone. At that point, I thought they might go Hagens. I don't know. I still think Philly needs a center. Now,
not a lot of centers left.
My top 10, my predictions were very good. So far in the second 10, my predictions have been completely off the mark. Philly's in a weird spot. They've got a couple of decent D prospects in the guy who played for Canada, Oliver Bonk. They have Travis Sanheim on D. Jamie Drysdale, who they traded for, who looks okay. Did I mention Cam York?
Nope.
Yeah, he's a young defenseman of theirs, a younger defenseman of theirs. But I don't see necessarily a number one. I almost wonder if they're trading up for Sean Aitchison.
Yeah, that was going to be my guess.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The Flyers are a team that I have a tough time having a read on. Just Danny Briere is not a GM we have a huge book on.
That's true.
And gosh, I'm still surprised by Ben Kindle at 11. That's
Yeah.
That's
Didn't see that coming.
that's the first one that has me completely. I did not expect that at all.
Yep.
So, but it's fun. That's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
So
Good for him.
yeah, good for him by all means. So Philadelphia trading up to pick 12. We're at a commercial break. Boy, we should have gone to pizza break here.
I'm just eating.
Yeah. Oh, go for it by all means. Yeah. Ben Kindle. Where was he on Steven Ellis's draft rankings? I mean, I know Steven liked him, but I think he had him at like 22, 20 at number 20. Aitchison is there as a top 10 pick.
You know who's still around is Carter Bear.
Carter Bear is still around.
Yeah.
Carter Bear, who had 40 goals in 56 games.
Yeah.
With the Everett Silvertips this past season. A big shooter, another winger.
Mhm.
Although he has played center at points, but I don't know. I don't know. This is tough. It's not like there's an obvious candidate. It's not like there's a guy who is supposed to go top 5 and is here, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean,
Nesbitt.
Jack Nesbitt. I don't know. Like it's Jack Nesbitt's at 32 on Steven's list.
Mhm.
Like I mean, some guys like him.
I've seen him, in the top 10, and I've seen him in the second round.
Yeah. Boy, I really thought Kindle was going to be the guy for Calgary.
I absolutely did too, as well.
Yeah. This is turning into an interesting draft.
I think this is where it starts to get really wacky.
Yeah. So Philly is up. Keith Jones and Danny Briere on our screen. Let's see what the chat's saying. Imagine if the Flames take Jacob East Wozniak with pick 18. Oh,
Nope.
Don't like that. But yeah, Pittsburgh gonna end up with pretty much 3 first-round picks this year.
It's what they need. That
Oh.
they should, and maybe Crosby going to
Yeah.
Colorado.
Pick is in. Here comes Gary.
Selection for the Flyers, the record holder for most regular season games played as an Eagle and 2-time Super Bowl champion, Brandon Graham.
Brandon Graham, former Philly Eagle. Looks like they've got him on Zoom. What's up, Philly? The draft is in LA,
He's talking to the fans.
I guess, but line did not land.
They making great picks right now. Feeling good in Philly. Just want to say,
This is very silly.
with the 12th pick in the NHL draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select Jack Nesbitt.
You were right.
Oh.
No way. Jack Nesbitt. Kent Wilson. He's got the middle 10. Jack Nesbitt at 12.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like I said, he appeared all over draft boards.
Damn, Kent.
Yeah.
That's why we got you on the show.
Finally.
Wow. And they traded up for him.
Yeah, they liked him a lot.
That wasn't even a name on my radar.
Really?
Here. Not here. I would have thought maybe in the 20s. Wow. That is something. I think if you're Pittsburgh, you feel pretty good about trading down from there.
Absolutely.
Jack Nesbitt with 64 points in 65 games with the Windsor Spitfires this year as a left shot center.
Just okay, really.
6'4",
But he's big.
He's
right?
big. He had 1 goal in 12 playoff games. Not great, but Sarnia kid playing in the OHL. I mean, wow. And that's the thing. He was below a point a game on a very, very good Windsor team.
Right.
And maybe the thought process is, he's not playing as far up the lineup.
Yeah, maybe he's a third line center. Or something.
Like that's a team that had Ilya Protas, Aliexi's brother, and Liam Greentree, who were both NHL prospects already.
And they crushed.
They did. They were unbelievably productive. They both scored over about 120 points.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, that is a surprise.
Yeah.
That's if Kindle was a surprise at 11, Kindle was like a surprise for sure. That's a shocker to me. Not to you.
No, apparently not.
You were dead on.
People like big centers.
They do. Now comes the team that I have had the interesting takes about in the past. The Detroit Red Wings.
Red Wings. Yeah.
Detroit Red Wings. Oh my. Oh no. Steven Ellis is taking a photo of Radim Murtka. And Jack, we're gonna send it in the chat here. Oh no.
What's wrong with it?
You'll see. I'm gonna keep this away from you for the time being. Radim Murtka, the Buffalo Sabres first round pick.
Does he look disappointed?
Jack, do you want to put up the photo of Radim Murtka when you get a chance? Remember when Connor McDavid, when the Oilers won the draft lottery and they planted on that shot of McDavid, just looking like, oh my God.
Great.
You'll want to see this photo of Radim Murka that Stephen Ellis has taken.
He thought he was going to Seattle too.
He thought he was going to Seattle. Yeah. He's like, oh man, really? Oh man.
Trade me right now.
So we've got to run on centers. Here's the photo of Radim Murka, I think.
Oh man, brutal. Wow.
Oh, photo credits to Stephen Ellis. Wow.
Holy cow. That, like someone just told him his dog died.
Yeah, that was my face after I saw Cats in theaters.
I'm sorry, Radim, you've got cancer.
Oh my God, that's too far. That's too far.
I'm just trying to describe the look on his face.
That's too far. Oh man. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Sorry, buddy.
Radim Murka. Holy moly. Okay. That's okay. So,
okay. Detroit
Red Wings.
Yeah.
A team that is building quietly a playoff drought of their own. A team that has not made the playoffs, I think, since 2016, after they had made it 25 years in a row.
Former dynasty.
They make some really weird choices.
Yeah.
Last year they picked Michael Brandseg-Nygaard with the 15th overall pick, a player who is okay. Also, look at the trajectory on that 12th overall pick. That thing's been passed around.
Yeah,
more than a cigarette at a bus stop. That is just that. That is just New York, Vancouver, Pittsburgh, and Philly. Nobody wanted to pick 12th.
Philly did.
Philly did.
Yeah,
they really did.
Really badly.
Boy, they got Nisbet listed at 6'5" there. So
there you go. Sounds like a flyer to me.
This is where I could see Detroit doing something really loopy. Oh, Jack's grabbing some more pizza.
You should.
There's been a guy we discussed with Steven. There's a guy we discussed with Steven 2 days ago who has been making some waves as a player who could rise a lot.
Yep.
His name is Danil Prokhorov.
Really?
He's a 6'6" Russian winger who scored 20 goals in 43 games in the MHL this past season.
Never heard of him.
With St. Petersburg's junior team. Reminds me of Daniil But, two big wingers. They're both named Danil. They're both Russians who ended up going a lot higher than expected. Danil Prokhorov, there's been some heat on this guy after the Dan Milstein has his Russian players. They all go to a camp, a different camp other than the combine.
Yep.
And I wonder about this. This is a guy. This is a spot where I could see the Red Wings doing something.
Feels like a Red Wings.
Something crazy.
Or a goalie.
Maybe, but they don't really need a goal. They got Sebastian Kosa.
They just make stupid.
They got Kosa and Tragos.
All the time,
but then you see it, and everybody's been like, "Well, Yzerman's in the goalie market for whatever reason." Yeah. They traded for Peter Mrazek at the deadline, but apparently they need another goalie. They need another bad goalie.
I'm not sure what they're doing actually.
But just I don't know. Danil Prokhorov. You called
that
it
will
with
be
Nesbitt.
Quite the pull.
You called it with Nesbitt.
Yeah.
I just think Yzerman might do something crazy.
Any other Swedes he can maybe pull?
I mean, Eklund is the other one. I mean, if he goes crazy, it'll be Prokhorov. If he does,
think it's going to be Eklund.
It might be Eklund, but I don't know. I think I will say this: by the end of the day, I think Danil Prokhorov will be a first-round pick in this year's draft. There's been a lot of buzz. There are two Russians coming out of that camp who have been generating a lot more chatter than usual in Prokhorov, and there's a goalie named Semyon Frolov in Russia who, there have been folks being like, these are guys who really haven't been on a whole lot of people's radars, but might end up sneaking into
dark
the first
horses.
round. And Frolov, there are some folks who say that he's the best goalie in this year's draft. The consensus guys have been Joshua Ravensburg and Jack Ivankovic, who are both CHL guys. But something about that
Russia
Frolov
seems
guy
to be able to develop goals at this point too. Right?
So I just wonder about Yzerman going to Russia here. I really just wonder about it. We'll see.
It's going to be Eklund. Come on.
It'll probably be Eklund. Yeah. The Red Wings, a team that don't really have any forward stars. I mean, I like Lucas Raymond. I like Dylan Larkin, but they're stars. Let me clarify. They're not stars. They're not superstars. Here's the pick.
Okay.
One of the Red Wings' biggest fans going to make the pick. Who?
Full House.
Dave Coulier.
Really?
Oh. Battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
That as of late March, he was declared cancer-free.
Cancer-free.
Oh, that's
good for
good.
him.
And he joins us from Detroit.
Joined us from Detroit. Here we go.
Hey, thank you. I'm excited. I wish I was there with you, but I'm here live in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena.
At Little Caesars Arena.
I'm so honored to be chosen by the Detroit Red Wings organization to announce their 2025
Okay.
NHL Draft pick here on ESPN.
Here on ESPN.
Way back
Oh.
with the Red Wings. When I was a kid, my dad and I
He goes way back with the Red Wings.
Olympia Stadium to watch
Loved going to the Olympia Stadium.
play. And we were always
Just make the
proud
pick,
Red
Dave.
Wings
Come on.
fans.
This is going on for a while.
Yep.
Of course, I would wear my Red Wings jersey on my TV show, Full House. Well, this year we have the 13th pick, and we've had some incredible players.
Oh,
13 for the
my
Red
gosh.
Wings.
While he talks about that, let's talk about Carter Bear maybe dropping to the Flames.
That would be cool. I'd be for it.
Number 13 brings us some great.
Yeah, he's mentioning former Red Wings who have worn 13. Let's get down to business.
The Oscar goes to
Oh, for Christ's sake.
the 13th pick in the 2025 NHL Draft. The Detroit Red Wings are proud to select Carter Bear.
Carter Bear.
Oh.
Let's not talk about that.
All right then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you just keep predicting these things in the most roundabout of ways.
That's a
yeah.
great jinx.
Yeah. Why don't we just
I'm not going to talk about.
yeah. Yeah. Daniil Prokhorov. What? Yeah. Carter Bear, sort of a center, sort of a winger. We're not entirely sure about his, about his health. Last year he had a bad laceration, I believe, that ended his season. But he was amazing with the Everett Silvertips. 82 points in 56 games.
Yeah, that's really, 40,
really good
40 goals,
production.
right?
This is a good pick. This is a good pick for Detroit. This is a player who to me has the makings of a top six winger, which is something that Detroit really needs.
They need a lot of stuff,
They
but
do.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Detroit. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the show their awful collection of veterans on defense, and you can kind of
They have
extend
bad
that.
veterans.
They have bad
period.
veterans everywhere.
Like,
In
it's actually
goal,
what sinks their roster.
Vlad Tarasenko had a horrible year.
He's washed.
JT Compher had a bad year. Andrew Kopp had a bad year. Ben Sherrod had a bad year.
They're
Eric
all
Gustafson
bad.
had a bad year.
Yeah.
Justin Hall and Jeff Petrie both had bad years. Patrick Kane scored a fair amount, but he was worse than you think.
Grossly outscored.
Yep. And then their goalies, Peter Mrazek had an okay year. Cam Talbot, who you probably forgot plays for Detroit, had an
I did.
okay year.
Yeah.
They've gone through so many goalies. Just a weird organization.
They're just kind of stuck
yeah.
in a sort of an aborted rebuild at this point that hasn't worked out. So what
Yeah.
do they do now?
Well, yeah, and I still think Detroit makes a lot of sense for Rasmus, but
Yeah.
looking less and less likely that Rasmus Anderson will be dealt tonight. Now that I've said it, he'll probably go
Right
in the
away.
next 10 minutes.
That would
But
be nice.
so Rob Rossi from The Athletic, Penguins writer, tweeting just now, the agent for Sidney Crosby, Pat Brisson,
Mhm.
told me just now in text message that speculation about the Crosby leaving the Penguins are baseless rumors. So there you go. Take of that what you will. Yeah. So Carter Bear goes to Detroit. Some guys who, I mean, you can maybe start saying that certain guys are falling. There's one guy who I'm now curious about, a guy who I expected to be gone by now.
Who's that?
A guy who kind of addresses a position of need for the Flames, but at the same time, if they picked him, would kind of be like, really?
It's not a defenseman, is it?
It is.
Okay.
But it's a left shot
Left-handy. Yeah.
6'3" from Calgary, Jackson Smith,
Right.
who plays for the Tri-City Americans. Now, the last time the Flames picked a 6'3" left shot defenseman who played for the Tri-City Americans, he blew out his ACL twice.
Didn't work out.
It was Yusuf Alamaki. But that's kind of interesting at 18 if Jackson Smith is still there. But I don't know. We're getting to the point in the draft where there's not a whole lot of guys who I'm super excited about anymore.
There's one or two left for me.
Yeah, I like Cole Reshny a lot.
That's right.
But I don't know if Cole Reshny's a top six center at the next level. I don't know.
Eklund's last sort of.
Eklund's okay. I've never been all that high on Eklund. He kind of reminds me of the whole William Nylander, Alex Nylander thing. He's okay. Like, yeah, there are guys left who I like. Aitchison is still there. I mean, I like him, but again, another defenseman.
Coots.
I will admit I am surprised a little bit that we haven't seen more defensemen going.
Yeah.
We've seen two
so far.
That's it.
And the first one at 1.
Yeah. It was Schaefer and then Mertka. That's the order which most people expected.
Yeah.
But yeah, I almost wonder at this point about the Flames maybe not trading up, trading down.
Okay.
But I don't know, because they don't have as many picks this year as they did last year when they had 10. I just don't know. But for all the talk about a lot of movement in this year's draft, it seems like it is business as usual.
Yeah.
So up next, the Columbus Blue Jackets. Now,
What are they going to do?
well, this is an interesting spot for me because I really wonder about the Columbus Blue Jackets for Anderson. That's a team that I've said that I think makes a lot of sense for Rasmus, and they've got 2 firsts here. They've got 14 and 20.
Yep.
And I wonder if there were conversations that had been had at certain points about, the Flames wanting to get into this spot if, Rasmus was on the table for Columbus, and they've already made a move today. I don't know. We'll see. The clock is ticking.
A lot of time left here, so.
Yeah, but all the talk about this being the craziest draft ever. We've been fooled again. Yeah. This is boring. But anyway, where are the trades? Nothing has happened. We are almost halfway through the first round, and the only trade has been Philadelphia trading picks to Pittsburgh for more picks.
Well, that's not nothing. That's not a lot.
Yeah. So
still a lot of picks left.
There are still a lot of picks left, but the picks, of course, only get less interesting as we go along.
That's true.
Boy, why even bother continuing to watch our great show if you're just going to be like me?
Well, you can watch us eat pizza.
Yeah, watch us eat pizza. That's right. So if we're going off the consolidated ranking over at our buddies at Elite Prospects, the guy's still left. Victor Eklund. We talked about him. He's the number 7 prospect on the consolidated list.
That's right.
Then we go Jackson Smith at 11. Okay.
Yep.
Braden Coots, a center for Seattle at 14. Justin Carbonneau, a winger for Blainville in the QMJHL at 15. And that's everybody else in the top 15 is gone. Some other names of note. Cole Reshny is the 21 guy on the consolidated ranking. Cullen Potter, the Arizona State University kid, at 22.
Right.
But the Flames did not move up into a pick where I think they could get a demonstrably better guy than who they would have probably gotten to begin with at 18. So,
no.
We'll just have to wait and see. Columbus is running out the clock here, though.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time.
Just as I say that, the pick is in. So, let's see. Gary Bettman's coming up to the podium. Does Columbus have a celebrity guest?
Time for the Columbus Blue Jackets pick. Please welcome the wife of Johnny Gaudreau.
Meredith Gaudreau.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Johnny and Carter. Meredith Gaudreau.
And she's there. Cool. All right.
Good.
So this is cool. So let's see who Columbus picks. Big hug. Love to see it. Standing O. Love to see it. This is great.
Maybe it's that big Russian.
Yeah, maybe it's Danil. Maybe it's like when they picked Yegor Chinnikov. Remember when they picked him? Yeah. All right, Meredith. Let's see who Columbus is picking. Oh, we're getting Johnny Chance.
That's awesome.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Columbus has a fair few needs. They've got some good centers.
I just wanted to take this to thank every single team and every single fan base for your support for my family this past season. It's truly an honor to be here, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Okay.
With the 14th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Tri-City Americans.
Jackson Smith.
Yeah.
There he goes. Well,
So we should just stop.
talking about
the
guys.
Flames picks.
Well, isn't that something that Meredith Goudreau picks a Calgary kid?
Yeah, that's great.
That's kind of going full circle. That's kind of cool. I bet that means a lot to Jackson Smith. Being a kid who probably grew up watching a lot of Johnny.
That's right. Yeah.
Wow, just a whole whirlwind of stuff right there to digest.
Yep.
But yeah, this is interesting for Columbus because they just traded David Jiricek. And he is a righty, admittedly. So Jackson Smith being a lefty, not necessarily a direct correlation there, but
I think that's just best player available.
I
don't think they're talking about needs.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you know what? Columbus really does need the help on defense to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Like they've got Zach Werenski, obviously, who is a superstar. They've got who's that kid who they picked? Matejchuk, Denton Matejchuk, who's a lefty. He made the NHL All-Rookie team basically by default because there was only basically one rookie defenseman this year of note, Lane Hudson. And so Matejchuk was the other guy. Looks like they're going to lose Dante Fabro. They've got Damon Severson locked in for a long time
for some reason.
Yeah, but they did need a defenseman, so it does make some sense.
I mean, they need everything.
They do need a lot. I think they're better than maybe some folks give them credit for, but by the same token, they do need a lot. But they've got some good centers. They got Fantilli. They've got Kent Johnson, both of whom look pretty solid. Sillinger people like, but yeah, this is a pick that addresses a need while also to me being probably best player available type thing.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting to see Victor Eklund continuing to fall.
Yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah,
that's a big surprise actually.
It is, and it's interesting to see teams not trading up for him.
Yeah, nobody seems
to be that
rushing up to. I mean, Nesbitt got the
nobody seems to be alarmed that he's falling.
I actually thought it'd be Roger McQueen who'd sort of
who'd fall.
Just because of the injury thing more than anything.
Well, Victor Eklund he's a 5'11" winger,
right?
And you know what? It's he's a right shot, but it's that's the nature.
Everyone wants something else before that. Big center. Good defenseman.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We are coming really close to the Flames pick here.
Yeah.
But
I'm not almost, I know who I want them to pick at this point, but I don't want to mention his name.
Yeah,
He's going to go next.
Yeah. So we'll stay away from that. Don Waddell's wearing a turtleneck. As he is wont to do. Don Waddell loves a turtleneck.
Yeah, he's a turtleneck guy.
He has always been a turtleneck guy. Don Waddell played in one NHL game in his career.
How did he do?
He played for the Los Angeles Kings, one game, same number of games as Ryan Huska in the NHL. And he owns more than one turtleneck. I know that for sure. If you go on Google here, look up Don Waddell. I think he's got one that's a particular shade of yellow that he.
Do you think just has a closet?
Yeah. Oh, sure. It's just one of the walls in there.
Yeah.
Don Waddell turtleneck. I'm Googling this right now. There's the yellow one. We're going to get Jack to post this one in the chat or on the show as well. Jack, here comes Donnie turtleneck. Check out this. I mean, this is just like H&M.
Well, over the advanced fashion.
This is just like I mean, this is the good stuff. This is Don Waddell sort of showing off what he how he gets the ladies. The ladies love Don Waddell and his turtleneck. I mean, Jack, do we have it? It's a statement. It is here we go. I mean, it speaks for itself.
That's a solid sweater.
It looks fine. It's got the little vertical stripes.
That's right.
I'm gonna make another reference to the movie, to a movie. Catch Me If You Can, where this great radio, where Christopher Walken says, "Why do the Yankees always win?" to Leonardo DiCaprio, and DiCaprio says, "Because they got Mickey Mantle." No, they're watching the pinstripes. Of course, that's right.
That's a great movie.
It is a great movie. That's Don Waddell and his pinstripe turtleneck with a checked jacket, looking just svelte as ever.
I actually saw that movie in the theater, probably before you were born.
No, a little bit after. Amy Adams is in that movie. It was her big break.
Fantastic.
She was. Yeah. We've arrived at the Vancouver Canucks. This was a pick that a lot of folks thought would be traded, and it looks like they might be making the pick.
How are they going to screw this up?
Well,
Because this has got to be one of the most dysfunctional organizations in the league right now.
well, I would imagine they want to get a Swedish winger for Elias Pettersson, don't they?
He's leaving. Come on now.
Is he? Is he? I mean, that's the thing, right?
He doesn't seem to want to be there.
Who does?
Fair enough.
To me, this feels like Victor Ekland time. It's makes sense, but we don't know. We don't know. I'm surprised it's gotten to this point with the Canucks. I thought they were going to leverage this pick for something.
I don't think they know what they're doing at this point because
I don't. Yeah, I really don't
are
think
they
so.
going to lose Quinn in a year?
Yeah,
two?
Quinn Hughes is maybe 1 foot out the door.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really.
It was a soap opera there last year.
It was terrible.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. Actually.
It's a poorly run organization.
Yeah.
And me saying that probably means.
What did you guys think about the Kane trade?
Vander Kane? Yeah. I tweeted,
Why?
I tweeted
What are you
about
doing?
it. I tweeted about it. I
What?
said it was the funniest trade in years. The Canucks just threw another nuclear bomb into their
dressing room.
It's it's not good. It's yeah, I mean,
It's like I'm living with my ex-wife. Let's get my mother-in-law in here. Like, what are you doing?
yeah. I
don't
mean,
know. Yeah.
maybe the Canucks take another defenseman. They're like, oh, we know Quinn's going. Let's take Kashawn Aitchison. But
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, they picked Tom Willander a couple of years ago in the first round.
For some reason.
He's
fine.
He's okay. Last year they didn't have a pick until the third round. They took Melvin Fernstrom. Great name.
Is he as good as his name?
He's actually had a pretty good year in the Swedish league.
Okay.
He had 17 points in 48 games, which for a kid in his first year after being drafted is pretty good. Yeah, that's not bad. It's sort of similar to what Lekka Rämäki, the guy who they picked in 2022,
Okay.
was able to do in the Swedish league in his first year, or at least sort of. Actually, Lekka Rämäki didn't even play in the Swedish league the first year. He played in the junior league.
Right.
So, doing that in the actual men's league is not bad.
They'll screw it up.
Probably. Of course, the Canucks did pick a particularly promising defenseman in the third round of the draft 2 years ago. That was Hunter Brustevich, who now plays for the Calgary Flames, or at least in their organization.
Thank you.
The Canucks have made a pick.
Okay.
Let's see, Gary.
For Vancouver, a member of the Triple Gold Club.
Luongo.
Strong on
No?
the skates, two-way winger, Mikhail Samuelson.
What?
Wow, that is a tepid reaction from the folks in LA. Michael Samuelson.
Who?
they brought out that was just a
Okay.
he just made a really funny face. Reading off a postage stamp. I want to thank my former team, the Florida Panthers, for winning the Stanley Cup.
Also want to say congrats to the Florida
Yep.
Panthers.
You got it.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Very well done.
Just make the pick.
All right. With the 15th selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Brady Coates.
Braden Coots. Okay, so another center. The run of centers continues.
Eklund cannot get picked.
Eklund is going to fall further. He's at 16 now. This is interesting now. The Flames are very much there.
Mhm.
And now the New York Islanders have the next two picks.
That's right.
So another back-to-back. Braden Coots, I will admit, is a player who I was not super keen on the Flames taking, but that's not an indictment on the player. Just sort of, I don't think he
Filled any sort of
filled
need
the hole that the
No.
Flames need to fill at this point.
Yeah.
I am fascinated to see where Victor Eklund goes.
Yeah, this is getting
Because, again, not a player who I would have traded up for.
no.
I still think there's, shades of Alex Nylander there. But by the same token, if he's there at 18, it's sort of like, oh, okay. Now, it's not uncommon, and we already saw it once in this draft, where when a team makes a pick, where they have back-to-back picks, they'll make the first one and trade the second one.
Yeah,
That
I guess we'll
happens.
see here.
That actually happens quite a bit. So we'll see. But this is going to be interesting. This is going to be really interesting.
Well, you wonder if they keep the picks if they go off board a little bit, because you find when you
The-
have multiple first
The old
rounders,
2015 Boston Bruins thing.
yeah, a scout gets to say like, all right, we've had 2 picks, I want to get my guy.
Yeah,
right?
let's
And
take
my
Zach
guy's some weird,
Senyshyn.
some weird off-board thing.
Let's trade
so-
Jakub Zaboral. Yeah,
what a
let's-
terrible
That was a terrible pick.
run.
Yeah. Jake DeBrusk was okay.
He was fine.
So the Flames are guaranteed to have one of Kashawn Aitchison, Victor Eklund, and Cole Rushing available
Rushing.
for the
That's
mid-18.
right.
So
So
guaranteed to have one of those 3 players.
that's
available.
a nice little collection of players.
I really didn't think that would happen.
no,
I
not at
thought
all.
Aitchison would be long gone.
I thought Eklund would be
I thought
7
Eklund would
to
be
9.
long gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg Wyshynski with a great tweet. You could have asked me to name 100 players that would represent the Vancouver Canucks of the NHL draft, and then you'd have to give me another 100 before I got to Michael Samuelson.
Yeah, you're just picking that name out of a hat.
Like, was he even like was he on the? I think he was on the 2011 team, but I
Was
think he
he?
was like, I think so. Yeah, he was. He didn't really play in the playoffs very much, though. I think he got hurt. He only played 11 playoff games.
I don't remember him at all.
Yeah,
honestly.
he played. Yeah, like
I remember the name, but as a player, I don't remember.
I
him.
remember him being traded for David Booth.
Okay.
I remember Vancouver getting David Booth when that was supposed to be a big haul for them. And
that was kind of the end.
and
of
neither
Booth-
guy really did
Boother,
anything
yeah.
after that. David Booth, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Michael Samuelson, twice a Florida Panther. That was the trade that I remembered when he went to Florida for David Booth. So yeah,
How many guys did they ask to get down to?
Yeah,
Michael
hey,
Samuelson?
hey,
do you
Yannick
want to
Ha-
make the pick for us? No.
Hey, Yannick Hansen, what do you think? You want to get out here? No. Hey, Manny Malhotra, we know you're the coach of our AHL team. You want to come? No.
Henry?
Hey, Tanner Glass. Let's. Oh no, sorry guys, I'm going to the Muskoka that weekend.
Roberto?
Yeah, Roberto. No, I work for another team now, guys. Didn't you know
I
that?
kind of hate you.
Yeah, I'm drunk. Like, yeah, I just won the Stanley Cup. I'm at like the elbow room. Like, come on. Yeah, this is wild. This is
Mark Messier.
that's the one guy I'm sure they
That
didn't.
would have
ask.
been fantastic.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, Mike. That's Michael Samuel. That's really funny. It's just let's
pick a guy off the street.
Yeah, it almost like yeah. Let's just bring in like Brad Richardson. You played like 20 games for us at the end of your career, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think you played for them twice. Remember when Richardson played for Calgary?
Yes.
Oof.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, memory hold that one. Hey, let's get in Nick Shore. Yeah. So anyway,
Rene Corbet is going to make the pick for Calgary.
Yeah. Coming in to make the pick for the Calgary Flames. We're proud to introduce Todd Simpson. Yeah. All right. That's
Ryan Precht.
Yeah. Oh well. Want to know something funny?
Huh?
When Michael Samuelson was traded for David Booth, I'm doing this off the dome. The other guy in that deal was Steven Reinprecht.
How the hell do you remember that?
I know that.
Why?
I just do. I remember
Somebody look that up.
that.
Someone.
Michael Samuelson
someone
for David
check
Booth
that.
and Steven Reinprecht. Yeah. Former Flame.
That's insane.
Calgary Flames are pleased to have to make the 18th overall selection, one of the greatest number 18s in franchise history. Please welcome Jamie Wright from the 2002-03 season.
It's Clark Wilm doing these
Yeah,
days.
Clunk Wilm. Yeah, bring him in. Bring in Dwayne Hay. We've reached the name
Val
players
Bure.
portion of this broadcast. Anyway, the New York Islanders. Oh, sorry. The Islanders don't have these picks. Hang on. Yes, they do. They got traded them for Dobson.
Yeah, this is
Sportsnet's wrong.
again.
Sportsnet says that Montreal has the picks. They don't. They traded them.
That's right.
Come on, Sportsnet, get it together. Oh, you just got the rights for 12 more years. Ugh.
Don't
Okay,
remind
all
me.
right. We got.
So does this NHL.com thing.
Do they?
Has Montreal as well.
Well, have they officially announced that trade yet?
I don't know. How does that work?
Like, that's the thing is
Is the fax machine working?
Yeah, they're doing the trade alert now.
Okay.
Batman's announcing it now.
There we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
Oh God.
Yeah, they wanted to get some use out of the trade button. They wanted to make sure they knew how to use it.
Yeah.
All right, trade alert on a trade that we've known that is happening for 10 hours. Thanks, Gary. And thanks, that guy,
Breaking
whoever you were.
news.
Yeah, so Noah Dobson is a Montreal Canadian. They can finally let it out of the can. Yeah, they hadn't actually announced it yet. Yeah, Montreal tweeting out just 2 minutes ago. We're on the clock. They just tweeted that like with a little emoji, being like, guess what? Yeah, they
Good
know.
Lord.
They know. Everybody knows. Noah Dobson's a Montreal Canadian. So now they have it accurately reflected as the New York Islanders with pick 16. Now, here's what I wonder.
Mhm.
Are the Islanders going to move one of these picks? Because this is the thing. Have we not heard about something? Because this has all been held in limbo by the NHL not letting the Canadians announce this yet. Right? Because clearly they wanted to get some use out of this draft button, this trade button. So maybe this has been holding things up. Maybe there have been trades that we don't know about. Maybe there's been something going on behind the scenes. Wouldn't that be
Hopefully,
nice?
Yep.
So yeah, we'll wait and see. The New York Islanders are up with the next 2 picks. And yeah, I mean, the last time they traded into pick 16, they took Matt Barzal from the Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
Frank Saravalli tweeting, the NHL has waited until now to announce this trade. A bit of a complicated deal involving a side and trade facilitated by the Islanders to get the 8th year. Excuse me, but it was done hours ago. So,
okay.
Yeah. So, in any event, wouldn't it be funny if the New York Islanders went up there and just said, okay, Victor Eklund, okay, Cole Reshny, you are both
You've
ours.
Just made it definitely.
You
a
are
thing that's gonna
both
happen.
ours. Or are they going to go up there and say, we want Danil Prokhorov? We want Danil Prokhorov and Semyon Frolov. Both come hither.
I think one of them will be off board. One
I
of
think
them
so.
will be like totally sensible.
What if the
Another one will
Islanders
be
go
like,
for
"Who?"
Ivan Ryabkin?
Ooh, yeah, that's a
Wouldn't
good,
that be something?
Yeah, he's known to have a high skill level, but had just a abysmal everything. this
Yeah,
year.
terrible showing at the combine.
Terrible interviews.
Terrible interviews.
Bad season.
Bad season in Russia. Came to the USHL and was okay.
Yeah.
The expectation is he might go in the CHL import draft this summer. Might end up playing in the dub or the. I think the first overall pick is held by, I want to say, the Kelowna Rocket, or it's either Kelowna or Kamloops. I think it's
Mhm.
Kelowna. So maybe he'll go there. What would also be funny here is if the Islanders took a goalie.
Okay.
The Islanders could maybe use a goalie, but they have Ilya Sorokin. But
How old is he?
he's deceptively old.
Yeah, 28.
He'll be 30 this summer.
Holy cow.
Feels like he just got in the league.
It takes forever for goalies,
They
doesn't
do.
it? Usually.
So we're already maybe talking about the Islanders needing a new goalie of the future. So
That would not be too surprising, actually.
maybe they go for, and you know what? Maybe they go for another Russian.
Yeah.
Maybe they were like, okay, Sorokin, you did us well. Let's go for Semyon Frolov.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Are you at all concerned that Rasmus hasn't gone yet?
Yeah, that would have been nice to
Have that in the
leverage
can?
him in the first round here. Obviously, it's not going to happen. So
It doesn't feel like it.
no,
Yeah,
it's too late almost, right?
it is. Like, it's like, well, what are you going to trade him for a guy who's already been picked? Like,
17.
yeah. It's like, I don't know. I wish the Islanders would just do this like sequentially, just do them both at the same time.
Yeah,
With picks 17 or
do
16 and
20
17, the
minutes.
Islanders select these guys.
yeah.
Yeah, they're going to bring out 2 celebrity guests. They're going to fight each other for the chance to announce the first one first. It's going to be like, okay,
I hope
here we
it's
go.
the American Gladiators.
Here's Bettman.
For the New York Islanders is perhaps the team's biggest fan. He's best known for his role as Eric Murphy in Entourage.
Oh, God.
After selecting Matthew Schaefer with the first pick. Now please welcome Kevin Connolly.
Kevin Connolly, a man who, if I'm not mistaken, I think I might be mistaken. Yeah, no, he's different guy. There's a guy on Entourage who has me blocked on Twitter, and it's not this guy actually.
Why are celebrities blocking you?
I don't remember.
Are you
It was-
stalking people?
It was something. It was something else.
That is
It
very
was,
vague.
Yeah, well, it might actually just. Anyway, here come the Islanders.
All right.
Oh, I'm thinking of who am I thinking of here? Who directed that movie? Oh no, it is this guy. We got into a Twitter argument once. Yeah, he's
What about?
about hockey. I think actually, or I think I don't know. Here we go.
Okay.
Victor Eklund. Yeah, here he goes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah,
It's
he's-
going to be Eklund Reshny.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
So yeah, E from Entourage. He was saying something that I disagreed with. I don't remember what it
About
was.
like the Islander?
No, I don't remember, but I made fun of. He directed a movie. Once.
Okay.
Was
Was it a bad
E
movie?
from Entourage? It was one of the worst reviewed movies of all time.
Okay, so you're laughing at
I was
him.
laughing at the fact that he directed a
Because of a
movie. He
shitty
directed
movie.
he directed the movie Gaudy with John Travolta playing John Gotti,
Yeah,
which has a 0% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. And
that
I
is
was like,
a raspberry.
this is a bad take from somebody who directed Gotti or something. So, and I think he
Didn't
might
like that.
Yeah. So anyway, wow. Schaefer at 1, Eklund at 16.
That is, nice value for that.
Oh,
for
wow.
that franchise.
Feels like the Islanders are like, thank you very much. We'll take that.
Yep. See, the Flames gonna need one of these still.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Cole Reshny a lot. I watched his brother play for the Okotoks Oilers, Austin Reshny. Cole's a lot more skilled, I would say. Austin was sort of a mucker in the AJ, and he did a very good job at it. But Cole, I mean, heading to North Dakota next year, one of their most prestigious recruits for this coming season. I mean, I don't want to jinx it. I probably just did.
I think you did.
But I think if Reshny's there at 7 or Reshny's there at 18, it's gotta
That
be.
should be
It's
the
gotta
Flames
be
pick.
him.
Now, if he's not there, do you trade down?
I consider it.
Well,
Because to me,
because it starts to get
yeah,
just scattershot.
I'll
after
say
that.
I thought Reshny would be gone at 18.
Mhm.
I thought Kindle would be there at 18, and I thought Reshny would be gone.
Yeah.
And I think if Reshny's there, I think the Flames will just be sprinting up to the stage to take him. Well, I guess they're not going to be there, so they're going to be sprinting virtually. Lanny McDonald will be sprinting up to the stage.
Islanders just have to pick that goalie.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, the thing that I'm curious about here. Oh wow, the Islanders didn't even have Eklund's name on the back of his jersey.
Well, they
that's
would
a
not
tell.
expect him to be
That's
there.
always a tell.
Yeah.
When you don't even have a name, when you don't even have it prepared.
No,
I seem to remember that might have been the case when the Oilers took Puljujarvi. I don't think they were I think they might have
That's right.
ripped the Kachuk nameplate off the back of it because they were like, wait, what? This guy's there.
oh,
but,
thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, people in the chat are saying, is Kashawn Aitchison not a consideration? I mean, he's a good prospect, man. I would love to add a player like Kashawn Aitchison to the organization.
He's a good prospect.
It's not what they
Flames
need.
just don't need another
It's
defenseman.
another righty.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, no, he's a lefty. Sorry. What am I saying?
I just don't think they need a
No, yeah, he's a
defenseman,
lefty. Okay, well, yeah.
but maybe he will be the best player.
I don't know
available
why
at
I
that
had
point.
it internalized that Aitchison's a righty. Lefty, right. Well,
I mean, just keep collecting defensemen and start flipping them.
I know it would be just so. It would be so fitting.
Yeah.
In such a strange way, where we're into 2 years into Conroy's tenure as GM, and the best center they've traded for or acquired, and since he's gone here, is Morgan Frost.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and we don't know that Cole Reshny if he will be a center or not. We don't know that at all. But he's not a small guy. He's a really skilled guy. He's going to college where I think he'll be really
really
hockey
good
IQ,
I've heard from scouts, right? So
yeah, we'll see. I mean,
see.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't know who I think the BPA is here. Aitchison has a really good profile. It's
yep.
I mean, a lot of it will be determined by who the Islanders pick here.
Come on, goalie.
But wow,
Big Russian.
My big prediction going into this draft was that the Flames would do nothing.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming
Because it always seems to happen.
Yeah,
There's a lot
of talk.
There's a lot of talk, and then it's just and so far it's been a lot of I don't know. So
yep.
Yeah, but you never know. It's always a bit of a thought experiment to see how things look leading up to the draft. Let's see if any of the insiders are going to break pick 17 before it's broadcast.
Yeah, let's get it going.
My buddy Harman Dial at The Athletic saying this is so bad that it's becoming hilarious. I don't know if I'm quite at hilarious yet.
No, it's just bad.
Yeah, I think it's just bad.
But I don't know what they thought it, there was no other way this was going to go.
No,
right?
it was a terrible idea.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Never do this again.
No.
Yeah. So the Islanders have 48 seconds left on their clock. And yeah, the 16th pick, the pick that the Flames gave away for Sean Monahan, is Victor Eklund.
Yeah. Of course it is.
So that's not great.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's really not great. Yeah, I think to me, folks in the chat saying, is this a 2-horse race? I think for me, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I think so.
I think to me, probably. There are guys who I like in this range. Justin Carbonneau isn't bad.
The other guys.
Cameron Reed is a defenseman who I don't mind.
Yeah.
Cullen Potter from ASU, but these aren't guys who I'd be over the moon if they picked. I mean,
No.
they look all right. But by the same token, this is a weird year. The Islanders are making the pick. Let's see who it is.
Once again, the Islanders on the clock. Here's Commissioner Bettman.
Are they going to get another guest? How many guests do the Islanders have?
Did such a good job with the last pick. I said, let's do it again.
Good.
Oh.
Okay.
Same guy.
Yep.
I'm here all night.
E from Entourage.
Oh, okay. With the 17th overall selection of the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Barrie Colts, Keyshawn Aitchison.
Oh, there you
So,
go.
Keyshawn Aitchison goes to the New York Islanders.
Yep.
So, you have to think it's Cole Reshny.
You think so? Yeah, that's got to be the
You
guy.
have to think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
It fills a need. He's
a
probably
center,
the best player available at this point.
I think he's got to be the natural center.
Yep.
19th on Mackenzie's list, 16th on our buddy Steven Ellis's list.
Yep.
What
What did he get? 92
92 points in 62
points.
games.
Yeah.
Was really good last year too. Had a great U18s, 5 goals and 8 points in 5 games.
Yep.
To me, this
Pretty much the
screams-
highest upside at this point.
I think so. And a natural center. We'll see if he is a center, but
right now,
it feels to me like Reshny should be their guy.
absolutely.
And I'm going to tweet exactly that. Feels to me like Reshny should be the Flames guy.
There you go. There's no Mark Jankowski's coming out of nowhere here.
Yeah,
right?
folks in the chat are saying Mark Jankowski. Don't really think. Who would be the Mark Jankowski here?
I don't know.
Who would be? Because let's look. Let's look.
That big Minnesota.
The football player
football
Mason
kid,
West. That's
Mason
the Mark
West.
Jankowski.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Cullen Potter to me is one of those prospects who I just don't really get the appeal of. That would, but
He
he's
played in
but
college
he's-
this year, though.
he did. He
right?
played for Arizona State.
So that's
Kind
very
of-
early.
And kind of a weird program.
Yeah.
Like I just can't get a good read on kids who play at Arizona State because
Right.
Josh Doan goes from ASU to the AHL with Tucson and immediately looks like a really, really good prospect.
Yeah.
Then you have a guy like who is a second round. There was another second round pick who played at ASU, and I'm blanking on his name. Robert Mastro Simone, who was a second round pick of Detroit. Put up good numbers at ASU, goes to the AHL, plays like 5 games there, immediately goes to the ECHL.
Nothing. Yeah.
So just like, I don't know. I really just don't know what to
Not a
make of
great
guys who play at
program.
ASU. Well, not yet. That's the thing. But they're close, which is what makes it so strange. They're sort of like Penn State to me.
Yeah.
Where Luke Misa going to Penn State, it's like, okay, sure, let's see what you can do. And of course, Penn State's about to get some really, really good recruits. So it's going to be that's going to be a bit of a different ball game. ASU hasn't gotten those guys yet, but yeah, it's I don't know. It feels like Cole Reshny should be the guy.
We'll see.
Yeah. I again, a guy who I had sort of consistently seen mocked at about 15.
Yep.
So certainly not a reach at this point by any means, I think.
I don't think I ever saw him in the 20s. Like
No.
almost every mock has him before 20.
Yeah, let's just pull up Cole Reshny's rankings. We're talking so much about Reshny that he's going to end up, somewhere else. But so Bob had him at 19. Craig Button had him at 14.
Right.
Chris Peters, formerly of Daily Faceoff, now at Flow Hockey, had him at 15. Daily Faceoff Steven Ellis had him at 16. Sam Cosentino at 21. And then there's some other guys who have him in the 20s. Hockey News is Ryan Kennedy had him at 28. Tony Ferrari at the Hockey News had him at 25. Elite Prospects had him at 25. So, I mean,
It's in range.
Especially in a draft where there's so little consensus.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is really comes down to this. The Flames, Flames have been all over a center. And to me, I just can't see it being anybody else.
If they pick a goalie, I'm going to jump out that window.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
I would. I'll join you. Yeah. If they pick a goalie, I'll throw the rest of the pizza out the window. I might regret saying that.
It's got to get worse than that.
Yeah. I might regret saying that. Okay. Yeah, they're still talking to the two Islanders kids.
If it's a goalie, we drink the fridge.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Somebody in the chat saying Gary Hoy that pizza. Thanks, Rebuilding Blog. You ever heard of Gary Hoy?
No.
Oh, it's a great. Look up the Leaping Lawyer of Bay Street, and you'll learn about Gary Hoy.
Okay.
Just look it up.
YouTube thing.
No, it's not a YouTube thing. It really happened.
Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you the abridged. He was a lawyer in Toronto who liked to test out his party trick.
I have heard this story. I didn't remember the guy's
He had
name.
a party trick where
Yeah.
he would like run at the window in his office and bounce
check
off
it.
of it, like
Yeah.
shoulder check it to prove how strong it was.
And it failed.
And then one day he flew right through.
Yeah, that's a
And
Darwin
yeah,
Award
Gary
winner.
Hoy, the Leaping Lawyer of Bay Street. So
Yeah.
yeah, well, Gary Hoy out of this episode, if the Flames take a goalie at pick 18. Yeah, the last thing they need.
They won't be doing that. It's just my nightmare.
Yeah. Anyway. So Flames are on the clock.
All right, let's do it.
Still no Rasmus deal. And
It's not going to happen.
it's just not going to happen.
Not gonna
Our
happen.
buddy Boomer has quote tweeted me with an eyes emoji. I
Okay.
tweeted out a couple of minutes ago. Feels like to me like Reshny should be the Flames guy. He just gave me the eyes emoji.
Okay, I
which
think
is
that's
the
it.
The standard sign of something.
He's a big insider, isn't he?
Oh, Dean's connected.
There you go.
Dean is connected.
Okay.
So yeah, Cole Reshny, 18, book it. Flames top prospects, based on I don't know who came up with these
Who's
rankings.
making these
Are these my
lists?
rankings?
Probably.
Yeah, I stole your rankings.
I thought I had Battaglia at 3, but
What numbskull?
Oh, I
are
just
the
put
Flames
top
wearing
one.
matching shirts? Look at this. They're wearing matching shirts. They're
the-
all wearing red. They've stolen the Coyotes in Utah thing.
Oh, you mean the war room?
Yeah, they're all wearing red. Oh man.
Well, it's apropos.
They just showed a photo of Daniil Miramanov on the on the big jumbotron.
Yeah, he's
Yeah. Here's the Flames' last 5 first rounders: Zane Parekh, Matvei Grudin, Sam Honzik, Matt Coronado, and Connor Zary. Those are all 5 of their first rounders this decade so far.
4 of those are pretty good.
Kent does not like Sam Honzik all
I
that
do
much.
not. No.
Not a huge fan.
No.
I
I hope he turns into something, but no.
Yeah. Okay. It's got to be Cole Reshny. I just can't see anybody
Just
else who makes
make
sense.
the pick. Come on.
Byron Bader, our past and future guest, responding to my tweet with a "Come on, pick Cole Reshny." So
I'm sure he, by his rankings, probably the
yeah, I
best
think
player.
Reshny's at like 9 or 10
That's
in Bader's rankings. So
Yeah.
yeah, higher with Bader than in most spots, but still, yeah.
All right. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, the Flames are really running the clock down. We're seeing chatter about John Negrin in the chat. Remember him?
Oh God.
Matt Pellick.
Yes.
Chris Chucko.
Chris
so
Chucko.
let's
Greg
not,
Nemish.
Greg Nemeth. Yeah, he was pretty good.
No.
Yeah. Reshny, an alternate captain with the Victoria Royals this past season. The whole hullabaloo around Victoria right now is that both he and defenseman Keaton Verhoof, who will probably be a top 5 pick next year, are heading to UND. Verhoof, that's going to be a huge loss for Victoria.
Yep.
The Flames have made their pick. Here we go. The pick is in, and Lanny McDonald, as we learned earlier today, will
Come on,
be
Lanny.
their celebrity guest.
You turned the volume up there, Mike?
I will. Turning it up right now.
Co-captain of their 1989 Stanley Cup championship team and a 1992 Hockey Hall of Fame inductee, Lanny McDonald.
Lanny also made the Zary pick.
That's right.
He was the one who announced that one.
Can they pick Gavin McKenna?
Thank you very much to the LA Kings and the National Hockey League for their hospitality.
God, his mustache still looks so good.
Also like
I mean,
It's just
it's never
perfect.
going away.
Like, it's literally perfect.
fans and especially our season ticket holders in Calgary and those attending the draft party at the Scotiabank Saddledome and hanging out in the Telus Club.
Telus Club.
We
Gotta go
also
there.
like to say it's going to be
Never
one
been.
hell of a party of the Sea of Red when the draft picks go in tonight.
Okay.
With the 18th
Okay.
pick In the 2025
Oh,
National
we nailed it.
Hockey League Draft, the Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Victoria Royals.
There it is.
Cole Reschny.
Cole Reschny's the guy,
Yeah.
as we hoped and as we expected. The newest member of your Calgary Flames is a 5'11", 183-pound center from Macklin, Saskatchewan, the same as his brother Austin. The Flames have a center prospect of repute and note, Kent Wilson.
Yeah, I'm happy. In any mock, coming up to the draft, it was Reschny and Kindle for me.
Really, yeah.
So I'm glad they got one because they couldn't have got the other one at this point. So
Well, and a forward who wears number 7, a badass number for a forward, if
Ooh.
I ever say one.
Yep.
Joey
Who's-
Mullen wore number 7.
I was going to say Mullins.
Keith
was a little-
Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk, both wear number 7.
Yeah.
Matthew always broke the mold, wore number 19. But I always think that's such a cool number for a scoring forward.
I hope he keeps it.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Flames don't have a number 7 right now. Cole Reschny is the guy. That is pretty cool. Good for the Flames getting that player. And always a good sign to see a kid who is going to a really good program.
Yeah.
North Dakota is outstanding. They're going to have a lot of successful players there, next year. And Reschny is going to be sort of the crown jewel of that group.
Yeah.
He and Verhoef, when you look at it, it is a good team. North Dakota's always had a good team. But next year, I mean, we are looking at a group that is going to be headlined by this guy.
Yeah. And he's an April birthday, right? So
Yeah, he's a later
not,
birthday.
He's not young, but he's certainly not old. He's sort of a mid birthday, which is good for prospects in their year. So yeah, I'm sure Bader's happy.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. Now I've got a question for you, Ken.
Okay.
Let's see here. If we put that group of top 5 prospects back on our screen now,
Okay.
we look at those players who we had listed as Reschny goes into meet Craig Conroy and co. Through the big TV from Back to the Future 2. Where does Reschny slot in? Albeit, this order is maybe a little bit different than what yours would be, but
Yeah.
is he number 3?
He's number 2.
Number
for me,
2 for
honestly.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That feels fair to me. That feels,
Yeah.
I like Brustevich that much. I'm a huge fan of his, but he is, I think this is an excellent pick.
I think it's the best pick that was available at 18, right? So I'm happy with that.
Conroy looks happy. Don Maloney looks happy. Yeah. Reschny. I mean, the thing with Reschny is I know he grew up an Oilers fan.
Well,
yeah.
Turn in your card.
Yeah. God, those red shirts just look so silly that the Flames are wearing. Like, whose idea was that? So the Flames get their guy. They get a center.
Yep.
We will see what tier of center. Our buddy Byron Bader in his model has Reschny's star probabilities right now at 40%. Looking pretty good. And
For
Bader,
that pick, yeah.
Bader just texted me. He said, "Oh, baby."
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's funny. Reschny and Kindle, if you look at the two of them in Bader's model, their profiles are literally
Almost exactly the
not
same.
almost, literally identical.
Right.
40% star probability, 77% NHL probability, both identical.
And that's a massive NHL probability.
It is.
At, like midway through
At pick 18.
Yeah, the first round. So
Yeah,
that's a good pick.
I'm sending that
happy
in the
with
chat, Jack, because let's put that up on the screen. Like it is legit. That is a player who the Flames should be really happy to get.
Yeah.
That is a player who their fans should be really excited about. Might have to go down to UND next year and watch some games.
Yeah. Well,
Because that's the thing. Keaton Verhoef is another guy who folks are going to want to watch. So you can get 2 for the price of 1. Just heading down there, see what they can do.
well, now we have to start trying to jinx pick 32.
Yeah, who do you want there though?
I don't know. It gets
Yeah,
really
that's the thing.
gets really weird at this point.
Yeah, like that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Wow. That's a really nice pick. A guy who I did not expect to be available at pick 18. So some guys who are, and there's what I was talking about with Bader. Really, really good probabilities. Another thing I don't want to understand, Reshny just had a ridiculously good playoff with Victoria.
That's right.
9
He
goals
crushed.
and 25 points in how many games? 11. 25 points in 11 games for forward Cole Reshny in the 2025 Ed Chenoweth Cup playoffs for the Victoria Royals. So, I mean, that's pretty good. That's not just pretty good. That's really good.
Yeah, that's outstanding, actually.
Yeah. So, that's some really nice
That's
stuff.
a solid pick. Yeah.
You know what? Pike would say it. He's not big, but he's local.
Are we going back to Pike at any point?
I don't know. I'm going to send Pike a message.
Is he still alive?
Is he
He's
still
there,
alive,
right?
or is he still alive? Pike. Is he? Are we? No, we're not going
No.
there. Okay, Pike, you alive?
What is he doing there? Like, what's happening at the Saddledome?
I don't know.
right
I think
now?
they're waiting for a Conroy availability.
Okay.
I think I'm sure Conroy will chat after day 1.
For a long time. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. They'll go into day 2. Yeah. Bader's over the moon. He's texting me right now. He's super happy. Saying the hockeyprospecting.com list is actually looking pretty spot on.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's take a look at Byron Bader's top 32 just for posterity. I don't know if you still have it saved, Jack. If not, I'm going to put it up in the chat and you can throw it up there. Because if we're looking at it, the top ranked guy from Bader's list, we're 18 picks in, and the top 15 from Bader's list have all gone.
Gone, yeah.
So that's talk about a model.
Who's left?
So 16, Lyndon Lakovic, Sasha Lakovic, I think either his kid or his nephew.
Big dude.
Big dude. Pretty good production, although a little Hanzik-ish in terms of his draft year, not playing a lot, scoring a lot of goals, but not a lot of overall points.
Mhm.
St. Louis is up at 19. I wonder if they're bringing in John Hamm to make the pick.
That'd be awesome.
Oh, Nikki Glazer.
Oh.
The comedian who I think did the awards last year.
Yep.
Yeah. Hello.
So who does the Blues take, you think?
I don't know. You're not from Missouri. It's Missouri. I'll be deep in the cold, dead ground before I recognize Missouri.
It's a Simpsons reference.
It is. It is.
Okay. Who are they going to take?
I think this is going to be Justin Carbonell.
Carbonell, yeah.
Okay. She's happier than Brett Hall at an open bar.
Jeez.
That's what she just said.
That is a low blow.
Oh.
Hey-o.
Hello, Nikki. Jack's yawning.
Yeah. He's been here all day.
The St. Louis Blues are proud to select from the Blainville Boisbrand Armada right winger.
You called it.
Bingo. Hello. Mike's back at it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do get some things right.
Can we get like a betting pool going for this stuff?
I'm not doing bad.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of happy with myself.
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. Models don't mean everything, but another model that is out there is Patrick Bacon's top down hockey. He's got Cole Reshny at 6th on his list, and he went to the Flames at 18. So not too bad. And even the guys who, prioritize, the actual watching the players, they have Cole Reshny right where the Flames took him.
Yep. It's a solid pick. So
Uh-huh.
And now, as I said, the question's 32, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole intrigue here. The Flames, it's never over for them today until the first round is over.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's look at some of the guys who are still available. Jack, you got that Bader graphic? Can we throw it up on the screen? Because obviously we'll talk about Stephen Ellis's rankings as well, but it's just kind of fun to give Bader the old plug. So looking now, the only guy out of the top 18 who is still there is Lyndon Lakovic.
Yeah.
Malcolm Spence, a very good winger, I believe also with the Erie Otters, is also there. He'd be a great pick at 32 if he gets there, but I don't think he will. Ryabkin, nobody knows what the heck's going on there.
I've heard a lot about Jarovsky.
Yes, Alexander Jarovsky. He's one of those Russians that we talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cameron Schmidt is a itty bitty winger with the Vancouver Giants. Vancouver Giants. That would be kind of a weird one, but sure, why not? Yeah, the two guys in the Slovak U20 league, I don't think will be the Flames picks
Nope.
at 32. But yeah, there's a few guys on that list. I could see Bill Zonin. He's a big QMJHL winger as well.
That's right.
I do think they'll go forward here. The one who was kind of interesting is Logan Hensler. Hensler is another one of those left-handed defensemen who started the year being ranked quite highly and has fallen.
Sasha
Sorry.
Beaumedien.
Beaumedien, yeah. Sorry, Hensler's a righty. My bad. I don't know why I mix up him and Aitchison, their handedness. And then I see you've got somebody pulled up on your screen who you also like at 32.
Riker Lee, yeah.
Yeah, Riker Lee, one of those Americans. Or sorry, no, he's not. He's I think he's playing in America. Oh yeah, no, he is. Yeah, he is. He's from Illinois. But yeah, no, he's playing for the Madison Capitals. The beat on Lee is that he has amazing hands. He's like really skilled.
Not a great skater.
That's what's
kind of suppressed his draft stock a little bit. So
yeah, he's not a tiny guy. 6 feet, probably even.
Right wing.
But a right shot winger, that'd be a nice pick at 32 as well. So yeah, we've made it through about 2/3 of the first round, just about. So we're getting there. And yeah, still just the one trade. Well, 2 trades if you want to count Dobson. I don't.
Not really. I think that's going to be it.
I think so too.
Yeah, for the first round.
Yeah, it's for all the talk about how this draft year is so unpredictable. Every list is different after pick number 10. Hasn't really played out that way.
No, it's you've got Eklund as the one sort of surprise faller, but nothing too shocking. Kendall at 11 was a little surprising. I saw him in the second round. Sometimes.
That was one that was wild, yeah, for sure.
Sort of Kendall and Eklund are kind of the two big things.
Yeah, you could probably flip flop those two, and it would probably look like
if
the list
that
before the draft,
it would have made total sense.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Looks like we're going to commercial break with the TV feed. Maybe it's not a bad time, Jack. Let's hit a break of our own. About 11, 12 picks left in round number 1. Stick around, folks. We'll be back right after this little interview. Jack, who we got queued up?
Ooh, let's take a look. Let's do Dickinson.
Okay.
All right.
What Dickinson? Who's Dickinson? Sam Dickinson?
Sam Dickinson.
He's not a prospect this year. That's
but
from last
these
year.
are the interviews they sent me, Mike. I didn't record these and edit these.
All right, fine. We'll listen to an interview with Sam Dickinson until we get back.
All right.
Here is Sam Dickinson of the London Knights and, of course, the San Jose Sharks. Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Memorial Cup. How cool was that?
It was unbelievable. The whole experience going to 2 straights pretty cool. But I mean, to obviously get the job done this year was the thing we were looking forward to all season.
You look at that team, like you guys had a pretty special group, and like London's had a lot of very successful lineups. Look at all the stars, but like this one was one that kept going to the finals, wins the Memorial Cup. So what can you say about the team you had this year?
Yeah, it was a special group, really special. When you think like the core of our team, being there for 3 years for myself, 4 years for some of the other guys, having a group like that kind of grow up together, go to a finals in my first year and then win the finals, lose in the Memorial Cup final, and then my third year kind of just run the table with these group of guys that at this point I've grown up with from 16 to 19 now. It's a team that's basically turned into my family.
From a personal level, would you say this was an easier season not having to worry about the draft?
I think it's a yes and no. Obviously, it feels like there's added stress going through your draft season and worrying about all of that stuff. But at the same time, for me, every time I go out on the ice, I want to do my best. I think everybody does. So every time I step out, sometimes just got to block out the outside stuff. My draft season, it was blocking out whatever stuff was going on there and focus on playing hockey.
Even though you were the top defenseman, some guys had to get past you at some points this year. Who would you say is the toughest player you had to defend against?
I hate that I have to say this guy, but it's Beckett Seneke. Everybody saw the one goal he scored on me. But yeah, I grew up playing with Beckett, so I've stopped him a lot in practice when nobody's seen it, but he got me that one time, and when we played in the finals, it's not fun matching up against him.
What are your thoughts of his reaction at the draft when he got taken? He seemed surprised.
Yeah, that was funny. Knowing him as well, it's just like such a reaction you get out of him. But I mean, you look back now, people were really surprised. But you look back now, you can obviously see, why he went that high, and really deserving of it.
You see kind of all the success you've had on the ice and all the awards and obviously everything that's gone on in London. Are you thinking about the fact that you might not be too far away from being a full-time NHL player?
Yeah, I think that stuff's always in the back of your mind. I think, everybody after they get drafted is looking forward to the potential chance of being able to suit up for, the NHL team that's picked you. And for me in San Jose, it's always been, wanting to be there as soon as possible. It's been a dream of mine to play in the NHL. Everybody who gets drafted, it's their dream. So it's exciting to think that, like you said, it could be pretty close, but at the same time, I know there's a lot of work to come.
Well, in the same vein, we have a question from Jeff Merrick, who wanted to ask you kind of something
Sam
similar.
Dickinson. Jeff Merrick checking in here. So right now, I'm at the Florida Panthers practice facility in advance of Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Now, in the not-too-distant future, Sam, you'll be practicing at places like this. You'll be skating in NHL arenas. What do you think that will be like? How do you envision that future reality for yourself?
And to kind of add to that, you look at the Sharks, they're building quite a good foundation right now. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's unbelievably exciting. I think, being there last year and being lucky enough to get into a preseason game and just see the atmosphere of, an NHL arena in preseason and, the future that San Jose has, it's really exciting. And, like I said before, dream that I've been working towards my entire life. So, to understand that it is pretty close, hopefully for me, is a really exciting prospect. And, like you said, with what San Jose is building in San Jose right now with the young talent that they have and, another high pick this year, it's a really exciting thing to be a part of, knowing that you're part of, probably the best, young core in the NHL right now, and an organization that's going to have a lot of success in the future.
If you're not in the NHL next year, you could go back to the World Juniors. Now, I know it didn't end the way you guys wanted it, but does that maybe give you motivation to go into the United States and trying to win a gold there?
Yeah, definitely. Right when that tournament ended, we had a lot of guys, my age with, another year of eligibility to come back and play. So, kind of going through the dressing room, as we're all leaving, we're like, we'll be back next year. And obviously I've been lucky enough to play with a lot of guys who were there through the rest of the Hockey Canada tournaments I've been lucky enough to play in. So, I mean, if that's a route that I'm going to be playing next year, it's absolutely something that I'll be really looking forward to, and the opportunity to win another gold medal.
Thanks so much, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Columbus is picking at 20 here, and we're going to see Meredith Goudreau's back at the podium. So been a little bit of chatter around that this pick might be a little bit crazy. We'll see.
With the 20th overall selection in the
I think it's going to be one of the Russians.
The Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Chiska Juniors, Peter Andreanov.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. So goalie.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a goalie.
Seems
So
way off board.
Not the goalie who I expected.
That's right.
But yeah, one of the Russian goalies. So we were hearing about the guys at Dan Milstein's camp.
Mm-hmm.
And Andreanov was the other goalie. There's Semyon Frolov and Peter Andreanov. And Andreanov's numbers this year were crazy in the MHL. But the thing you always have to look out for in the Russian leagues is the save percentages are often
Very inflated.
quite high.
Yeah.
But still a 942 in 37 games in the MHL. So Columbus trades Danil Tarasov to Florida earlier today.
That's right.
Their backup goalie. And now they pick a Russian goalie, and it's not Joshua Ravensbergen. But I can't say I didn't see this one coming a little bit.
You got close.
Not quite the Russian who I thought it would be, but
Yeah.
Kent, a goalie in the first round and in the top 20, no less.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Don't do it.
Do you think the Flames should have picked Pyotr Andreanov at 18?
No.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So now a team that, and also this is the other thing. Peter Andreanov. This is a piece of news that I remember seeing earlier this week.
Okay.
He just signed a 5-year extension in Russia. Now,
What?
now, it's often easy for teams to get out of those.
Okay.
And for players to get out of those. But still, it is funny. You go to his EP page and his contract, it says it expires in 2029-30.
He had a feeling that Columbus was going to pick him.
So I oh wow, Kent. So yeah, Peter Andreanov at 20 to Columbus, and
So is this like a 6'7" goalie, or is it like a?
no, he's
Dustin
not that
Wolf?
big. He's 6'2".
Okay.
I think Frolov was a little bit bigger, but not that much. The goalie who is looked at as being like the archetypical NHL Ben Bishop guy is Ravensburg. He's quite big, but his numbers in the CHL aren't
They're
that
not good at
good.
all. No.
And so, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him not be the first goalie taken.
Okay.
Now, Ottawa's up now at 21. I'm very curious to see how they handle this one. They picked Yakimchuk in the first round last year, which was a pick I think they might want to do over on. Although I don't dislike him, but I think
given who came after
I think
him
you'd
is
rather
the
have Zane
issue.
Parek. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. The Sens are a team that's made the playoffs this year for the first time in a while.
They're definitely looking to keep doing that.
Yeah, they're looking to keep doing that.
Yeah.
They're certainly being managed a little bit better than they have been in the past. They aren't a perfect team by any means.
They have some pieces.
They have some pieces
Yeah.
by all means. I think they could maybe use a defenseman.
A right-handed defenseman.
Well, they have Yakimchuk, but yes, I think they could use any defenseman, to be honest. The guy who I'm watching for here is Logan Hensler.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah.
Feels like a Steve Stais pick to me. I mean, he is a right-handed defenseman. He's already playing at Wisconsin. He's older, but it just seems like the kind of player they would covet.
Yeah.
Already
playing in college, so that's pretty early.
Yeah,
right?
he has generally fallen a little bit for where he was projected to go. A lot of folks had Hensler in the teens. He is now available here at 21, and I think this is where Ottawa's going to go.
Okay.
So that's my thought. There are a couple other places where I could see them going, but I just think Ottawa's going to take a D. Now, that being said, they have drafted a lot of D recently. Like,
yeah,
I mean, not high because they actually haven't had a whole lot of high picks. They didn't make first round pick in 22 or 23 despite missing the playoffs both those years. They traded for Chychrun. They traded for remember the DeBrincat trade. And then last year they traded for Allmark, but they had a later pick that they were able to recoup for DeBrincat and trade. So yeah, it's they haven't actually made a ton of high picks, but I think this is going to be Logan Hensler's music right here. Although,
Ikovic,
well, hang on,
he's still around.
Are we gonna see a trade here? Maybe.
Oh, there's a trade coming.
Or yeah, let's see.
Our chat's
Ottawa
few seconds ahead of us.
Ottawa is moving down. Ottawa is moving down with Nashville. So
what the hell does Nashville want?
I wonder if they want Logan Hensler.
Okay.
I feel like this is the spot where he might go.
It's like
best
player available at this
point.
I
think it's only 2 spots. It's 23.
Yep.
I have to think Ottawa's probably getting like a 3rd round pick for this. But we'll see. It's Barry Trotz making moves. Who did he pick earlier? Preds took Brady Martin, I think.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, feels like Trotz screams the kind of old school GM, like old school hockey guy who's like, you know what? Perfect draft. You get a forward and a defenseman. Perfect.
Yeah, paint by numbers.
Yeah, there we go. So that's what I kind of see going on here.
So you don't see an off-board wacky.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think Nashville would trade up to go off board, but maybe. I mean,
I've seen that happen
for sure. Yeah, it's
silly when it does, but
yeah.
Spence, maybe.
I'd be surprised. I don't know. Spence just feels like more of what Nashville already has. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Nashville doesn't have a whole lot. That's the thing. They're an organization that's in a very strange spot.
Aging.
Yeah, UC Saros is another guy who's probably older than you think. He's already 30. Roman Josi is looking like he's almost maybe done.
He's got
he's
terrible diagnosis.
Yeah, he's got like a chronic injury.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of guys signed to retirement contracts, and Stamkos and Marchessault, and especially Brady Shea.
Yeah.
like if you look at their top 6,
It's a disaster.
their top 6 scorers from last year, their ages 30, 33, 34, 33, 34, 30.
Yeah.
Oh,
And who led them in scoring? Was it Yossi again?
it was Forsberg.
Okay.
Philip Forsberg was the only guy on that team with more than 56 points. So very flamesy in
Yeah.
a big way. Their young core, if you can call it that, is Luke Evangelista, Fedor Svechkov, Zachary Leroux,
Nothing. Just big bag of nothing.
Mark Delgaizo.
Yeah, that's not a person.
And Ryan Ufko and Joachim Kemmel.
I think you're just making names up.
None of those names were made up. So yeah, it's. I think Nashville's in a really bad spot.
Really bad spot.
And we'll see what they pull out of their hat here because
It's not going to help.
I don't really think so. I don't know really what to do. I would like
Sell them all.
but for what?
I
That's
don't
the
know.
thing. Like,
I don't know.
who is
Someone
going to-
wants Stamkos. Come on.
really?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like Steven Stamkos this past year was a minus 36.
Yeah, he got
Like
eaten
he's,
alive.
yeah, he scored 27 and he's still a minus 36.
Yeah, it's
Like
how old is he
holy-
now?
He is 35.
Yeah,
He will be 36.
that was
this
a
coming
terrible
season.
idea.
Like, yeah, just building a team in NHL 09. Like it's just oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I mean, like I would imagine a team would probably want Marcia, so maybe a team might want Ryan O'Reilly, maybe.
Oh, I forgot he was there.
Ryan O'Reilly is there. Yeah.
What's he at now? 34.
Ryan O'Reilly is 34.
Yeah,
It's bleak in Nashville. Like that is a bad
there's no
bad team.
clear path.
Yeah,
out of that.
they're way worse than Calgary. Like in a way, I would
Yeah,
say
they
they are in
are.
a way worse position than Calgary.
Yeah,
There's no Zane Parekh there. I don't think Brady Martin is.
no.
I don't think Brady Martin's that guy. So we'll see what Nashville does here now that they have moved up. Do we have the details on this trade? Let's see what we're looking at here. If Elliot or Frank, Julia McKenzie, our buddy, I was bang on. Ottawa has traded 21 to Nashville for 23 and a third.
Nice call.
Pick 67.
We got to get a betting market
Yeah.
going here.
I feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Is an all-pro NFL tight end.
oh, for Christ's sake. How many all pros do we need to have announcing picks? Oh,
It's no Samuelson.
George Kittle in front of a Philip Forsberg jersey. What's up, guys?
Country music star would have been better.
Yeah.
Shout out to the number one Preds fan in the entire world, Felix Forsberg. You're gonna love this guy, Felix. I can't wait for it. So,
Felix Forsberg?
What's he talking about?
in the 2025 NHL Draft,
Is that like
Predators select
his dog or something? Cameron Reed, defenseman. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, I think Felix Forsberg is like his dog or something. Yeah. Props
Why would they trade up for Cameron Reed?
I mean, I
He's
kind of
fine.
get it. I don't know. I feel like he might have been there at 23.
Of course he would have.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, he's a
It's a
guy who's
strange
around there in the rankings.
Yeah.
Seems fine. Yeah, I mean, sure. If your prospects like the guy, sort of fits the mold of a modern NHL defenseman.
Yeah.
He's
not very big,
not
right?
huge. He's a lefty. Yeah.
Good point production, though.
He's fine. Yeah. I mean, yeah, not a guy who I'd maybe trade up for, but he's fine. Yeah, he is fine. Pick number 22 is up next. I still think Ottawa takes Hensler now at 23. Wouldn't that be funny?
That's probably why they did it.
That's probably why they did it. Although we'll see if he is still available because the Pittsburgh Penguins are back on the clock. Haven't they been busy? The Penguins have made how many picks already? They have made 2. Of course, they've made 1. This will be number 2. This is 2 of 3 for them in round number 1. After they traded pick 12 for 22 and 31. Which I think is an excellent trade for them,
Absolutely.
especially considering who has gone since then. Not a whole lot of guys who I'm looking at and saying, yeah, that's way better than
Big
the guys
miss.
who are available now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Pittsburgh, this is going to be interesting again.
Yeah, I can't even guess who they go for at this point?
Don Waddell, GM of the Blue
Hensler, I guess.
Jackets, my buddy just sent me this.
Yep.
Don Waddell said they came into this draft intent on selecting a goaltender. Obviously, they had Andreadov number 1 on their list. He said he is committed in Russia for the next 4 or 5 years. So very much a case where when this guy's ready, he's coming over and he's probably going to go straight into the NHL. But
Yeah, that's a long wait.
I don't know if I'd pick that guy in the first round.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I usually
Like-
don't pick goalies in the first round. You got to wait till they're 25.
How many GMs are looking at Columbus taking that guy at 20 and saying, there goes Peter. Oh, there goes Piotr.
You got us again.
Like, I don't know, man.
That's a strange decision. And
Mhm.
again, that's probably a player that's available second round, third round.
Oh, yeah, I think he'd probably be available now. But
Definitely
yeah,
now.
Yeah. So, okay.
All right. Well,
Okay. So Pittsburgh's up. Well, I thought earlier that they would take a defenseman. I thought they would take Sean Aitchison when he was available to them at 11 and or 12.
it's got to be Hensler now, right?
I don't know. I don't know if Dubas. I don't know if I associate Hensler with Dubas.
Okay.
I think I don't know. Be funny if now it is Hensler, but
Who's the best player available?
I think he's going to go with Malcolm Spence.
Okay.
I think he's going to go with Malcolm Spence. I think he's going to be all over him. I think
Yep.
it's exactly the kind of player that Dubas would take. I think Wes Clark would. The Penguins director of scouting is enamored with this player or this type of player.
Mhm.
This is my prediction. That's what I would say.
Well, you've been
Right about some of them.
like 95%.
No, not 95%.
It's got to be close to that.
No.
Who's keeping score?
I think maybe like 60% of the time.
No,
65. But I've gotten a fair few wrong. I'm not.
maybe 2.
Okay,
Three.
I've gotten a few. I got a bunch in that like teens run wrong. in
That
a
was
row.
tough, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So we've seen 2 trades. Both have been picks only. My other prediction, my lock of the weekend, is that by 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, we have 2 major trades involving players,
Okay.
but not tonight.
No.
All in the morning. As soon as the morning happens, as soon as
There's
that comes.
just to be a lot of footsie tonight, you're saying?
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of, hey, Craig, you up? Yeah, Craig,
Consummation.
Craig,
tomorrow.
what's going on? Craig, are you there? Yeah. So,
So are you saying like Anderson tomorrow?
maybe wouldn't that
Okay.
be something? Well, yeah. The only thing is that I just can't see teams moving 26 picks this far out.
Yeah.
Like maybe, but I don't know. It just doesn't strike me as something in town. So maybe you're looking at Anderson for players, but I just don't know. Like,
Yeah.
but hey, I said it on social
mean-
media tonight. If Michael Kesselring can get you JJ Paterka, right? So,
Well, the Flames did get a 26 first rounder from Las Vegas, so it's not impossible.
this is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is not impossible, but of course, Vegas is a team with certain aspirations.
Indeed. But
Um,
there's a couple of those teams out there, right? Dallas is supposedly after
yeah,
Anderson. So
yeah. I mean, sure. The only problem with Dallas is I don't know if they
Yeah.
have a first round pick. I think they moved them all for Rantanen.
that's
So-
right.
So, yeah.
They have
I
no
mean,
cap space either. I don't know how they're planning to. get
no,
all
they'd
these
have
players.
to move Matt Dumba and Calgary. I mean, Calgary could take Matt Dumba, but
Yeah, take
but
them.
yeah,
Take
sure.
them.
Play him a lot.
Play them all game.
Yeah, play him every game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Penguins are on the clock. Let's just for posterity. Yeah, Dallas does not have a first round pick next year. They do not have a second round pick this year. So you'd be looking at like
Maverick
20
Bork, then maybe.
Ugh,
Yeah,
it's-
he's just okay at this point.
Pittsburgh's pick is in, and I still just think this will be Spence.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Letang is up. His kid is up. They're going to make the pick together, it looks like.
Okay.
With the 22nd overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft,
Mhm.
the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the Hoyna Honda Huskies, Bill Zahn.
Billy Z.
Zonin,
Billy
yeah.
Z.
That was
Wow.
going to be my other guess. But
Yeah. Oh, you say that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Bill,
no, that was who I was going to guess. for sure.
interesting.
I knew
That's
exactly who it was going to be.
Not my prediction. Yeah, that's Bill Zonin. But again,
Solid player.
well, and I mean, you're looking at direct analogs of players. Malcolm Spence, a September 06 birthday, a winger who is a bigger guy, 6'2", 200, scored 73 points in 65 games in the O. Bill Zahn, an October 2006 birthday,
Both old.
6'2" winger, shoots left just like Spence does, scored 83 points in 64 QMJHL games. I mean, pick which one you like.
Better production, but a lesser league.
Yeah, so it's, clearly clearly that sort of clearly that sort of archetype.
Yeah.
It just seemed like that kind of player. So I'll take maybe a quarter credit.
Partial
for that
credit.
one. Yeah, the best kind of credit. So Billy Z goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins. I mean, you know what? Hey, I don't mind that pick at all.
At this spot in the draft. Yeah.
Yep, sure, by all means.
Hensler's still falling. That's interesting.
Hensler is falling. I think he's going right here. By the way, whomever goes through the tape of this show and counts up all the times I said by all means, count them up. I'll buy you something.
New drinking game, everyone.
Yeah. By all means. So Cole Reshny, our buddy Pike, says that Cole Reshny describes himself as a strong 200-foot centerman. I think I play both ends of the ice very well. I have that offensive ability with the way that I think the game. He's saying this about himself. My passing ability and scoring ability is very elite.
Confident.
Very elite.
I like that.
Wow. So
that's what we're looking for. Very elite.
So yeah. Hey,
we don't want regular elite.
No, double elite. Ryan Huska is in the chat. Jack, let's put this one up. Ryan Huska.
We do have Pike, by the way.
Oh, okay. We'll get him in a sec. Before we get there,
Huska's in the chat.
Huska's in the chat. This is big news.
Wow.
Asking Mike, are you tipsy? Yes, I am tipsy on Fuse iced tea.
He doesn't drink.
Not a sponsor.
Yeah.
Not a sponsor. Pike, let's get him in. Our buddy Ryan Pike reporting live from the Saddledome, joining us on the back burner guest hotline brought to you by Platinum Mitsubishi. And Pike, Cole Reshny is their guy. Did you see that one coming?
Yes.
Talking about batting a
Okay,
thousand.
thanks, Ryan. We'll
Pike.
track in with you later.
I crack our skulls open and feast on the goo inside.
Yeah, well, yes, I do, Ken. He's, every few years there's like a guy, they make the pick and you go, that feels like a Flames player.
Yeah.
Like he's, I heard you guys when I was waiting to come on, crack on the poor guy for saying he's an elite passer. He had 66 assists last year.
Oh,
he didn't play 66 games.
We don't
very
disagree.
elite.
It's not just elite; it's very elite.
Yes.
Objectively,
which I said was awesome.
He was one of the best producers in the Western League. Victoria was not a pretty decent team, but they weren't amazing. But he was pretty good all year. He was really good in the playoffs. He can play. He's a very good center. Over at the Canucks Army, our colleague Dave Hall compared his game stylistically to Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, another fine young Western Canadian boy who was playing somewhere else, and we don't need to talk about where. But he's basically what the Flames need, and he's off to college, and we'll see. He's going to play next year in college, and then maybe we'll see if it's time for him to come out and maybe go pro, because who the hell knows when these newfangled rules start. But he's also he's an 07, so he's a younger birthday. So next year is his 18-year-old season. He'll be 18 the whole year.
That's right.
And so he's got some runway, and they have some time for him to percolate a bit. I don't think I'm speaking out of school when I say 16th or 18th overall picks don't usually step in right away. So I don't think the expectations are that he will. And he's going to a very good program at North Dakota. I think the nice thing is, he's, Cade Lidler, another Flames prospect, was sort of the fourth line center, third line center for them last year. He'll know someone who's already at that school. So I think there's a lot of reasons like this pick. It basically, it's enough things happened above and below the Flames that they probably didn't need to think very hard about making this pick.
No. Yeah.
It's the playoff production that really intrigues me with Cole Reshny. And I think a lot of us were keen on Kindle. I know you were, Pike. I know I was.
I did not see Kindle going that early, but good for him. That's a great pickup for him.
Yeah, holy moly, going 11th to Pittsburgh. He's the guy they picked. They traded down, but he was the guy they had their sights set on. And how do you compare those two players?
I mean, Reshny's a little bit bigger. Reshny plays, I'd say Reshny's a little bit better in all three zones. I think the nice thing with Reshny is like there aren't really a lot of holes in his game. He can play in all game situations, and he's pretty damn consistent. And the nice thing for him is, if you're going to knock him, it's like, okay, he needs to get a little bit more developed physically, which I don't think is an uncommon thing to say
Most
about
kids
a guy
do.
who just turned 18.
Yeah.
And so he needs to fill out a bit. He's going to an environment where he'll be playing against bigger, older guys. Pretty much everybody he'll be playing with is bigger and older, and he'll be playing in an environment at North Dakota where the expectation is you're going to win. You're going to figure out how to win. You're going to learn how to win. And if you don't learn, you're not going to play very much. So
Yeah.
I think it's going to be such an interesting season, not just for him, but for a lot of guys heading into that environment for the first time from the Western League and other places. But I really like Kindle, but I think there's probably a variation in opinions on Kindle where some folks are like, man, is Ben Kindle, based on his play style and his size, going to be a center at the pros? The answer is maybe. But love how he plays. With Reshny, there's no question. Like, he projects as a center. He's played a ton of center. He played a ton in every game situation. And it's really hard to nitpick the pick him so much because, like, based on the players available and the Flames' needs, he's probably the right guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom Green just announced the Ottawa Senators pick of all people.
What?
Freddie got fingered himself. And it is indeed Logan Hensler.
Yeah,
I nailed
finally.
it.
Yep.
I nailed
You
that
did.
one.
Yeah,
I
you
was
got that one.
spot on. Yeah, Pike, what's your sense? What's going on at the Dome right now? Is there a lot of chatter? How many? First of all, is it just you there? Like, are other people there? Or are you just sort of like wandering around?
Only Pike.
There's the local media in the media lounge. They're doing the draft party in the Telus Club, and as you can see, they're setting up for Stampede. So there's not a lot. People are where they're supposed to be. We got the Flames brass are in the war room. Some season ticket holders and esteemed guests are in the Telus Club, and those of us who work in the local media are hanging out, watching some fine Sportsnet coverage, trying out, drinking our bottled water, enjoying life.
How
talking
are
to
you feeling?
players.
How are you feeling for 32? Do you have a sense of who the Flames are targeting?
I hope we're out of here before 10. That's what I'm hoping on 32.
No.
There's a few guys I like. I have to update my draft board because we've been talking to players and running around a bit. I really like Milton Gastrin from Modo in Sweden because the Flames historically, like, they have they have a 36-year-old Swedish center that they got late in the first round. It turned out pretty well.
They're always picking from Sweden.
You rarely go wrong with Swedes. My dark horse in that spot is Jacob Eiswosniak, from originally born in Adelaide, Australia, grew up in Sweden. I believe his dad's Australian and got him into hockey while they were in Australia, and then they moved back to Sweden. And he played last year, I think, with Luleå. And played a bit of pro, played mostly U20s. But again, he's right shot, he's basically the Swedish version of Ben Kindle. So if you're going like, crap, they didn't get Ben Kindle.
Swedish Ben Kindle.
Well, there's a Swedish version of Ben Kindle that's playing and might be available at 32. So, but
cool.
I think I still think, it's hard to really project because
it's hard. Yeah.
You're going best player available at that slot. And then once we get into tomorrow, I think they're going to be doing, basically like, okay, let's just take wild swings because the folks who are informing their wild swings, I mean, look what they did last year. You get, they had 2 picks, and I think they did really well on both those picks last year. Yeah. You get Basha at 41. You get obscure Jacob. I still don't think we talk about Jacob Battaglia enough in this season.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
40 goals, 90 points.
90 points.
Maybe you don't. I think I
talk about him all the time.
I love Jacob
pushing. I think I've heard a rumor that Gould, when people come to his dealerships, grab them by the shoulders and be like, "Have you heard? Battaglia?
Yeah.
And about the new cars we have at Platinum Mitsubishi." After the draft is later in the season, he'll probably talk about other prospects. But every time I talk to Gould, it's about the Mitsubishis and Jacob Battaglia. So I'm sure that's what everyone knows.
Jacob Tagley, he's a high quality player. Here he's got a 10-year warranty too. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, it's funny. You say Wozniak's like a Swedish Kindle. I had an IKEA chair once called a Fingal, so I think Kindle could have been a Swedish name too. But
massive stretch.
Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna just sort of leave it at that, I think. Unless Pike, what else are you hearing? You think the Flames are gonna get any more picks? You think they're like what do you think they might do?
Today, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what the point would be today. Like it's
over.
Once you get past that ledge at 10, the scuttlebutt was it is a big divergence. Then you basically just wait and see who's available when you have your slip button and then you decide to go. But no, I think for the fourth pick for the fourth first round pick of the Conroy era. Yeah, I don't think it's hard to poke holes in it because it's the pick I would have made given the players available.
Yeah.
Well, that's all good stuff. Thanks, Pike, and we'll check in maybe once more if you're down. Once the first round's over, how does that sound?
Depends how late you guys are going because I think
we'll see. We'll see.
We're talking to Conroy. I think after the festivities are done. I think pretty quickly afterwards because everyone's got to go home, sleep, then get up and come back here.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
all right,
here's some inside information. They're giving us breakfast and lunch tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
That's the acquisition that's very
Get me a ticket. All right. Okay, thanks, Pike. We'll definitely...
They take good care of us.
I know they do.
They always take good care of us.
They do. All right, let's send it back into our studio here. Pike's, we're going to have lots of quotes, obviously, from Pike after the first round is over. So now it's the LA Kings up at 24. Hensler was a guy who I sort of earmarked as a guy who kind of makes sense for the Kings. They haven't made a whole lot of high picks recently. Their Turcotte is kind of, or sorry, not their Turcotte, their rebuild. I'm thinking of Alex Turcotte. their Turcotte has kind of stalled. I was going to say their rebuild is kind of stalled, but the Turcotte is kind of stalled too.
Yeah. They're competitive, but they haven't sort of reached that contender tier.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're probably
have Kopitar aging out.
Yeah, their problem is that they lack Connor McDavid.
And Byfield's turned into a pretty good player.
Yeah,
but
like if you put Connor McDavid on that team, they'd be a really good team. They'd be better than the Oilers.
Yes.
But yeah, they just don't have that star. Now, this is the hometown team at the draft. And so I'm very curious to see if they try to make a splash here. Last year, they took Liam Greentree. And now we shall just... I don't think it's going to be Lynn Lakovic.
No?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, we got a trade.
Oh, there you go. You called it.
I did.
You said they're going to make a splash.
I guess, yeah. Let's see. I'm not looking at the chat. I don't want to be spoiled.
Trade pick number 24 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Wow.
In exchange for picks 31
The Penguins are
59
very aggressive.
Wow. Another Pittsburgh trade. Holy moly. Okay.
Getting after it.
Who does Pittsburgh... Wouldn't this be funny if this was Malcolm Spence?
They get both their players.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe they like Lakovic. I don't know. But this is again another interesting move for Pittsburgh. And they moved a second to move up.
That's right.
A late second, but still a second. So Pittsburgh making some moves. Again, some interesting guys on the board. Milton Gastron, who Pike mentioned. I don't really want that player, but not really my cup of tea.
I almost very middle of the road.
You know what would be wild is if they're moving for Cullen Potter. Cullen Potter is the kind of high upside guy I could see Pittsburgh taking that gamble on, especially at this point in the draft, especially with the lack of high-end young talent in the system. They want to sort of see this guy. Like when you... Here's how I justify taking Cullen Potter. Here's how I, as a GM, would do it: is if I've already taken two other guys.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's
we
not
got
even
our guys. Let's take a swing here.
Not even that Potter isn't talented. It's just like I just feel better about it. Myself. Like I just like it's sort of the same. If Calgary, now that Calgary has Reshny at 18, a guy who I really like, if Potter's there at 32, I'm a little bit more on board. Versus imagine if they'd taken him at 18 and it's like, this is the guy who we're going to pin the next year of prospect watching on. It'd be like, I don't know. But now that Pittsburgh is here and they have two first rounders already under their belt, this is sort of where Potter is expected to go, generally speaking. That's Mike's lock of the week. Mike's lock of the week.
I don't know. You've had a few locks in this one, so
Some of them have been good.
yeah.
The Hensler one, I will admit, I'm really proud of that one. I thought that was a really good one. We'll see. Yeah, the Penguins have made it official. Obviously, if it's not official when Bettman says it, it's official now. Yeah, 24 for 31 and 59. So the Kings will still make a pick in the first round, pending any additional craziness.
Yeah.
Bader just tweeted out, is Dubas going to take the Russian? My answer, which one?
Yeah.
I assume Zharovsky, but
No. Well, there's Rabkin, right?
well, Ryabkin, true. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah,
I can't see him going in the first round. I just don't see it.
yeah. Too many people have him as like
I just don't
not
see it.
pick, right?
I don't see that being a guy who a team would trade up for.
Unless you got that one scout who
Who really loves him,
absolutely convinced.
But I just don't buy it
Yeah.
at all. I really don't buy it. Boy, can you imagine if we were doing tomorrow's draft show?
that would be a long day.
It'd suck.
Yeah.
I had briefly thought about maybe doing that.
God, don't do it.
I thought better of it.
I've-
Also, Saturday is pretty busy for me anyway.
I've covered 2 drafts live, and the second day is tough.
Yeah. Pittsburgh has the pick in. It looks like Chris Letang's kid's going to make the selection again. Here we go. Child labor laws. Whoa. Thanks, Gary. Oh, they've lowered the mic. Yeah, I think that's part of the new CBA. They just ratified today.
24th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft. The Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the University of Michigan, William Horkoff.
Wow.
Oh,
Opposite of what I thought. William
Yeah.
Horkoff is not Cullen Potter.
He
He
is
is
not.
a big boy who is sort of like a defensive center.
yeah, doesn't score that much.
Yeah, that's not a guy who I'd be trading up to take. Interesting choice.
That's a scout pick. That's someone in the organization.
Yeah,
saying, "I want
that's
this
Sean
guy."
Horkoff's kid.
Yep.
But yeah, that's really surprising.
What was his production last year?
Horkoff? So let me just sort of do some table setting.
Yeah.
37th overall in Elite Prospects consolidated ranking. Okay.
Right.
Stephen Ellis had him at 45. Bob had him at 27. It wasn't great. Like the
No.
national team development program, he had 14 points in 28 games. Went to Michigan, University of Michigan, scored 10 points in 18 games. So it was all right. But yeah, not what I expected to see.
Size
from,
and bloodlines, basically.
Yeah, not exactly what I expected to see from a team in Pittsburgh's spot.
Yeah.
But hey.
Yeah, not a guy I trade up for, but like I said, you just need that one scout to bang the table.
I guess so. Yeah, that's not a guy who I expected to go in the first round. I'll say that. I didn't. I sort of viewed Horkoff as a guy who would go
40s,
higher up in the second.
Yeah.
That's a player who I was a little wary of the Flames taking at 32.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad he's off the board, actually.
Yeah, I
just not a lot of upside, right?
Not the way that I see it, but it's
you never know.
You never know. His dad was pretty darn good for a while there, but Sean Horkoff was, I think, a better junior player. Although it was a little bit different with Sean Horkoff, because he was drafted at age 20. Like he was, because he was like a BCHL kid 30 years ago, which is a weird.
Nobody picks out of the BCHL 30 years ago.
No,
right? Yeah.
no, not really at all. And
super long shot.
He wasn't drafted out of the BCHL. He was drafted. His draft year was in the BCHL, but he was drafted 2 years later.
Yeah,
he was drafted out of Michigan State, and as a 4th rounder. So obviously, Sean Horkoff had some very good years, even though at his best, sort of a 50-point center. Sort of. So, and if that's what you get at 24, by all means, Jesus,
take a shot.
Yeah. But still, it's not exactly what I expected. So, now
it's starting to get interesting.
It is starting to get a little interesting. There are guys who I didn't think would be here. Chris Johnston just tweets out, as we pass the 3.5 hour mark of this decentralized NHL draft, let's all vow never to do it like this again. I agree, Chris. This is horrible. Like we're having fun.
Yeah,
this has been fun. I'm glad y'all are watching along with us. Still got 300 people on YouTube. I'm sure we still have over 1,000 watching live.
God bless you.
on various different platforms. It helps that the Flames still have a pick.
Indeed.
It helps. Yeah, it certainly helps drive viewership that literally the Flames will be still in the queue until we're done. Like they have the last pick. But yeah, it last year was so fun. And now just hang on a second. I think something's happening.
Okay.
Let's see here. No, never mind. I thought somebody had tweeted something about a player maybe being on the move, but nope. Never mind. False alarm.
No, we're just waiting for stuff.
Yeah. Well, hey, anything is possible. Thanks, buddy. Says you guys are more entertaining than the TV broadcast.
I appreciate that.
Anything is possible.
That is the best name.
That is a pretty good name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty entertaining name.
Well,
oh no. Oh no.
You gonna put that up?
Oh yeah, we're gonna be posting this. Jack, I've got something to send you.
Yep.
Oh no. we'll just wait there. Jack, let us know when you get it. Yeah, Jack's gonna put something very funny up on the show in just a couple moments here. That really speaks really strongly of my oratorial abilities, of my ability to talk at length for a long period of time without resorting to little phrases to help me fill airspace.
By all means, please continue. There you go.
Yeah. So. Anyway,
good capture.
Thanks to Crudelis for that one. Really means a lot. So we're really into the home stretch now.
Only a couple hours left.
Yeah, well, we are officially 3/4 of the way through the first round.
Yep.
25 is next. Pick 25. Chicago on the clock.
All right. Who are they taking? This is getting weird.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose faith in my abilities a little bit.
Potter?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I think Chicago's done enough of that type of pick.
Spence is still around.
Frank Nazar was sort of that type of player a little bit when they took him a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think they could use some help on the wings.
Okay.
Spence is still there, like you mentioned. They've taken a lot of centers. They've taken Bedard, who obviously is a natural center, but might be a winger. Oliver Moore is a center. Frank Nazar is a center. Not all these guys are going to be centers. Sasha Boisvert, who they took 18th overall, is last year as a natural center.
Yeah, just turn them all into wingers.
You turn them all into wingers by all.
Put the graphic up.
By all means. Okay, is Chicago?
At least you're aware of it.
Yeah, I caught that one.
Yeah,
that one came out. Okay, is Chicago making this pick? Let's see. Utilize the analytics. All right. Thanks, Sam Cosentino. All right. This would be an interesting spot for Riker Lee, who is a player who I am rapidly honing in on for the Flames at 32.
Yeah.
Seems like a very good upside play if he's there. Because really, look, when I'm talking about Will Horkoff or Milton Gastron or whatever, my purpose is not to say that I don't think these guys will be NHL players. I just think the purpose of the draft is to find stars.
Yeah.
And I think Riker Lee has that star potential. But anyway, here's Chicago's pick.
Has been running the league's communications and PR department.
Gary, enough.
No one has been as important in shaping the narrative of the NHL and sharing our.
Did you just clip that?
With our fans. All around
Oh God, just make the pick.
And one of the most valuable people to ever work for the league. Gary is retiring after the draft.
Good Lord.
Is he talking about himself?
I wish.
Gary is retiring after the draft. Gary! Or somebody from the crowd just shouted, Gary!
Yeah, that's
all right, Gary.
Yeah,
Gary Meager.
I grew up in Montreal.
Good Lord.
Oh, thanks, Gary.
As a lifelong Montreal Canadiens fan.
He goes on for like an hour.
It's the Abe Simpson story.
Which was the style at the time.
It's one of the big yellow ones.
Fifth overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, my team, the Chicago Blackhawks,
Yes.
are proud to select from the Muskegon Lumberjacks, Vaclav Nestrasil.
Straight
okay.
from Crazy Vaclav's House of Automobiles. Puts it in H. Vaclav is off the board, going to Chicago at 25.
He was a second rounder mostly, right?
Yeah, Vaclav Nestrasil was 39th in EP's consolidated rankings. Another Muskegon guy. So here's a bit of comparison.
Yep.
Last year, the Flames picked Matt Vegradin out of the same team, Muskegon Lumberjacks.
Right.
38 goals in 60 games.
Yep.
Last year with Muskegon. The guy who Chicago just picked at 25, 3 spots ahead of where the Flames picked Gridin at 28, had 42 in 61 games.
Okay.
42 points.
Oh. Yeah, misdirection there. You got me.
42 points. He had 19 goals and 42 points in 61 USHL games. That to me is
That's
tough.
a third rounder.
But he's 6'6".
Oh God.
6'6" right wing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's not a great pick.
I don't know.
Not a great pick.
I mean, they went for a winger.
I'm calling it. Oh,
They
yeah.
went for a winger. I
Yeah.
nailed that. But yeah, not even Bob had him in the first round. Bob had him at 39.
The thing is, when you're 6'6", your 41 points count more. That's like 70 points.
Well,
right?
and I'll tell you also, I don't even know if they picked the best guy out of Muskegon. Ivan Ryabkin plays in Muskegon.
That's right.
So I don't know, man.
But he's not 6'6".
But he's not 6'6", but he's a center.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that's who the Flames take at 32?
Well, you're getting close.
That would be crazy.
Lakovic's still on.
That would be like, what? Yeah, David Jones, 2606, saying this is the big McLarge huge pick of the draft. Yeah, and it's
the Coke machine.
Yeah, it's a sort of a nice counter to what Bo River One just said. Even when Gary stands on his wallet, he's only 5'2". Very true.
That is a zinger.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, a little Hunter Smithy, I would say.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
not
fair enough.
Not far off, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter
So
Smith was still worse, but
definitely
in that territory.
Yeah. Put it in H indeed. She'll go 300 hectares on a single tank of kerosene.
Do you think everyone gets this? I'm a Simpsons
You
nerd.
should.
I get it, but
You should. Patrick Bacon.
yeah, let's look at this ranking.
So yeah, we're obviously Bader's our buddy, but Bacon, this one's funny.
Yeah.
Patrick Bacon says Blackhawks select Vaclav Nestrasil at 25th. I ranked him 222nd. Oh my goodness. But he does,
chances of a star 0.
He does say it's not as bad as the model suggests. Still, yeah. This is the thing though with Vaclav Nestrasil. We compare him to Hunter Smith, and the thing with Smith that was funny was that the Flames picked him after his draft plus 1 year.
Yeah, he was in his second draft season.
He didn't score very much in the OHL in his draft plus 1, but in his draft year he scored 1 point.
That's right.
And it's the same with this guy. Nestrasil in the USHL a year ago played in 11 games with Muskegon and didn't score anything. He had 0 points. So that's why Bacon's model doesn't like him.
What does Bader's model say?
I don't know actually. Let's see. But hey, in the meantime, Nashville's making a pick.
Okay.
Predators headquarters.
Is that a country music star?
Gotta be. Jordan Davis, Learn the Hard Way. Gary's got it pre-ordered. Oh, it's an audio. Oh no. Huge Preds fan.
No. Back?
In the 2025 NHL Draft, the Nashville Predators proudly select Riker Lee.
There you go.
Nice pick. Yeah, Riker Lee goes to Nashville at 26. That's a nice pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, a guy who I would have liked for the Flames at 32 ends up going 6 spots earlier, and there's a guy whose USHL production is more in line with what you would expect out of a first-round pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
68 points in 58 games as a right-shot right winger, and Kent, just to rub it further in Blackhawks fans' faces, Vaclav Nestrasil, not exactly perceived as much better, by Byron Bader, 3% start probability, 18% NHLer probability. So
that's horrendous.
Yeah, it's not great. I would imagine Riker Lees are a bit higher. But yeah. So
all right. So Flames pick. We're getting close.
we are getting pretty close, and there are
here.
guys left who I like. I mean, I've been talking about Malcolm Spence for a while.
Yeah, has fallen for some reason.
I like Spence. We're getting to the
at
point.
this rate. At this
do.
range. Is,
yeah, totally reasonable. Lyndon Lakovic's still there too.
That's right.
Which is interesting. Could totally see the Flames taking that swing if he's still there at 32. Might be a tall order, but we'll see. I mean, Lyndon Lakovic, not a guy I would take at 18. Certainly a guy who I would consider at 32. Makes more sense.
Sasha Beaumedian.
So yeah, Sasha Beaumedian. Sasha Lakovic's also Lyndon Lakovic's uncle. That's it.
Correct.
Sasha Beaumedian. Yeah, another one of those Logan Hensler types.
Yep.
A lefty defenseman.
Played in college last
Played
year.
for Boston University, so certainly in the ballpark there. Yeah, I mean, we're certainly running a little bit lower on guys who I look at and say, yes.
Yeah,
But,
there's not a lot of take this guy.
yeah,
like
but-
even last year there was a few at this point, like Basha.
Basha,
It was
yeah.
like,
People were like, oh,
please take
Basha
him.
looks like a legit total, force. You know who else is still available?
Mhm.
Danil Prokhorov, baby. Danil, the 6'6"
That's right.
thrill.
The giant Russian.
You know what? 32. I'd totally be
Do
for
it.
Do it. Might as well. Yeah, the numbers for Prokhorov aren't bad.
No.
Put Prokhorov into Bader's model. See what it says.
Okay.
I would imagine it's better than Vaclav Nestersil. I will say that.
Yeah,
I think so.
that's a low.
I mean, yeah, it's tough when you score 20 goals and only 7 assists, but still, that's what Prokhorov did. That's the wrong Prokhorov.
That's a different.
not
Prokhorov.
different Prokhorov, not Vitaly Prokhorov.
Yeah.
Okay. What are folks saying in the chat here, folks? We want some questions. There's still 7 or 6 picks left. Oh, Prokhorov's basically identical.
Not much better. Yeah.
Not much better.
Another giant.
Another giant. All right. Well, maybe don't take him. I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
I'd rather take that guy out of Russia than the USHL, where it's a little bit less of a known quantity.
That's fair.
I would maybe rather do that, but sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mitch is saying Ryabkin thoughts at 32. I mean, sure. Screw it.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Daniel Inferno, we want Spence. Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Take Spence.
yeah, like I really.
I think it'll be the defenseman.
You think?
A lefty? Yeah,
You think it'll be a lefty?
I think so.
Yeah, it does make some sense. They haven't drafted a lefty in the first round since I want to say Valimaki.
Yep.
Yeah, I before that it might have been Fanuff.
Cool. Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe like Matt Pellick or something, but I don't know if he was a lefty. Yeah,
Doesn't
I mean,
matter.
the Flames don't draft many D in the first round. They historically have not.
Yeah.
Perek, Valimaki. Before Valimaki,
Tim
the last
Erickson.
first rounder, yeah, Tim Erickson, who even counts him.
Disaster. Yeah.
He was a lefty, but barely counts because he never played for the Flames. They traded him away for 2 seconds. Much better return than the player himself.
Yes.
Matt Pellick, for whatever reason, Hockey DB has listed as a right wing. Wrong.
Because he converted to
Oh,
a
that's
right
right.
wing over time.
That's right.
Because all he could do was fight.
That's right. Yeah, turned him into
just a
Kevin Westgard.
Horrendous pick.
Would have been great if they got his brother, but yeah, he was just
Yeah.
not a very good player.
No.
Or at least not a very good NHL player. Yeah. The looks like the Flames in this century have taken 3 left shot D in the first round ever.
Right.
Yuso, Erickson, and Fanuff. 1 out of 3 ain't bad, but it's in baseball.
Yeah, this is a second pick in the first round. There's not a lot of guys around there where it's like this guy's definitely better than this guy. So organizational need a little bit because they've got a lot
Yeah.
of right D at this point who are young.
Yeah, if you go back before 2000, let's see, Denny Gauthier, was he?
Oh,
left? Yeah,
Denny.
yeah. Not a bad pick at 20. In 1995, he had a long career. The following year, they took a righty in Derek Morris, who was a pretty good pick. They ended up trading him for
Eventually.
yeah, they traded him to Colorado, I think, for Yell.
Did they?
I think it was Morris and
He ended up in
Drury.
Phoenix eventually.
He
didn't
did, but I think they traded him to Colorado for Yell and Reinprecht.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds about right.
I think so. Let's see. Morris and McCammond. Oh, no. They traded him for Drury, and then they traded Drury for Reinprecht.
That's right.
They got somebody else too. They got Drury for or no. Hang on. No, they and Warner, Rhett. Traded him for Rhett. Yeah. So
There you go.
yeah, they traded him to Buffalo. That's right. Yeah. So there we go through the pointless manhole cover of history. So pick number 27 now. This is Washington. Washington sometimes does some fun things in the first round. A couple of years ago, they took a swing on Ivan Miroshnichenko, who seems to be an all-right prospect for the Hershey Bears. They took a swing on Hendrix Lapierre. They took a swing on Andrew Cristal, which seems to be a very good swing.
That's a good pick.
Ryan Leonard was sort of a BPA type guy. The guy they picked last year was Tariq Perischuk, who looks okay, Prince George Cougars. Now, Bettman is introducing... Oh, he's made the pick.
Okay.
Bettman made the pick. He's the celebrity, and I don't know
Excuse
who
me?
it is. It's Lyndon Lakovic. Okay, so...
I was going to say,
Yeah.
it seems like a Lakovic
Yeah,
pick.
sure. So, sure. Good for him. I think
Okay.
that's Sasha he's hugging right now. So, yeah, Lyndon Lakovic. He's off the board. So, cool. Good for him.
Spence.
Yeah, Spence. Again, Spence is a guy I like.
Yeah.
Legit a guy I like.
Mhm.
Put it in capital letters, put it in quotes, GIL, guy I like. I would be totally for this guy.
Clip that.
Clip it. He reminds me a little bit of Battaglia. Like he's sort of in that same mold of a prospect.
Okay,
a biggish
guy could,
winger.
like explode next
Yeah,
year.
a guy who, with a little bit more opportunity could be a really good player. And I would be, maybe an outside chance at a World Junior prospect. I mean, the thing is, he's an older guy.
Right.
September, he was born a week after the cutoff date.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he had good enough production a year ago, too. 62 points in 66 games a year ago.
Yeah, people kind of expected him to be a higher pick than this going into the season.
They did.
And
Yeah.
then he didn't take a big enough step forward to.
Yeah, and Erie was a weird team. I
Yeah.
mean, Schaefer getting hurt really hurt them.
Yeah.
I think part of that is just, he just was one of the guys, one of the many guys who was just hurt by that. So
Yeah.
I think at 32 it would be very, very reasonable if he's still there. He might not still be there.
True.
But yeah, I mean, another winger, obviously, which the Flames have those in spades. But at the same time, you gotta
pick the best guy.
pick the best guy, and there's nothing wrong with having a stockpile of guys.
Yep.
Who you all think are valuable. I mean, and sometimes things happen that are kind of weird. The Panthers had Justin Sordiff. Did you hear about this one? Justin Sordiff. The Panthers had him. He was a 3rd round pick. Played at the World Juniors, and they just traded him yesterday, I think, for a 2nd round pick.
That's right.
He was a 3rd round pick, and they
Why?
traded him for a 2nd round, even though he's only played like 4 NHL games.
Yeah, that was weird.
It was a weird one, but sometimes that happens. So, I could think of a lot of worse picks at 32.
Mhm.
Now there are some interesting comments in the chats. Maybe they picked Ryabkin to pair with Gridden.
Okay.
That'd be kind of funny.
Yeah.
Both playing again, Muskegon Lumberjacks.
Well, Todd
Same.
Button was interviewed, I think, this week, and all he could talk about was like upside. Like they said they were targeting high upside players as much as possible. So maybe there is a swing in there.
Yeah, that would
This
be.
guy's got a ton of talent.
Yeah, if they look, if they get to 32 and they take Milton Gastron, I'm not going to be happy.
Right.
Pick
him in the 3rd round if he's still around.
It feels like when they picked that guy in the 2nd round in 2022, who we're not going to mention. I mean,
Billy.
No, the next year.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Not as a guy, obviously, but just as a prospect, that sort of player.
Right.
That low upside,
Middle of the road
depth center type pick.
He does nothing well, but nothing badly.
Yeah, it's just not the kind of prospect who I'm not keen on, at least in this point in the draft. Like, if you're going to get that guy in the 6th round, then sure.
Yeah.
But just not the archetype who I'm particularly keen on.
No.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Flames have pursued Russians recently.
A little bit, yep.
I mean, I could see it. It's interesting. I see you've got Cullen Potter's equivalences on Bader's model pulled up in your computer.
Yeah, pretty okay, not great.
Yeah, like that's
especially
the thing.
for a guy who's 5'9".
He's small, and the production's kind of small too, and the percentage of guys who play at ASU who make the NHL is even smaller.
Yeah.
And I just sort of look at all those small percentages and I say, I don't know.
Not in the 1st round.
It wasn't. Yeah, like I like these small guys who have a lot of skill and a lot of productions. But to me, Potter coming into this draft was not a guy who I had in my top 32.
No.
And it's so, depending on who's there at 32, I mean, I guess if they're going to take somebody small, I'd rather they take Cameron Schmidt.
Right.
The right winger from Vancouver.
Yep.
That would be cool. I'd be very interested in that. Although Schmidt's another guy who I just get the sense is going to fall. Now watch him go here, but yeah, this is Winnipeg now. Winnipeg has had a weird run with their draft picks.
That's a better.
Yeah, Schmidt's percentages are better.
Yeah.
Winnipeg's had a bit of a crappy run with their drafting for a variety of reasons. The obvious sad story is Chaz Lucius, who has retired already.
That's right.
After being drafted in the first round in 2021. Seemed pretty promising, but I think he has some sort of disease.
That's right.
That just makes his bones susceptible to break, or makes his his ligaments tear easily or something. So
terrible.
So just can't play. So that sucks. But they've had some success stories as well. Of course, but yeah, they had 2 back-to-back first rounders that were Chaz Lucius and Rutger McGroarty, and neither of them's there anymore. So
yeah.
Now they did trade McGroarty for Braden Yeager, which was good for them. I think Yeager is the better prospect of those two. Colby Barlow, they picked in 2023, had a bit of a rougher year, although he had a huge playoff, I will say, for Colby Barlow this past year. And then last year they didn't have a pick. So their celebrity guest is Eric Comrie, their backup goalie.
You're really stretching the bounds of celebrity.
Yeah. Oh, our chat's ahead of us. I know who they've taken.
Oh, don't spoil it.
You're not going to be happy.
I'm not going to be happy.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Sasha Boumedienne goes to the Winnipeg Jets.
Okay, fair enough.
So, and yeah, it's there he goes.
Suspense.
So, yeah, suspense.
Suspense.
Yeah, so he's off the board. I'll be honest, Kent, I didn't get your fixation on that one, but maybe
lefty, young guy playing in
college, I guess.
That's, a lot of defensemen don't play in college in their draft year. So
now Sasha Boumedienne, folks in the chat are talking, en français. He's actually Swedish. And he was born in Finland.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty strange.
Not quite, but. I mean, I don't know. He's been in North America for a while.
Yeah.
He played for the Ohio Blue Jackets. His dad is a guy named Josef Boumedienne, who actually played a little bit in the NHL. Was a Devils pick, played for Washington and Tampa and the Devils. Played all over the place. Played in Hungary, Belarus, for Dynamo Minsk, and in Switzerland, and in Sweden, and in Slovakia, and in Finland, and in he's like all over the place.
He's a world traveler.
Really, yeah. So yeah, an interesting pick. And his dad was another defenseman, a lefty of about the exact same size.
Same dude.
Yeah. So good for him. Going to the Winnipeg Jets at 29.
Yep. So I think you got to start a pool for who the Flames are going to pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Schmidt, Spence.
I like Cameron Schmidt. I like Malcolm Spence. I don't know. It could be totally off the board. It could be totally right in their wheelhouse. Cole McKinney is a good player from the U.S. National Team Development Program. He's a center. But we're really running low on guys who I even have that strong of a book on.
Might be a gastrin at this point.
Henry Brustevich is there.
Oh, that's right.
Hunter's brother. A guy who I like. I think we had Steven on the show on Wednesday, and he said that, Henry, I asked him, is Henry as skilled as Hunter? And he said, nope. But he is still a pretty solid prospect in his own right, who might get a little bit of more of a spotlight on him next year if Sam Dickinson moves up to play for San Jose.
Right.
So, there are guys who I like. I hope they don't take Simon Wang from the Oshawa Generals, who had 2 assists in 32 games this year.
But he's a big Wang.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But he's a big player, right?
He is a big guy. And the read on Simon Wang is that this is the crazy thing. He's 17. He started playing organized hockey when he was 14.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, I forget who it was.
So supernatural talent.
I want to say, I'm trying to remember. It might have been like Johnny Busick or something who did that.
Yeah.
And it's like, this could never happen today. And
that's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the intrigue with Wang is that he's gotten to this level in so short a period. But
that's insane.
It's crazy. But yeah, and he's 6'6", but it's
there's no production at all.
No, there's not. I mean, he was okay, reasonably productive in the OJHL, which is not really a league that I rate at all.
No.
if you are looking at Junior A, there's the BCHL, there's the AJHL. There's a big step down. I mean, and then SJ, MJ, you see maybe one or two guys picked out of that league a year.
Yeah.
And then if anybody gets picked out of the OJ, it's usually a goalie.
Right.
And
even then, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, like the Flames picked Trevor Hoskin out of that league last year, which was kind of a stranger pick, but
they knew he was going to college, and he was
and even
scored
then,
100 and some points.
Yeah, he scored a lot in that league. Like an ungodly amount in that league, so you could kind of see it. Like he scored 100 points in 50 games, like it was crazy.
Right.
But yeah, and then. But even with Hoskin, there's the level of, he did do well in college, but he's playing at Niagara, and it's like, okay, is that a program that necessarily translates? So, it's very interesting. So we have only a few picks left in this round until we can head to bed and wake up and do it again tomorrow. Rasmus is still a Flame. Rasmus Anderson has not gone anywhere as of yet.
Nope.
And when we had Stephen Ellis on Wednesday, he did mention that if he thought Cullen Potter would go anywhere, it would be here to Carolina.
Okay.
So, and I said in response, if he doesn't go there, I think he falls into the 50s.
Okay.
Like I think Potter is the kind of player where if very specific teams don't pick him, he could go anywhere.
Okay.
Like it's sort of that Luke Misa thing.
Yep.
So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. Now is this a new pick or no? We're looking at Boumediene.
Yep.
Yeah. So so the final 5 picks of the round, we're looking at Carolina final 4 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina at 29, San Jose at 30. Who knows where they'll go after taking Michael Misa. 31 is LA. They traded down to get to that pick. And then the final little seed from the Matthew Tkachuk trade, pick 32, belongs to the Calgary Flames. And there are certain players who the Flames are guaranteed to at least have a shot of having. If you're looking at a certain grouping of guys, let's say you're looking at Spence and Schmidt and Potter and Ryabkin as your 4 guys. Well, they're guaranteed to have at least
take a shot at
one of those guys. But at the same time, it's entirely possible their guy is none of those guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies at this point.
Like I feel at this point, I feel stupid even trying to predict.
Yeah, it gets kind of wacky.
Like I'm proud that I got the Logan Hensler one.
Yeah,
that's one that I will wear. I'm happy about that. Yeah. So, let's see.
Come on, Carolina.
It's gonna
be a Russian.
Sportsnet saying that of the 28 players picked so far, 18 are Canadian. So bring the cup home. Is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's happened for a while.
What, you didn't want that to happen this year?
No, I'm good with that.
No, you're good. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Carolina is all wearing gray sweatshirts, so with the exception of one dude over on the right side. Not sure who that is.
That looks like a cult gathering.
Yeah, it does kind of.
That's pretty strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm a
the
huge
Flames
fan of some of the people that work in the front office too. But
yeah. The red shirts look better. Oh, looks like we're getting a trade.
Oh,
looks like Carolina might be making a trade here.
Chicago's moving up.
Chicago is moving
to make
up.
Another terrible pick.
Yeah, they're going to take Milton Gastrin at 29.
No, it'll be worse than that.
Okay. Yeah, Carolina moving down, probably a smart thing to do. They are going to opt out of the first round entirely.
Forget this.
Yeah, no thanks. Bye.
I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
They just want to go home.
So C Dio in the chat saying that the Flames Twitter has dropped Cole Roskiny content. Get some of that Cole Roskiny.
Now on, he will be Cole Roskiny.
Yeah, you are Cole Roskiny now. It's like that ending of you ever seen the movie Moonfall?
No.
Yeah, it's a Roland Emmerich movie. It's a disaster movie. It came out a couple of years ago. And one of the last lines in that movie, try and see if you can decipher any context from this. One of the last lines in the movie is, "You're part of the moon now."
No, I don't. want to figure that out, nor do I want to see the film.
You're part of the moon now.
That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Is it supposed to be funny?
It's no, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we scanned your consciousness. You're part of the moon.
Nope,
now.
stop.
Chicago.
Lord.
Chicago. What are you gonna do here?
Be a Russian?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. This is.
Giant
I'm
dude.
glad we're not watching this on TV. I would have turned
Can
this
you
off by
imagine?
now. Yeah.
You thought the
Chicago.
All-Star game was bad.
Oh boy. Yeah. Bring me John Hamm's head on a platter. This is awful. Okay, Carolina. They still haven't announced the freaking trade. They haven't even announced it yet. It is 9:05 p.m. We have been here for 4 hours. And there are still 4 picks left to go. And I don't know if we're going to be out of here by 9:30.
No.
We have
yeah.
beaten the record for our longest show, by the way.
Have we?
Good
Yes.
Lord.
Was it my record?
No, it wasn't. It was last year's draft, which was 4
Oh, that's right.
Okay, well, who cares then? If we're beating another draft, then so what? Like it's not like
might as
this is
well
without
have.
precedent. Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
yeah. Moonfall references. Boy, we've really reached a great spot. Yeah. Okay, Bettman's at the podium. Let's hear what he got. What he has to say. Shut up!
God.
Wait, are they make?
Did he say huge?
He's right in the middle of a race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Good Lord.
I give you William Byron. Hey guys. What? No, I think that's like a noise of a.
NHL Draft 2. So I'm going to toss it back to Gary Bettman. Start that trade.
All right, we got a trade.
Trade pick number 29 in this year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for picks 34 and 62 in the 2025 NHL Draft and a 5th-round pick in the 2027 NHL Draft.
We're trading 2027 fifths.
Fair enough.
We are trading 5th-round picks in 2 years.
Can you feel your pulse racing?
Oh,
Your head exploding.
you just know there's somebody at a computer in Chicago being like, "Yes, yes."
You know
They
what that's
listen.
worth?
They listen. That's worth. That's this pick is worth 20 of these 5th-round picks, and we had to get them. Oh my! And now we have 3 more minutes on
They
the
keep
clock.
resetting the clock every time it happens.
Yeah. If you're gonna trade up, you should know who you pick. You should not have 3 minutes. You should, yeah. Okay. All right, guys. What do we want here? We gave up 3 picks to get this pick. Let's take Milton Gastrin. What do you think? No, I don't like.
Yeah. It's like the people who stand in line for coffee for 10
And then
minutes
they're like,
and then get
"Ah."
to the front and don't know what they're ordering. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Do you sell crepes here? It's just like, oh my god.
What kind of pastries is that over there?
Yeah. You know,
What were you doing in line?
yeah. You got a creme brulee. Yeah.
Get out of
Yeah.
line.
Yeah. I'm at Tim Hortons. Do you have any scones? Yeah, we've got scones. Where?
I was going to bring this up, like, because there's been a couple of teams that have taken the full 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why? What are you doing?
They like
The
attention.
entire time here.
Mhm.
Once your pick comes around, you should be, unless you are so set on the guy who just went. It's like, we're picking this guy. No, he just went,
Well, the thing that
But you have a list. Like, you should just be.
we've been at it for over 4 hours, and
Yeah.
there have been 0 players traded.
Yeah.
That's pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is going to be crazy. You don't know how many teams are willing to trade out of the top 10.
People are trying to move up, trying to move down.
People think this draft sucks. They want to get rid of all their.
It's just Pittsburgh keeps
It is.
trading
This
into
is-
the first round.
This is the first round that we have seen every single year.
Yeah.
When was the last time we actually saw a team make a huge draft
There's
day
that Jordan Stahl one.
round 1,
Yeah.
a huge splash? Was it Griffin Reinhart?
A terrible move.
Like this is.
I think the Flames traded for Camilleri one year at the draft.
They did. They traded. It was sort of a multi-dimensional thing. They traded Tanguay, for a pick that they flipped for Camilleri.
That's right.
Which is honestly a pretty good trade.
Yeah.
But then they let
that's
Camilleri
interesting.
walk to keep. Do you remember who?
Something terrible.
Olli Jokinen.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And then they brought Camilleri.
Then they brought Camilleri back 3 years later
From Montreal, right?
for Rennie Bork.
And then they let him walk.
And they let him walk for nothing again. They let Mike Camilleri walk for nothing twice in 5 years. Yeah, because Berkey
memories.
Berkey was saying
They weren't giving us enough.
They weren't giving us enough. We wanted 2 second-rounders, and they would only offer 1.
Yeah, you know what's better than nothing? Something.
But we can't give away our bargaining position.
That's the stupid.
Can't give away the bargaining position.
No.
Okay, Chicago's pick is in. Yeah, I swear to God, if they have another celebrity guest, I'm gonna throw something at the wall. Here we go.
Especially if it's a celebrity I've never heard of.
No, Gary's announcing it.
Thank God.
NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Edina High School.
Aha. Mason West. Oh, no.
Man.
And there he is indeed, David Amber.
Just a terrible
Mason
pick.
West. Oh dear.
Oh man.
Chicago is
brutal.
Yeah, the west wind in the windy city. That's the sound of the wind coming from somewhere. Mason West's they trade up to get 2 guys who I wouldn't have taken in the first round. They traded up to take Vaclav, Nestrasil, and Mason West. I'm like, this
2 big bodies.
Chicago traded up twice to take Vaclav, Nestrasil, and Mason West.
So you talked about Letourneau, who was taken in the first round last year because he was
the
big.
exact same spot.
In the exact same spot, who had much better production than Mason West.
I'm pretty sure it was the exact same spot.
In high school.
Is this the guy that played football, Mike?
Yeah,
it is. A little later. This 29. Letourneau was 25, but still, yeah. This is the kid who plays football.
And recently decided to focus on hockey.
Recently decided he's going to go back to play football for another year. So that sounds like a horrible
He's a
risk
quarterback
to take.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quarterbacks famously avoid contact at all costs. Yeah, just not really a pick that I would make.
Well, his production in high school hockey was fine, but
yeah,
to be a viable NHL prospect, you need to destroy Minnesota hockey.
There was a rebuilding blog in our chat asked, "Where's the Jankowski?" Here he is.
Yeah, I think I called that, didn't I?
I think you did.
Yeah.
This is a wild pick. I don't condone such behavior, but it's a gamble, and he's at the draft, so clearly he wants to play hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bold. It sure is bold.
It is bold. Yes.
Kyle Davidson making moves.
That's horrendous.
I had mentioned I had mentioned 4 guys who I thought the Flames might take at 32, and all 4 of them are still there after pick 29.
That's right.
So now it comes to the San Jose Sharks and the LA Kings. Will the 2 SoCal teams, well, actually San Jose's NorCal, but whatever. Well, the 2 California teams, will they do that? Now, Mason West, Ken, you've pulled up his Bader profile. I will say that is based off of a 10-game USHL sample size.
That's right.
In which he scored 9 points.
Yeah.
One of those was a goal. So there is a little bit of volatility in that. The Bader profile isn't bad, but
you're right. It's based on a tiny.
It's based on an extremely small sample. That's not a gamble that I would make personally.
Not in the first round.
Yeah, maybe
a 3rd rounder.
I don't think anybody
speak about it.
I don't think anybody's gone off the board yet who I say has absolutely no chance. I think everybody in this draft has a chance. But yeah. And hey, Magic 1989, you make a very good point. Janko has made a very good living in hockey, and I think it's a very important prerequisite to say that Jankowski, that pick was a very good example of just the strength of scouting in a certain extent. They pulled a kid out of Canadian high school hockey. And if this was a kid who was taken in the 2nd or 3rd round,
they just picked him too early.
We'd be looking at it as like a crazy success story.
Yeah, 3rd rounder. It's like good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Like,
pull.
How many other kids have been drafted out of Stansted High School?
Right.
Like
nobody.
This is St. Andrews College. That's on a little bit of a different plane. This is Edina High School, Minnesota High School. People have been drafting kids out of Minnesota High School for 30 years.
Right.
Stansted High School
Nobody
is a
ever.
college in Quebec
Right.
that is not. Yeah, just no. So that's
the team fell in love with the story a little bit too
Yeah.
much.
And the crazy thing about Janko is that if you go back to the 2012 draft and if you redraft that draft, he might be a first rounder.
Oh God,
That
was a dreadful
He
draft.
might be a first rounder, even still.
Yikes.
So that's the crazy thing, particularly because of just how poor the top end of it was. But not a lot of guys
Brutal.
from that draft are still in the league.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those guys, you look, that draft was 13 years ago,
Yeah.
which is crazy to think about. I remember that draft, and guys like Derek Pouliot and Slater Cuckoo and
They're brutal.
Malcolm Subban and Jordan Schmaltz and Henrik Samuelsson and Stefan Matteau are not in the league anymore. And
we're barely in the league.
Yeah, we're barely in the league at all. Mark Jankowski's still here 13 years later, and he is
keeps coming back.
He is the fourth line center on one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
So you got to give him credit.
Can't get rid of him.
Yeah. So yeah. By all means, I almost said it again. The San Jose Sharks pick is in at 30. Oh, here comes Purple Lady. Purple-haired lady is back, and she's gonna make pick 30. Here we
She
go.
looks like she could choke slam Bettman.
She looks like she could choke slam me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm getting a little emotional back there watching all these dreams come true. Congratulations.
Oh,
everybody
God.
So far. This is
Give her a
so
break.
much
What's she
fun.
gonna say?
Yeah. Okay.
But with this big title on my shoulder, we have another dream to make come true. So,
Ugh.
with the 30th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Prince George Cougars,
Ravensburgen.
Joshua
Yeah.
Ravensburgen.
So
Yeah.
Malcolm Spence is.
Wait, they picked him?
Yeah.
Didn't they just trade for Askarov?
Yeah, that's a strange pick.
That's funny because I remember there were folks before the draft saying Nashville made sense for Ravensburgen because they just traded Askarov to San Jose,
Right. Yeah.
and now San Jose takes him.
That's strange.
That's funny.
Don't pick goalies in the first
That's
round.
funny.
folks. Yeah.
Wow, that's maybe the last team that I would predict.
Yeah. Flames and then those guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, okay, good for Joshua Ravensburgen.
Yeah, good for him.
Interesting story. But
Big dude.
yeah, maybe the Sharks want to run a tandem or something. Askarov's got pretty good AHL numbers. He's going to be a goalie for a long time. Yeah, that's not one I expected to see right there for
No.
certain. And now the Flames are 2 picks away from,
Lots of guys left.
yeah, lots of guys who I like. Spence is good. At this point, now that there are certain guys there, I don't know if Cameron Schmidt would be on my list anymore. I think
he might be.
He might be, but I don't know. That Alex Jurovsky kid looks pretty good. I know Pike's been talking a lot about Jurovsky.
Might be a good pick.
Yeah. I mean, look, I thought Ravensburgen was going to be a first rounder. I just didn't think the Sharks would be the team that took him.
Right. Yeah.
That to me is really surprising. That's again, maybe
Yeah,
the
that-
last.
See, that's a nice pick.
Yeah, Jurovsky. Yeah.
At
Yeah. There's a
32.
lot to like there.
Right.
Yeah. And he's not small either.
No.
This is really interesting. Again, guys who I have not really expected to see going in these spots. And now the Kings are back up at 31. And again, a hard team to place.
Yeah.
And I just feel stupid even trying to make predictions at this point because the list is so
Yeah,
crazy.
Can really go anywhere at this point.
The Kings are a team that kind of has, they've got strengths at like they don't really have a whole lot of positions of weakness, except for that critical one,
No
superstars,
elite players. yeah.
superstars. Those things that you want.
Yeah.
So
Brent Clark might get there at some point.
yeah, Brent Clark's all right. Like it's just they don't have the
Byfield,
the
I don't know.
superstars. So
Yeah.
I don't know. They
No
picked,
superstars here.
no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Liam Greentree was their guy last year. He
That
had a
was
pretty
good
good year
pick.
in the OHL. Very
Yeah.
good year in the OHL with Windsor. Looking like a real strong pick at 26. Surprised he lasted.
I was
that
very
long.
surprised he lasted
Yeah.
at that point.
So the Kings, they're still talking to Joshua Ravensburgen. Had 33 wins with Prince George last season.
Save rate of what was his save percentage?
I think 901.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, CHL save percentage has been going down for a while, but
True.
Still,
Just
yeah.
after Dustin Wolf left, it just
Yeah.
fell off a cliff.
Did they just show a picture of a video of a guy falling off of a chairlift?
It's turning into.
Did he do that? It was
must be something about him.
it was like that looked like it was. Didn't that happen at Kicking Horse this year? It was
It
one
did,
of the
yeah.
places that Murray runs.
We're gonna get canceled.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guys are gonna come to the door.
Oh,
here.
Jack Rosa, my buddy, saying Ravensburgen helped save him. Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
That is pretty cool.
Okay.
Ah, good for him. He was there that day. Wow. Yeah. I remember when that happened. I was like, oh my God. Like, that's a nightmare.
That would be
Like,
awful.
can you imagine?
Ugh.
It's one of those like those child dreams that you have where it's
Nightmares.
like what are the worst things?
Yeah.
Oh, like you
Well,
know,
especially when you're on one of those things.
yeah, showing up to school without there's a test and you haven't done any homework. Riding the Stampede Sky Ride and it sort of collapsing.
Yeah.
That's the worst. That would be way worse because that's cement and like
Yeah, you're probably dead.
the snow. You're probably okay.
Yeah,
It's-
you're on a slope.
Yeah, but whoa, that would be awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 picks left. We're talking about the Sky Ride. So
Hey, we'll talk about whatever the hell we want to at this point.
yeah,
We're 4 hours into this thing.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of Fuse left. Not a sponsor.
Nope.
Fuse
Maybe someday. Pizza 73, Fuse
73. Fuse iced tea.
Uber.
Uber Eats.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The Kings have 1 minute left on their clock. Sam Cosentino is talking.
So again, like, what are the Kings waiting for? How do you not know who you're picking at this point?
I'm gonna actually make a prediction for this one.
Okay.
My first prediction in a while.
Yep.
There's a kid at Michigan State named Shane Vansagi, who has 16 points in 37 games with Michigan State last year, 6'2" right wing.
Why do you like him for the Kings?
I don't know. It just feels right.
Okay.
Shane Vansagi.
Okay, if you get this right, you're a witch.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's see. I just want to go out on a limb. Let's see. Here we go.
When I say LA, you say T. LA. That's right, Los Angeles.
That's right.
For this one. With the 31st overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft,
Say it like you mean it.
the Los Angeles Kings are proud to select from the London Knights.
No.
Henry Bruchevich.
There he
Oh,
goes.
there goes
Henry
Henry.
Brew.
Yeah.
He's a first rounder and he gets a big hug from Hunter. Yeah, couldn't have been more wrong.
Good
but
for him.
Yeah, that's why we don't make predictions at 31. Good for Henry.
That's the fun of it. If you
Yeah.
nail it, you're a legend.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't nail it, nobody remembers, right? So
That's right. Yeah. What are you talking about? I think I said it was going to be Henry Brustevich, who is a London Knights defenseman who probably will be their number 1 next year when Sam Dickinson goes to San Jose, as we expect he probably will.
Yep.
Has won back-to-back OHL championships from the great name place of Washington, Michigan. 2 states. Which one is
very
which?
strange.
Brustevich, of course, playing for London, so he was not that high up on their scoring list this year. I think he was like 8th or 9th. But he still had 42 points in 67 games because London had 11 players score 40 points this year. Which is both a blessing and a curse if you're looking to try and project these guys.
Yeah.
Is he good? Is he scoring these points because he's on a good team, or is he not scoring more points because he's so low on a good team, right? So
Yeah.
now the Flames are up at 32. We've reached the end.
Who is it?
And every single player who I mentioned in my four
Still there.
picks ago is still
Spence
there. Spence, Schmidt, Ryabkin, and Potter.
and Zurovsky.
And Alexander Zurovsky, just for good measure. So
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I last year I was talking a lot about Andrew Basha and Marek Vanaker, and the Flames didn't pick either of those guys at 28. They picked Matt Vagridden, and
Yep. But Basha later.
got Basha later. So I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to
just wait it out.
I will say I would like them to take a forward.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool. I think that would be neat. The Kings did have a jersey ready for Brustevich with his name on it.
Okay.
So I wonder, they probably traded down knowing they could get him later.
Yes.
So
that's the guy they wanted.
Yeah.
So good for them.
Yeah. Henry Brustevich, Ken Holland's first pick as LA Kings GM.
Oh, right.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Still in the league for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if the Flames would have considered Bruce-Stevich at 32.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kent, off the top of your head, spell Bruce-Stevich.
Nope.
BRZ.
BR something.
The first Z is the only one that just trips people up. After that, after that, it's just.
It does not belong there at all.
It doesn't. It's Brz, but after that, it's just Ustevich, which is Ust, UST, Ev, EW.
No.
Ich, ICZ. It's kind of Polish. I think that's probably what it is. Can you imagine if they?
What do they call them in big body eye chart? I think.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, eye chart. Yeah. Can you read these letters? B R Z U.
No letters have ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine if we waited all this time for the Flames just to trade down?
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. We say no. No, we will not make this pick. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. We're gonna sleep on it. Yeah, thanks.
Why is this taking so long?
I don't know. They have not made a pick yet.
Yep.
32 is still there. I legit have no idea.
No.
It felt felt inevitable, and this one feels the opposite. I just don't.
Could be anybody.
Don't have a read on it. I think Cullen Potter would be kind of funny. I think Spence would be like, okay, sure. Schmidt would be okay. Yeah. Ryabkin would be like, whoa, okay. What are we doing here? This is kind of interesting. Yeah, I am. Conroy seems to be in a good mood.
Gastrin?
I would not love that.
But it would not surprise me.
Yeah. I just don't know, man. Like, don't take Milton Gastrin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on. I don't know. Take that guy in the second round when we don't have to wait. Don't have to spend the whole night thinking about this guy. And again, it's nothing against Milton Gastrin. I just don't know. Everybody says this guy looks like a third line center, fourth line center, and that's just not the guy who I take.
No,
at 32. So
maybe it's the next Backlund.
Mm-hmm. I think on Sportsnet they might have just said, "Oh, the Flames aren't too happy. This pick's at 32." There's an alternative that I would have liked a lot less. Can you imagine if this pick was 31? No, thank you. This is fine by me.
It's the player wasn't going to be any better at 31. So, and then we'd have Stinktown celebrating a Stanley Cup all summer.
So. I'm good. Thanks. Flames have still not made the pick. We got 50 seconds on the clock here as we just watch the time.
It's really not that hard.
No, it really isn't. All you got to do is just walk up there and say, "We want Milton Gastrin." They've made the pick.
Okay,
pick is up. Close that. I don't want to be spoiled. I want to watch this in real time. Let's see what we got.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put this in full screen, and Lanny McDonald is up to make the pick. Here
Come
we
on,
go.
Lanny.
Final pick of the first round of the 2025 NHL Draft. On behalf of the Calgary Flames, Lanny McDonald.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Just before I make that pick, I want to say congratulations to all 31 players picked in the first round.
It'd be funny if he thanked the Panthers for beating the Oilers.
Please do it.
I say come with the best attitude you possibly can tomorrow and prove them all wrong.
This is good. I like this.
Yep. He's right.
I would also like to say, make sure you thank your billets and especially your family. You cannot get here without them.
Okay.
All right. Let's
now the pick.
Let's announce the pick. There we go.
32nd overall pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Calgary Flames are proud to select from the Arizona State.
Cullen Potter.
There you go.
Cullen Potter.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Might have to go back to Mullet Arena this year.
Well, scouts love this.
Wow.
player, like more than his numbers suggest. So it's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, I said if it was Spence, I'd be like, okay. If it was Schmidt, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
If it was Ryabkin, I'd be like, oh, okay. I didn't say what my reaction would be if it was Potter, and I was like, okay.
Another centerman, not a big guy.
Okay. Interesting. This is very interesting. I might have to go back to Mullet Arena.
But I mean,
the Arizona State kid, of course the Flames pick him.
Yeah.
You have to rub it in my face. Yeah. The Yotes aren't there anymore. Ugh, thanks.
But he did play in college last year, although,
Yeah.
as you say, Arizona State University, not.
Well, you know what? It's not Milton Gastrin. That's what I got to say about that.
But scouts really liked the stuff that I saw about Colin Potter.
Yeah.
That like.
He's fast.
Right.
He's a burner.
Yeah.
And for the Flames, you got to have a burner.
High talent is high skill.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like I think if you're going for potential, Potter is there as a guy who has potential. My issue with this player is that I just have no idea where the hell he becomes.
Right.
Like I don't like that's the thing. I say with Potter, I said it earlier in the show. He is shorter, and he plays at a school that doesn't produce a lot of NHLers.
Right. Yeah. Not the best system.
Well, yeah, but by the same token, if you're going to take a bet, if you're going to make a bet on a player on pure attributes, I mean, wow, you could do a lot worse than that.
And college is a relatively tough league to even junior or the USHL, right? So
yeah,
guys who make college in their draft year usually get a bump from scouts.
I would have been I did not expect it.
Yeah,
just didn't feel like a Flames pick to me at all.
No,
but I'm not upset about it. I think it's interesting.
Yep.
I think it's I will say this. Milton Gastrin would have been boring. I would have just been like, no, thank you. I don't want to talk about this.
And maybe they pick him in this.
Maybe they pick him in the
later
second.
on.
You know what? If they pick him in the second, if he falls to there, sure, why not?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're gonna go for a guy who's got flash, Flames need flash.
Yeah.
And
center talent. And what you really want to see out of him next year is like a big step forward. Like if he starts to dominate, because that's what happened with Goudreau. Goudreau had pretty good numbers in the USHL in his draft year, and then he just started taking those giant step forward. And there's no guarantee any player does that, but that's what you want out of this sort of gamble, right?
Yeah, I hope the Flames, I hope Arizona State is able to get some more good recruits.
Yeah.
Because they're going to need to surround this kid with talent. Because ASU was a good team this year. They were the best they've ever been. They probably should have made the NCAA tournament. They didn't.
Yeah.
They have the thing with ASU over the years, as they have become a better program. And I've followed ASU for a long time because I liked Arizona. I liked the Coyotes. I've got a family connection.
Yeah.
And so the thing that has sort of been the hallmark of ASU over the years, with the exception of Josh Doan, who is also in the news and was a legit NHL prospect who went there, is they have been the landing ground for guys who were prospects of repute, who struggled to find roles on more established college programs, and ended up going there to be that top dog.
Right.
And that's like what we're looking at with Robert Simone, who was a second-round pick. I forget where he played. It might have been Michigan State, and couldn't latch on. So he goes to ASU, gets put on the top line, and scores a bunch of points. But what does it mean?
ASU, right?
What does it mean, right?
Yeah.
This year they had a kid named Artem Schlane. Same thing. 2020 5th-round pick in his 5th year of college. His second transfer. He goes from UConn to Northern Michigan to ASU.
Wow.
So ASU, he scores 38 points in 31 games. But you're saying it's his 5th year.
All right.
He's been already in this level for 4 years. And so that's been their hallmark. Guys like Potter at ASU are different, right? This is something that is still very new, still not as common. With Doan, it was sort of the same thing. He goes to ASU. He immediately puts up a bunch of points. He was an older guy when he was drafted. He was, I think, maybe 19 when he was drafted out of the Chicago Steel. Goes to ASU, immediately becomes productive there. And has turned into a very good professional who has been productive at a bunch of levels. Was productive in the AHL, was good in his stint in Arizona, was good in Utah, just couldn't get, the shooting percentage didn't quite go. and his underlings are very good.
Right.
And in Buffalo, I think he'll be a player. The difference between Doan and Potter is that Doan has always been sort of Doan's sort of been that sort of feisty in your face type guy. He's got NHL size. I think he's like 6'2".
Yes.
He always looked a bit more projectable. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Marcus Foligno as a player. Potter, I don't really know what the projectable. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know the comparable. I can't think of a guy right now who immediately reminds me of Cullen Potter. So that's the thing. That's the thing where I'm just like, I don't know. But I like the bet on talent.
Yeah, it's better than a Hunter Smith, right? So,
without question.
Yep.
Without question. Yeah, a really interesting day one, I would say. Boring in how it played out, but in terms of the way that it's the players fell, interesting.
Yeah. What do they do tomorrow?
I don't know. It's the thing is, these guys like Spence, they're quintessential. These guys are the first guys off the board on day two.
Right away.
Like last year, we saw it right away with, I forget, I think Merrick Vanacker was he was a first round pick, but last year it was just like boom, boom, boom. Igor Chernyshov, everybody was like, Chernyshov, why hasn't he gone yet? Sharks make him pick 33.
Right.
Basho was one of the first picks. Ryder Ritchie, Tanner Howe, Cole Hudson. These are guys who are like, why are they falling?
Who thought they were going to be in the first round. Yeah.
So, when we're talking about guys like, but like Spence and Schmidt, I think all these guys will be gone by 40.
Yeah.
So the Flames don't have a pick until 54.
Right.
Now, if they make an Anderson trade, which again does not seem as likely as we thought, maybe they get another second this year and a first next year, and who knows?
Yep.
But for now, it looks like they're going to make their contingent of 7 picks.
Yep.
And hey, you know what? I think we can exit this saying the Flames got a couple of interesting projects at the very least. Bader has his take on Potter. I'll read it verbatim. Flames get Cullen Potter at pick 32. It's fine. Prototypical late first round pick. It's not a bad pick, but not a guy I expect to explode. He compares it to the Klimchuk and Poirier picks. I don't know. It's a little bit different. He's not playing in the CHL, but
like I said, this is a player you want to see take a big step forward next year. That'll make all the difference in his projection. Playing and doing okay numbers in your draft season in college is fine. Not a lot of people play in college in their draft year so that's why that's notable, but he can't have another just okay season.
No, certainly not. So I don't want to spend another 5 minutes in this studio. We've been here for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Jack, how you feeling?
I've been here for 12 hours.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a long Friday.
Okay, well, thanks for getting us pizza, Jack, even though you didn't pay for it.
Thanks, Ryan.
This has been a presentation of Bet365. It's never ordinary at Bet365. And you can use that promo code NATION over at Bet365. As well, partnership with Platinum Mitsubishi, 2720 Barlow Trail Northeast. I hear Saturdays are good days for deals up at Platinum. So if you need a car, head on up there tomorrow, 2720 Barlow Trail. Go grab an Outlander PHEV. I hear good things about those vehicles. Kent, let's just wrap this up. Letter grade, day one of the draft for the Flames.
A minus.
That seems pretty fair. I think I'll join you on that train. I think they got the guy at 18 who I didn't expect they'd get.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a guy at 32 who ticks some boxes for me. So
I'm the only way it could have been better is a move that moved them up, got a better player. That's big ask, but that's why you get an A+ if you do it.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll have to wait a few years to see how this actually turns out as an NHL draft. We'll have to wait only about 12 hours to see how the rest of this draft actually does play out on paper. We are not going to be back with you tomorrow for rounds 2 to 7, but you can rest assured we are not going to be back.
No.
But you can rest assured that there will be more episodes of Backburner to come with myself, maybe Kent, probably Ryan Pike, and some more guests of various levels of repute. So I think we're just going to call it there. Thank you so much for tuning in. You've been watching a special first round edition of the 2025 NHL Draft. Watch along right here on the Flames Nation Backburner Show.